during the previous administration. They were so Dodd-Frank had tightened regulation quite a bit. A lot of those, not a lot, but some of those regulations, some of the key parts of Dodd-Frank were loosened during the previous administration, and it allowed banks to do certain things. It doesn't explain all of their ship management, but it kind of allowed certain banks to, smaller banks to do certain things with the balance sheet that let them expose to a shit ton of risk.
Okay.
Gentlemen, can you all hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yep. Actually, so it was more blue sky laws. The state legislation, and the oversight actually, as well as their compliance office actually failed. I'm actually dealing with a lawsuit with this already. My wife's startup, banks there actually. There's a fiduciary breach, but all this started because of a contract requirement that they had for everyone whose money was coming through their bank, basically having to hold their commercial, all their commercial assets that went through the loans that were put through them into actually Silicon Valley, which is a very, very odd contract. Typically, it wouldn't be accepted by anybody outside of this sector. But it was a failure to warn the FDIC in enough time with what was going on with everything. And yes, their practices are absolutely horrible. I definitely concur with that as well. But it's the ball dropped on so many levels, to be entirely honest. And it's poor CFO. It's poor posturing by a CFO in general. For a company to only utilize one bank specifically because of that depository insurance. There's also 3 other companies that allow private depository insurance as well, they could have gone that way. And so
they had
the default spread. Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say those contracts where they say you can only bank with us, you can only deposit with us. So from what I've read, it wasn't all of their customers, but it was a good amount. But also, there are other banks that will write up the same contracts. So it's not like this is just what I've read. That it's not that abnormal, but it is bad. I agree with you that it's definitely bad.
I was an international legal attorney for a family office, and I dealt with compliance for years. And the reason why I mention that is that it's common to ask for that, but very few people require that strictly. And in some states, you actually cannot do that here in the U.S. And in some countries, you certainly cannot do that to require those holdings for it. But I mean, it basically what I wanted to say that I found kind of interesting with all this is that it seems like this is a perfect way to make an example of why people should risk off and why, in fact, we need to ground demand when it comes down to it. If the FDIC can be used as a weapon in this case, and I think that's kind of what they're doing. And no one's really talking about that I've noticed. And I don't know if you guys have any opinions on that. I'd be very interested.
I agree with that assessment. I agree. It's like they want to destroy the bank, basically.
Right, and they'll keep doing it because look at the market. Look at how volatile it is. Look at the jumping. People are still. I mean, it's crazy. It's like the regardation of the WallStreetBets has kind of influenced everyone from makers on down. It's absolutely.
Oh, speak for yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not saying.
Whoa. Let's not point the finger here. All right.
Okay, not the people in this chat.
Enlightened gentlemen.
Right.
How much coffee have you had to drink?
What's that? Yeah. Talking about like 5 shots of espresso. No, that's his lawyer voice, actually. Sorry, you're in compliance. You got to talk like that.
Sorry, I'm French. I'm French. My English sucks.
French?
Hey, can I ask a technical question following on from this? So, like the Fed approved the Bank Term Funding Program, pretty much saying that they will loan out for up to a year at par value of banks, assets. So my question is, why did they go ahead and close down, SVB Bank when they approved this term funding program? Why not keep them operating? Because this will give them all the liquidity they need.
This is kind of the issue. The state oversight should have actually alerted the Fed within a couple days ago before this was ever even an issue, and so they could have done the exchange when it needed to be for the par value. That's the problem. And there's actually a young lady who works in Washington for a consortium that deals in finance that was on NPR earlier this morning that actually went into this really, really well. If you all can check that out on NPR. Sorry.
Okay. Hey, can I also just quickly ask, I don't know, First Republic Bank down 65%, because from my understanding, these guys are concentrated in crypto. They're not concentrated in startup companies. So why are they down 65%, especially after the new facility, the bank term funding program? So I just don't get it.
First Republic is a very well heeled private individual account holder bank, as far as I know, for a lot of their deposits. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so I think it's just because they're in the same region, and there were literally I saw videos of bank runs on First Republic. So this is probably just classic, just good old bank run. Like bank run starts another bank run. There's no need to freak out, at a certain to a certain extent, but people do it anyways, right? So I think First Republic is just a victim of that.
Do you all feel this? Sorry, you go ahead.
It's the same with Western Alliance. If you look at them, they're also down bigly.
But I also want to add, before the new lending facility that was approved, First Republic Bank had, I think, 60 or 70 billion revolving facility from JP Morgan. So that's in addition to the bank term funding program. So I just feel like they're very well capitalized and all the liquidity they need. So is this a good buying opportunity for a degenerate like me?
See, you are also a cultured man. This we mentioned earlier on the Reddit talk. I think they're probably good to go. And the bet that I would like to make, if it stops getting halted and the calls aren't ridiculously priced, is puts, is I'd like to buy shares, but hedge with puts, like maybe give like 1.5, 2 times leverage to the downside. So if I'm right, and I make money. If I'm wrong, then I make money to the downside if First Republic is really going down. I don't think they are, though.
You don't want to sell puts in?
Well, it's kind of like, okay, what happens if bank runs continue? I mean, look at this 66% drop now. You know what I mean? Like, is that 66% drop? Is that justified? So I don't want to open myself up to another unjustified drop. You know what I mean?
That's what sell the really deep out the money.
Yeah, the liquidity tightens up.
What are some avenues where, like, just solely because their stock price crashed 60%, 70%, whatever, that could lead to their demise? Like, is there any avenue where some of these people might have borrowed against their shares or something like that?
It's halted again.
Tesla.
Well, the thing is, they've got enough liquidity from the revolving facility from JP Morgan plus the new facility from the Fed. So I don't really think they need a strong stock price. They're not, they don't need a secondary offering, for example, to shore up their liquidity. So I'm just, I don't think that would be an issue. I mean, I've got some cool debit spread order waiting to get filled because I'm really bullish on this bank right now.
Yeah, but I mean, I've heard of in the past companies taking like loans against their stock share prices, and there's like contractual obligations in there that, like, if it drops below a certain price, you have to repay the loan, things like that.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But I guess also, like, looking at First Republic's financials, they've got like 200 billion in assets, and that'll be just your standard treasuries, mortgage-backed securities, and with this this new bank term funding program, they can literally borrow up to par value. So you can borrow, essentially up to 200 billion with a one year maturity term. So why would they go under? I mean, even if everybody's lining up to withdraw their funds, I just don't picture First Republic, closing down if they utilize that bank term funding program.
Yeah, well, I'm not specifically talking about First Republic, but just in general.
Western Alliance was just halted once again.
I mean, you'd have to look at their financials. I don't think that that's actually allowed to a certain degree. So I think they were supposed to have gotten rid of that a while back, to the extent that it could just bankrupt, like a company could bankrupt itself, but I'm not sure about that. Really, yeah, you just have to look at their financials. I'd be surprised if a lot of these banks had those equity-linked loans, because that's just a terrible decision to make in general.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I should add, banks can't really go through bankruptcy because you're essentially bankrupting the depositors, which isn't really, something that will be allowed, I guess.
Well, tell that to crypto folks. Oh, sorry.
The deposit accounts technically are assets to be sold or customers to be sold. So the bank can still lose all its own assets. Basically, the spread between what they're paying depositors and what they're earning, lending the money out.
Yeah, good point. But yeah, no, I don't want to hold all the time. But yeah, I've got a cheeky call debit spread waiting to be pulled on First Republic, but it keeps getting halted.
You have some wrinkles, so feel free to talk more.
Look, I've been wrong on a lot of trades, to be honest. So I got Wish completely wrong. So I'm not exactly a successful trader.
Let me tell you about a place called WallStreetBets.
Yeah,
I think Luce just likes your name, wanging it, right?
Wanging it, yeah. Legendary.
I do like that name. Maybe you want to talk after this,
Yeah. No, Bill Wang is definitely my hero. I named my Reddit username after him.
I mean, he's
look at
WallStreetBets
avatar.
incarnate.
Yeah, I've got a pretty cool NFT from WallStreetBets as well. I must have got a lot of karma through you guys. I posted about Bed Bath and Beyond. I posted recently, and it went to the front page of Reddit, but I deleted it because people were accusing me of all this sort of shit. About but I deleted the post. But anyway, that made it to the front page of Reddit, and I think I got a bunch of karma, which is why I ended up getting a mean NFT, that Bronze Bear.
Was it an anti or pro BBBY post?
It was anti. I was saying, this is but people were just hating on it, so I ended up deleting it.
This is the way.
Gentlemen, two quick things on banks. Anybody looking into agricultural banks or agricultural insurers right now?
I think people are still trying to catch up to what you said last time because you talked really fucking fast.
I'm not actually
now you're good.
I'm sorry. I'll slow down. Are any of you
cocaine's a serious drug.
So are any of you all looking into agricultural insurers or agricultural loaning banks or institutions right now?
I'm not. Do you know of any? I know agriculture's supply is fucked right now.
I actually I've only done it in foreign markets and not in a public market, and it mostly crashed all over. In the U.S. it started to crash in the 80s. I know the public ones. I don't know if they're still around. That's why I was asking. I know India does actually have a lot of public ones that are tradable and optionable, and South Korea as well. Which, by the way, I don't know if anybody plays the South Korean markets. I would highly recommend doing that right now for the next little bit if you want to be bearish.
I like my Koreans, but can you tell us why you are speculative on the Korean market?
Yes, I can. Well, A, my wife is Korean. But B, the main reason is that you have a small you have a very small land mass with a very developing capital structure. It's fundamental. It's more social. But what happens is they're reliant purely on exportation for their GDP, but they're also reliant purely on importation because they lack natural resources. So not just with the pandemic, which kind of gave evidence of it on a smaller scale, but with what's going to go on nationally with basically the changeover that's going on with the dollar, and then in the next 2.5 years, the large levers that are going on, plus the shipping that's right now. But the whole grain thing and basically the not choosing sides with China is going to be an issue with the new shipping lanes that have gone in. If you all are familiar with the Russian-Chinese expansion to the Middle East and Africa. That was why Morocco was taken. But South Korea, basically, everything is becoming so much more expensive for them to import, and then they're exporting less of it to sell and making less, as well as having a huge conflict generationally for their politics, as well as actually for their financial systems too, as you all have seen. A couple of people have been arrested.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Very interesting import exports for South Korea, which is mainly all Chinese, or excuse me, did I say China? I meant to say all Asian countries.
What about North Korea?
Yeah, let's not downplay them either. They do great exports. I heard they keep their imports in.
All right, guys, I've got a new strategy. After 2 consecutive halts, I'm buying calls on the bank. It's got to be halted twice. Then I'm buying calls.
You talk about Western Alliance?
Is
Dude,
that
First
why, Skull?
Republic's
Because you have Vega and Theta working against you, and you're trying to profit on the delta.
this is WallStreetBets. The man's trying to make a WallStreetBets play. First
Use
Republic's
spreads.
been halted like 6 times.
Yeah, I'm
You
waiting for
loaded
a
up
fill on
there.
that.
Huh?
But no, use spreads to try and reduce your IV exposure if you're going to be buying calls.
Hey, like Bitcoin stuff is up for some reason. Well, not for some reason, but they're up like a lot.
Corn?
They
No,
were in
like
the middle of the night
Mara
as
and
well.
right, like all those like crypto related stuff is going up. I guess people are trying to think that they can flee there.
Take a
Yeah,
look at
That's
the
interesting.
crypto's safer than banks right now, apparently.
The irony is that most of those crypto companies are have their deposits at those same banks. It's fucking brilliant.
Coinbase.
Do you all think crypto booming and treasuries dropping will actually affect the message the Fed wants to send in the next week or two on the 22nd?
Well, like, partially, let's also understand that part of the reason Bitcoin and everything is up is because Binance just purchased a shit ton of it.
Didn't they pull some odd move too, converting something? They converted all of one coin.
Yeah, they converted their like in-house coin to actual BTC, ETH, etc., and it just happened to be coinciding directly with the price pump. So, I mean, that it had to be part of it.
Are you all familiar with dance dollars at strip clubs? That's what Bitcoin reminds me of, or crypto.
Oh,
In-house
yes.
currencies for gentlemen's bars.
Yeah, winging it. I got some solid confirmation bias for you. First Republic bonds, 2046 trading at $52.47, so about 52 cents on the dollar. 2024 bonds trading just about at par. You see, those must be secured.
Yeah.
Those are senior unsecured. So, I bet 2024 bonds trading at par, senior unsecured.
Yeah, and even
Markets are greedy.
and credit spreads, like credit spreads aren't going crazy. So I honestly don't get why the stock market's going crazy, but the bond market and credit spreads at least aren't really reacting the way the stock market's reacting.
It's
Does
highly. Good.
Does anybody really think that these 2 banks that have been seized are going to be the only banks to be seized this week?
No way.
Well, I mean, and if that's the case, right, wouldn't you want to grab some puts on stuff? Because the way I just got done talking to my broker, TD Ameritrade, they confirmed that if the bank is seized and the ticker is made irrelevant, then they will pay out the strike price on the puts. So,
Really, I'm holding on one of my brokers. I'm still holding silver banks right now. I've got 15 I couldn't unload. Interesting.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
basically, like if you have $70 strike puts and you have one contract, they will pay $7,000 out if that ticker becomes irrelevant.
Yeah, I got a lot more than that.
Yeah, it's actually standard. Sometimes you have to, depending on your broker, sometimes you have to wrestle with them, and it usually takes some time. That also depends on your broker.
But if you have to look at what banks have failed. So what was it? Silvergate, was it? That's crypto. That's Signature Bank. That's mostly crypto exposure, and SVB, which is Silicon Valley startups. So if you look at First Republic, that's that's well diversified. It's it doesn't have exposure to crypto and startups. So maybe other banks that have exposure to crypto and startup will fail. So you really have to pick and choose.
Real estate banks that are high lenders for B and C grade commercial properties, especially in rural areas, as well as retirement homes and that ilk, especially with EB5 visa system, people who brokered that. Those are your big things to look at right now for banks upcoming for defaults and for issues. They're running some of the highest risk, and then people who deal very highly in subprime, sort of unchartered, obviously.
Is there a way to see banks that didn't hedge against their bond portfolio like this one did?
Ooh. without contacting the bank directly. I don't know. Public man.
Or ones without a CRO, a chief risk officer?
Can I
What is
say
that? Or
something?
sell an asset?
Well, to answer his question, they should mention the hedge if they have that in their financial statements. They should have that like in a footnote. It should be somewhere if they're hedging against it. They're definitely going to put it in now.
Additional revenue. You said you had something to share.
I need to say something, but my English is bad, really bad. But I'm gonna try. You can make 10K with €0.
All right. He's probably shilling some MLM thing. Not interested.
Yo
Sorry for the
ho.
interruption, everyone.
Yeah, nice.
Wants to make 10K with €0? Post it in the comments, bro.
After inspecting the options chain in
Can we
detail,
go back to
I've decided to
discussion?
just buy shares of Western Alliance. We'll see what happens.
It keeps being halted, Scald.
Yeah, you got to be fast. You got to cook fast.
I'm trying to be fast, baby.
First Republic's down 72% now, and it's halted again.
Could set a limit order and just hope that you're not fucked.
Yeah. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here in New Zealand. I'm waiting to get a fill so I can go to sleep.
Oh, nice, New Zealand.
Opinion,
Yeah.
you listening in? Is he even here?
It's not here.
Can we
He's
ban
queer
additional
though.
revenue?
Anybody in EEM puts, but anyway, it's very very low liquidity. But I'm at 3,133% right now on a $33. And then European banks are also going to have a run probably. I would say very soon, or EU banks, I should say.
Some guy Hammer Time says he wanted to hear the pyramid scheme. Grand Entrepreneur 86 said he just said Bitcoin pump. I think his message was automatically deleted. Oh, it's still there. And thanks for having this. No, thank you for being here, Mr. Cockrings.
Nice.
Charles Schwab halted.
Oh,
that's a big one.
So actually, a lot of the new brokers are probably going to be a danger. Not now, but in the next year, with some of the changes going in for the retail thing. I mean, you all probably know about the payment to order flow debate and all that, but just their practices and the fines have amounted to astronomical, especially like RH and Webull. But there's talk about stricter standards being enforced on them in the next 8 months or so.
Can I ask a very technical question? If someone wanted maximum leverage, using call options, because I've been flirting with the idea of buying horizontal call debit spreads. So if you look at First Republic, for example, say you buy a strike price of 50, short leg expiring in March, long leg expiring in April, so that you're betting that it won't exceed $50 by April when the short leg expires, and after that it recovers nicely. Because the strike prices are the same, 50. So it's not a debit. It's not a vertical spread. It's a horizontal spread, making the debit cheaper. Like, would that be advisable, or is that too wacky?
A bit wacky because you're making the assumption that IV stays up. Or rather, if IV goes down, your position's fucked.
Yeah. I mean, and also I'm assuming that First Republic will recover, but it won't exceed $50 before the end before the short leg expires. Because if it blows past 50 and the short leg moves in the money, then I have to roll the bloody short leg over, and it's difficult to roll a short leg that's moved in the money. So I'm wanting to do it safer and do cool debit spreads, but the horizontal debit spreads are more leveraged if they work.
Maybe you could do. Let's see. Oh, I was gonna look at them, but they're halted again.
Yeah.
Zion and Kubi are halted as well now. It's like
Schwab's puts are selling for let's see, the Aprils are selling for the money selling for 125% annualized return.
I thought you said selling like TSELY. I was so impressed. You said selling.
Ah.
Somewhat related, but somewhat unrelated. I have a friend that runs the car repo business. Always has some great stories. I texted him yesterday. He finally got back to me. He said the repo like requests are through the absolute roof.
Does he know the holders of the loans secured by the cars that are being repoed?
Yeah, they go through a lot of different like shell LLCs and whatnot usually, but he did. I looked into some of them, and a lot of them funnel up to Truist because Truist owns Lightstream. Ally is a big one, and Wells Fargo.
These all subprime auto loans.
With Nissan and a lot of the other less desirable manufacturers, yes. The manufacturers are basically were bonusing the dealerships on getting people to sign up for the subprimes.
Luce, do you happen to have banning powers on this Discord?
Not on Discord, but yeah, I see him.
All right. Trying to get rid of a particular leech.
Who gave me permission to speak? That was a big mistake.
No, not you. The other one. All right. Thanks, opinion.
Man, public execution over here.
It's one thing to put shitty due diligence. It's another thing to shill some online money-making opportunity that makes 9.9 trillion euros.
Damn, let's sign me up.
European box spreads.
Doctored screenshots aside.
Oh, hell's yeah, sign me up. Hell's yeah.
He's the counterparty to Credit Suisse.
Fucking, I'll buy Mars.
Yeah, someone put too many zeros trying to pass it off as genuine. It's more than the market cap of Fiverr. Anyway, if you want to reach out, I can give you his direct Discord. Feel free to spam him with all manner of reports for CSAM.
Someone in the chat just said that was in Venezuelan currency. It's like $5 anyway.
Yeah, their 20-year average is 3,860% inflation per year.
So basically, you're better off investing in things like furniture or hard goods.
Bartering?
Well, the idea being if you buy a refrigerator today for 100 million Venezuelan currency, you could sell it tomorrow, or you could sell it next year for. You said it was 3,000, so you could sell it for 30 million.
3,860. However,
okay, so 3.8 billion.
Years have changed, have gone down, and there was actually a 0%, I believe, at one point.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a 26-year average. It was 3,860%.
Yeah, so 0.8x.
Can I quickly ask a different question? I recently learned that WallStreetBets gave out like 5,000 NFTs, and I just wanted to know, like, what was the method with which they were given out? Because there's like over 10 million of us, and only 5,000 members got one, and I got one, and I don't even know why I got one. Is it? I'm guessing it's something to do with the karma, or was it just random draw?
It's actually through Reddit.
Reddit proper did it, not
Yeah.
WallStreetBets.
Oh, okay. I mean, did they draw it randomly, or did they do it based on karma?
So
It's
I
based
think
on karma. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
It's the
here
head.
I'll jump in and answer this.
Chief card.
Basically, at the beginning of 2022, we
Go
at
on.
the beginning of 2022, we partnered up with Reddit to they reached out seeing if we wanted to do an NFT, and we said yes at first, and then we said no later. And so what they did was they took a list of all of our top contributors in 2021 straight through to the end of 2022, to the beginning of 2022, and we're like, these must be your best users. And so they use those to decide who to give NFTs to. And then when we decided to get back on the bandwagon and say, okay, hey, let's not just give our users something at the end of 2022, they were like, okay, we'll use this list from like a year ago. And they ignored our pleas. So if you didn't get one and you feel like you deserved one because you did a lot of stuff in 2022, we're sorry. And that's Reddit just didn't listen to us. But for everyone who got
Hey,
one,
you should have said yes the first time, opinion.
yeah, I know. Hey, they'd be worth a lot more.
You should have listened the first time, huh? Doesn't that sound familiar, huh?
But congratulations to all who did get them, because that was like a $200, $300 lift.
Nice. Yeah, I got one, so I'm lucky.
Funny story, Mark.
I was going to say, just consider also what Opinion left out there is he also made sure anyone who we thought was extra cute got one of those NFTs. So if you got one, Opinion probably thinks you're really cute. So you got that going for you.
Nice. Just another random question, because I'm new to Reddit, by the way. I've only been using it for 1 year because of WallStreetBets. I joined after GameStop short squeeze. Like I deleted all my posts on Reddit because I'd done a lot of crappy calls like Wish and all that, and I was kind of embarrassed. But now I kind of want to get my Reddit history back. So is there a way to restore all my deleted posts? And
This is your
comments?
IT department. Ain't gonna happen.
Opinion
sorry.
is a pseudo Reddit admin, so Opinion can help you with all these things.
Hang on, no, there's a website.
Yeah,
there's a website you can view your deleted.
Hi. I'm not sure who I spoke to. Was it you? Good. Okay. Thanks for your assistance.
Yeah, you can't restore
Never be in.
This isn't
Not
Reddit
sure yet.
tech support.
Okay.
Never be embarrassed of your wish calls, my friend.
Sure.
Next eBay.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, but I just really wanted to restore my posts and my comments, if possible, because there was a lot of karma on them. I even made the front page, as I
Yes,
said
sir,
earlier.
we understand, but with all due respect, we can't. This is Wall Street Bets, so we're not in charge of post history. We are Opinion is in charge of the thread. Let me clarify that. But we can't go get back your history once you delete it. It's gone. You know, so we do apologize in advance.
No, so not even Reddit admins can get it back. I'm guessing.
Well, there's a nice thing called -rm space -rf/all, and when you click delete, that's the exact command that gets executed. So I'm pretty sure. Excuse me, sudo would be -rm-rf. So yeah, and once it's gone, it's gone. Like that's the name of the game. So
No, fair enough. Just thought I'd confirm. Thank you.
Back to money plays.
You can see what you posted, but you won't be able to see it back on Reddit. You won't be able to see how much karma you got.
No worries. Thank you.
Why is Western Alliance like the most hated stock today? That thing is just getting obliterated.
Look at their market cap. They're not that big. It's not a big bank.
I believe next time it on halts, my $7 buy orders will fill, but we'll see.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at the differentiating factors of what makes them the target, because they seem to be the most like nailed today.
Well, they didn't get cash. Like FRC got cash from JP Morgan. These guys did not.
They're down about the same. FRC is down like 78%. BAL is down 84%. Yeah, they're in the same boat. I think it's hilarious is that they're both still trading above book value.
Yo, what up, Wall Street?
Yes.
Yo, I feel like B-Pop's in a pop, yo.
Pause.
Wow.
B-Pop's gonna pop, yo. Heard it here first, folks.
Anybody see outside Providence? There's Drugs Delaney right there.
Swagger, you've been a member since 2016. You sound like you just joined. It's been 7 years. What have you learned?
That's not nice, my man.
So I just wanted to make a special announcement that you should really pick out what diet you guys are going to take in the morning. Whether that's going to be some sugar on the Wheaties or not. Really think about what you're taking in for your trade.
Crack all day with puts.
It's like to let everyone know if the markets get worse than this. It looks like they're calm-ish now, except small cap and except the banks.
Do you all think?
But if it gets worse, then we'll host fireside chats. Roosevelt style.
I think these defaults or these closings and some of the issues going on are going to, in the long run, or not in the long run, in the short run, load up assets on the Fed. More so, basically removing that first weapon that they have. They're trying to kind of risk off a little bit. It seems, and all these treasuries are now coming back at them. Do you think they'll have to then be a little stronger with inflation?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I don't picture the Fed hiking after all this. It's pretty much Russian roulette at this point.
I mean, they have one job, which is to control this, and demand is not destructed, and people are. I mean, the markets are crazy. Absolutely.
But we were told that the Fed would hike until they break something, and when they mean break something, they mean systemic risk to the financial system. So this is exactly what's happened. So do they keep hiking now? What's worse, crash in the financial system or inflation running hotter for longer?
I think if we run very long-term inflation into basically a huge grain and wheat shortage globally that's coming on with a huge change in Tier 1 capital and Basel IV coming in, I mean, you do not want this to go over 2 years because of what's going to happen in the world non-market-wise. I mean, there's a lot of economic levers right now that are really, really iffy. I mean, that was the whole thing with Davos this year, was basically the first thing that was said in the orientation was, throw out any playbook you've ever read because you don't know. Never before have we had this many catalysts online. I mean, this is crazy with what's going on, and technological development is also another intense thing right now.
Yeah, so with Davos, I mean, with all due respect to Davos, we had COVID. There was no playbook for that. Pre-COVID, technically no playbook for that.
There is.
After
1987.
COVID, no playbook. There's still no playbook. I mean, there never is going to be. Well, maybe 5 more years.
There was a wonderful playbook written for epidemiological genetics, actually, that takes on finance in 1987. I can try and post later on. I'll try and find it. It's
Please bring out that history. I mean,
and they also did something on a nuclear apocalypse. It was a medical journal called. I'm sorry, my memory is so bad now. It starts with an A. I don't recall. And the publisher now is in New York. They sold to somebody else. I'll figure it out. But actually, they give pretty much what is considered the strategy for.
yeah, send me a DM if you could, with that link, and then I'll post it in the chat.
I'm sorry, I've got so many windows going on. Who is this?
Western Alliance is going the other. It's going the other way, guys. Western Alliance just halted upward. What?
Calm down. It's up like 2%.
Hey, this is a heroic dead cat bounce. It is going to bounce the highest you've ever seen a dead cat.
Moon voice, come on, bro.
Nervous structure. The AIIOT. God damn it, Elliot. Why is your name like that? That's his name.
Sir.
That's the guy who's requesting it, and he will also provide you a second bowl of cocaine.
Yes, purely from Cuba.
Sweet.
Or wherever you guys get it. So this wall thing, you guys are all excited about it in the chat. Who wants to come in and talk about it so we don't talk about what the fuck we're talking about right now?
Cocaine? Yeah, WAL bounced a couple percent the low.
You guys are all excited.
Yeah, after being down 83 or 90%. Classic.
But if it's up 2%, it can squeeze.
You have to do is believe. And see how it worked out for AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond. And
He's beginning to believe.
Ape vote tomorrow. Ape's going to the moon. MOAS is tomorrow. It's on the docket.
Trust me, bro.
What is MOAS?
Can anyone... Mother of all squeeze. Sorry, can anyone provide more information as to how the halting rules work? Like, what causes a halting to be engaged and what causes the halting to come off?
Yeah, if I have like a really good trade, somebody on the other side halts that shit so that I can't make any money.
That's what it is. There are different rules. There are different codes for halts. If you just Google trading halts, you can see like Nasdaq's, and it should Nasdaq's all the trading halts on Nasdaq, and then it'll show you like the codes. It should show you how long they're halted, but it's like it just depends, and it's like wildly different for
There's
different
so many.
stocks, for different sizes, for different degrees of volatility. Yeah, it just really depends.
Nice. I'm going to read into it now.
Also, remember, Opinion can always turn off the buy button whenever he wants to, so you gotta watch out for that.
Hey, apparently there's a news article about Tesla buying Silicon Valley Bank. The fuck?
Yeah, because Elon tweeted, he was like, "Oh, maybe we buy Silicon Valley Bank," but he's a retard.
You need to pump Tesla stock.
Jesus.
He's really good at startups.
I mean, it wouldn't be completely unheard of though. Like Toyota owns their own bank in Japan. They also have an entire city named Toyota City.
Look at Samsung and LG. I mean, if you want to talk about something that's crazy. The Samsung complex is outstanding.
Just wanted to.
Are you
Yeah,
proposing
he was
Tesla
talking about
City?
doing. He was talking about tying crypto to Twitter, and that's what like he actually wanted it to be Twitter and Silicon Valley Bank tied together. So this way, Twitter would then have, I guess, control of or ability to have crypto in and out or something like that.
Can someone explain why HSBC got to buy the UK operations of SVB for only £1? Like, how did they get to acquire all those assets for just £1? That makes no sense to me.
Because nobody bid £2.
Are they assets or assets under management?
I mean, I'm not too sure what happened. I just read a headline saying HSBC acquires, the UK branch of SVB for £1. And I'm sitting there thinking, wow, they took on all those deposits, assets. Yes, they take the risk, but HSBC is well capitalized. It's got all the liquidity it needs. So there's no risk essentially from this acquisition. So they pretty much got a bunch of assets for literally £1. I don't get it.
Oh, there's risk, my friend. There's risk.
Yeah, there's definitely risk. It's just they might be big enough that risk is not avoidable, but that they can handle that risk. But again, in 2008, a lot of big banks came out very nicely by just buying up all the failing banks and taking on their assets, and it worked very well for them. So that might just be what we see.
Yeah, but in 2008, when the banks were acquiring the smaller banks, were they buying them for £1, or were they, were they paying at least market value?
They were getting pennies on the dollar for their assets.
No, hang on. If they get the bank for £1, can't they just liquidate a certain amount of assets to get way more than £1 back?
It does make sense.
I know someone who picked up 4-to-1 ratio, a series of small banks, 25 on 25 on the dollar, and in 2009, and just some Alabama regional thing, but that's what he ended up getting it for. But I think people got a lot cheaper for a lot of other things, obviously.
Yeah, but I didn't even know the Fed had that much power, or regulators. They can come in and say, we're going to sell your business to this other business for $1, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, I never thought I'd see something like that.
That would be the UK, firstly, not the US. And secondly,
And
I don't know anything about UK law, so that's that.
I mean, HSBC is massive. The thing is, what, like the second largest bank in the world or something?
Yes, and probably the most diverse money marketing accounts available, as well as the largest private client list of the big 10 banks, in terms of assets.
So I mean, I think.
Hey, Skull, did you pick up any of those West Alliance Bank shares? Because it's up at $9.34 now.
Yeah, so far only 10 shares have filled, and now it's already up at 934. I wish more of them had filled. What the fuck?
Are you guys
Whatever.
really buying shares on these companies down like massive amounts? I love you.
This
all.
is the way, Riptide.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna come in and say it's better than you cats buying fucking Silvergate or Bed Bath and Beyond or any of those other companies that were like legit on the risk of bankruptcy. Hey, is this a good price? And fucking even there were guys buying Silicon Valley. Then I came on and I said they're fucked, they're stupid, and they said, well, I think you're wrong.
Excuse me,
So
Luz.
I
I'm just
support
buying
these buying this buying. Yeah.
Excuse me,
in
Luz,
relation,
I'm just buying Save, so
in
I'm playing
relation
the
to
right
the
way.
hate,
Save
in
is hot
relation to the
fire.
HSBC, in relation to the HSBC, it's more of a the £1 thing is more of a symbolism thing. It's just basically to stop the UK government having to step in to bail out the bank because the UK arm of the Silicon Valley Bank is basically on the verge of collapse. So it's either they collapse and they get bailed out by the government to fulfill obviously all their customers and everything like that, or they're bought by another company. So I think Rishi Sunak, the UK Prime Minister, was basically involved in the dealing to transfer to HSBC for the symbolism of £1. But the £1 is literally it's a negligible number. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I thought as much. I guess and also the point I'm trying to make is imagine HSBC has the capital and liquidity, which I'm assuming it does, to hold SVB's assets till maturity, right? Hold them to maturity. They would realize a lot of profit. And I suppose that's just compensation for bailing out the depositors, I guess.
I mean, it really is not the rosy idea that you think it is. Like the assets and stuff will literally be a virtually nil value compared to what other obligations have in terms of debt and things like that.
So they're not necessarily going to hold them to maturity. They're going to liquidate them?
No, it's literally they bought them just to bail, so the government doesn't have to bail them out. Basically, it makes sense for them to take on the small. I mean, like the amount of customers that they have in the UK is like 3,000 or 4,000. It's not a big bank in the UK. Even if it's a business bank, it's not used like it props up the sections of the UK tech sector, yes, but like to maintain it's either the government has to step in to maintain these companies in the UK, or someone else takes on that risk. And obviously, HSBC, as you pointed out, has got a lot of equity and things like that, so they can take on that risk. But it's not the rosy kind of thing that you think it's going to be in terms of an investment idea for HSBC.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't know how much risk they've taken on. I guess they would have access to financials that we just don't have access to.
Okay, so I'm just going to interrupt here for a second. There's somebody in the chat saying MCV. I just took a look at Metropolitan Bank Holdings up 40%, halted upward. Maybe trying to mount a little bit of a V-shaped recovery, but it's still down bigly from where it was trading at before. It was trading at about $46. Now it's trading at $20. MCB. Mary Charlie Bravo, MCB.
It's down 53%.
It is down 53%, but it's up 40% in the last few minutes.
Oh.
Most of these banks are fine, right? I mean, they're just everybody's selling them because this one bank messed up their books.
Credit Suisse is not fine, and Deutsche is on thin ice operating in some countries.
What about Deutsche
And
Bank?
it's not just one bank. I mean, we're already at 2 that are completely halted, and that's not even including Silvergate. So that'd technically be 3 with Credit Suisse. That's 4. So that's 4 minimum that I'm aware of.
So
When we say halted,
here's
you
the
mean the
play.
bank's halted or the stock is halted?
2 stocks are halted. SIVB was completely halted. Oh, I mean, that was like a permanent halt or whatever. And then because of the seizure, and then SBNY is the only other one that I know that's.
Right.
That one's still
Here's the play.
completely
Okay,
halted.
if you're not sure like what banks to look at, there's an ETF for the smaller banks, for the regional banks at least. It's KRE is a ticker, and it's a regional banking ETF. And I mean, I bought straddles. The thing is, it's up, but I'm making money on the puts as well as the calls. So volatility's ramping up big time for that. I mean, you could do April, you could do June, you could do leaps if you wanted to. If you want to go for leaps, thinking that the small banking sector or regional banking sector is going to be all right over the long term. So, I mean, if you don't know what banks to put, where to put your money, or if you're just bearish on the whole regional banking sector because it's totally cool to be bearish on everything right now, then you can buy puts on KRE, buy straddles like I did.
I mean, in terms of buying a straddle, when do you find the best point to exit the straddlers, though, for yourself? Because
Western Alliance has broken $10 as soon as it unfroze.
Exit. I mean,
obviously when you
it's up to
close one of your because obviously when you close one of your legs, at what point do you deem it that you're past the point of no return? Unless obviously you can time it perfectly and exit the straddle in both directions.
I mean, I could be able to time it perfectly. Honestly, I don't really try to time it. The way I see it, it's like we're gonna get big movement one way or the other. It looks like we're headed up so far, because I bought the straddle when it was at like 42. Now it's at 43.80. So I'm already sitting pretty on that. I'm just gonna give it time, and frankly, I'm more interested in seeing like if I make a couple 100% like real quick, I'm probably gonna close out, or I'll trim. What I like to do is I like to trim 80% of it, so I can guarantee that I'm always making money at that point, and then I'll leave some on the table and just let it ride. But in general, if I'm buying calls or just buying options in general, I'm going to close out before theta decay really ramps up. So the goal is to close out like at least 2 months before expiration. So if the momentum is strong, it's going in my favor, and I'm not making an astronomical amount of money, and it's just kind of gradually going up, and I'm slowly making money over time, then maybe I wait until 2 months out. If I'm making a lot of money, then I'm probably going to close it.
Anyone looking into payment processors and third parties that deal with any of these banks as well?
Oh, it was just halted again.
By the way, somebody posted a great terminal shot of the halts in the chat. No one
Just link the trading halts. It's like every 10 seconds somebody say it's halt, it's up, it's up. Just put a fucking just put a link to the NASDAQ trading halt website or something. What was your question again, bro?
Looking into payment processes.
Yes.
or any third parties dealing between these banks. There are people whose businesses might be suffering if they dealt in just that sector, for example, in the California tech region. I don't know, like Square, for instance. It's dropping a bit.
I was going to say, if you're really going to talk about the next move to make, the instability in the banks is obviously going to cause shockwaves throughout where people are going to put their money. So realistically, this is going to have some impact on where people hold their value.
So APEX ran out of a lot of their fractional gold yesterday.
Yeah, so I was thinking, obviously, it could lead to gold spikes and things like that. I'm not sure though.
Rodium.
I like what Blackman said on Twitter. He pretty much said if we don't bail out the banks, you're going to see depositors move away from regional banks, the structurally important banks. And I'm guessing they're going to ditch fintech as well. So I think this is all going to boil down to what depositors decide to do. Do they continue trusting regional banks, trust that the Fed, Fed Bank Term Funding Program is sufficient protection?
Massachusetts. Look up Massachusetts chartered bank laws. That's the one state where there is I think a $3 million limit on some accounts at maximum for what is insured, without having to use CDRs and all of that. There's Massachusetts chartered banks. I think there's 13 of them.
Three major indices in the green now. RIP, Russell. Sorry for you small cap guys. That's still down.
Just waiting for a fill on FAC.
FRC bonds have ticked up a bit, a couple points, a couple cents on the dollar.
Does anyone know what depositors is doing right now? Like, are they lining outside banks waiting to withdraw? Like, is there any feed of that anywhere? Live feed, live footage?
Yeah, someone share. Who's in SoCal? Who's in Southern California around the regional banks over there? Share, drive around for us.
My wife's
We'll
in
pay you for gas.
right now
No,
in
we
York
won't.
out. Have her look.
Yeah, because like I mean, with FRC, the one that I'm obsessed about, if there's no depositors holding a long queue, that tells me they're not too worried. So it's just maybe portfolio managers going into risk off mode until this whole thing dies down.
We should all be doing that. But the people who I know who bank at FRC actually don't personally go into FRC ever either. So I don't think they would be the ones to go for bank run.
Actually, there was video footage of a bank run at FRC.
Yeah, I had heard that earlier. Somebody mentioned it. What was the demographic? Did anybody notice the crowd? I'm very curious, especially age-wise.
Wealthy white people. Yeah, I don't know what else.
There's a bunch
Yeah,
of
that was 100% it. It was like
green
boomers.
energy tech companies in Boston were running on a bank here. It was in the paper and on the news.
And that picture was also a bunch of boomers, the one in Boston.
Simple, come on up.
On the bank note, guys, by the way, just so y'all, I don't know if anybody's familiar because it's been going on for about 2 months now. German banks our German securitization is actually having a lot of issues because they bought a lot of Russian debt for a lot of their pension programs. Just something to keep an eye on.
Good luck, boys. I'm going to talk to my make-believe girlfriend.
Good luck.
You guys
I've
know
got a
what I'm
question.
talking about.
To the person who asked earlier about are there people lining up outside of banks? No, there aren't. That's exactly why the Fed stepped in yesterday and all the announcement. Biden trying to quell the crowd this morning too. That's exactly why there isn't a run on banks. But also to your point about crypto and the other fintechs, I think the fintechs will still be hurt by this. But when this news was announced yesterday of the Fed backing the depositors, there was definitely a positive impact on crypto. One of the reasons that Bitcoin was invented was the 2008 crisis. So I think you saw a quote unquote, I don't want to say flight to safety, but an alternative to the dollar into banks. It was just my opinion, what I saw yesterday.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. But yeah, there seems to be a disconnect from. I guess the reason the banks are all selling off is because we're worried that they might meet the same fate as Signature Bank, SIVB, but those are all liquidation events. I mean, I don't think FRC is going to suffer a liquidation liquidation crisis. They're just well capitalized now with that facility with JP Morgan and the Fed facility. So it depends if you'll be risk.
Sorry.
Every
Good to
time it
say-
unhalts, I get to buy more of Western Alliance, and every time it unhalts, I am farther and farther in the money. It's pretty great.
But can I ask why you're choosing Western Alliance and not like another bank? Like, for example, FRC has that JP Morgan revolving facility, which Western Alliance, as far as I'm aware, I don't know what they have.
Western Alliance actually just had a better book position. Just straight up.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't know that. Okay, so you'll choose that over FRC?
I mean, FRC's good too. But I'm just choosing Western Alliance.
And you're doing stocks, not options?
No, look at the options chain, dude. It's stupid expensive. Anyone who's buying options on this stuff is just, I mean, the IV is through the roof, dude.
Well, I'm using. I've got a cool debit spread pending on FRC. I'm hoping the short leg absorbs some of that IV. It won't absorb all of it, obviously, but it'll absorb some of it. I just want to be, I just want to get as much leverage as I can from this, once in a lifetime event.
Once in a lifetime, didn't we see this like 10 years ago?
Yeah, I was in college 10 years ago. Didn't have the ability to trade.
Or 3 years ago.
Once in a decade. Someone in the chat said once in a decade event. Yeah, that's probably more accurate.
I withdraw my statement.
So, if y'all want, it might be a little late to do it, but if y'all think banks are gonna keep failing, you can always go to gold. And no, not because I think gold is a great inflation hedge or the new currency. Just, and I've said this before, in times of panic, gold always runs. Gold runs on panic. It ran on 9/11. It ran on the Iraq War. It ran when Russia invaded Ukraine. If people think the banks are going to get screwed, it's going to run. It's just what gold does. It will then die once people realize the world isn't over, but it always pops when there's like something terrifying people.
So wait for the run and then buy the puts.
But gold actually also historically for a lot longer follows the curvature of real property, of real estate. Is the largest considered academically direct correlation of anything with gold. And so because we're in a very unique situation with real estate not being a strong holding right now for this upcoming recession, it might be a little bit different. That's why there's been a delay a little bit on any gold purchasing. I'm a very big PM guy actually in trading them, but this time's been a very, very different thing. And actually, but if you're in metals right now, man, copper is super cheap today, and it will be super expensive in a couple days.
I'm just talking about very short-term pops. I'm talking about.
I think you also need to be careful when you're looking at correlation. It may look like there's a strong correlation between the real estate market, but you could argue there's a same correlation with Bitcoin and things like that, and it's easy to glean correlations where you want to see them.
Yeah, the market failure correlation. My understanding from academic literature is that it's half distance. But
Yeah, the M2 money supply drives asset inflation, right? Which is real estate, gold, other assets.
Right, and that's why this is a little weird this year. Where we're hitting
Like he said, the gold is going to pop really hard if there's a emergency and break that correlation for a short term anyway.
It didn't for COVID, which was kind of odd. Silver
Oh
did.
my god. On Western Alliance, halted again, $12. Bam. Just another step up.
The best part of this trade is going to be all the people who are shadow trading Scald, and at some point, it's going to be down to like $1, and everyone's going to be like, Scald, are you still in? And Scald's going to be like, no, guys, I sold at $16 like 2 hours ago. Did you really stay in? That's always the end of the shadow trade on Scald.
Well,
But to be fair,
I just tell people when I get in. I generally have started trying to tell people when I get out at the time I get out because I realized I was doing that to people. So like now it's like I tell people when I get in and when I get out to the best of my ability. But at the end of the day, I don't know how greedy you are. If I'm up 20, 30%, I'm going to take profit. If you're up 20%, that might be nothing to you. Maybe you want that big multi-bagger, in which case, I salute you for your greed. You're greedy.
I'm not here for 20%. That's for sure.
It wasn't a knock on you, Scald. I just noticed a lot of your very, very good trades. People will like keep holding, and you'll be like, "All right, guys, I'm done," and they'll keep holding, and then like a week later, they'll be like, "Scald, are you still in?" And you'll be like, "Guys, I told you I sold."
I try to tell people, like, I took profit. Anyway, but, whatever. It happens.
Like in Robin Hood,
What I've
infinite
noticed,
leverage
usually when you
trading,
say that you
everybody
sell
gets to keep
skulls,
their
I usually
money.
tend to sell right before you or after you.
It's funny because it's like unhalted for like 1 second, and it just goes straight back to being halted. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to know a bit more about the halting rules. That's all the halt rules.
They keep taking away the buy button. How can they get away with this?
I mean, I can generally give you the halt rules. That was funny, Rad. The halt rules, essentially, there's a certain percentage in a certain amount of time. Once you're halted, both the percentage needed and the time needed to halt it shrinks because the market becomes more worrisome. So it's like on a ascending scale, if you will. That's kind of the general way of doing it. So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like compounding to some degree. Like the more it halts, the longer the wait time gets.
faster they'll implement the halt. Yep.
Yeah, but I just read here, for example, in terms of the S&P 500, if it drops 20%, then all trading on exchanges stop for the rest of the trading day. Yeah, sorry, I guess that's the S&P rather than individual names. Okay, that's why individual names, coming back online, a few minutes later.
I mean,
And
we
they
can really
won't
get
be
in the
able
weeds
to-
on this.
And they won't be able to short it tomorrow because it's gone down too much. So all the shorts are now stuck. They can't keep shorting. This is it, boys. Pile in and squeeze them. We have enough liquidity to cover a bank, right?
Yep, this is a squeeze. Moas, baby.
We
Tomorrow.
Can, what are they, like $200 billion in assets? We could do this, boys. Let's hit that market cap hard.
Bank Hawaii Corp. Anybody looking at? Immensely down. BOH.
Sorry, what's the ticker?
BOH.
Is this hitting East Coast banks too, or is this only hitting West Coast right now?
Oh no, it's hitting all kinds of banks. I mean, Fifth Third, which is a Midwestern bank, is down 21%.
So pretty much any bank that isn't like one of the big boys is just getting pounded, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. What was that ticker that someone was saying earlier? It was Metropolitan Bank in New York, MB something. It's already up like 40%, rebounding.
I was going to say the thing to do would be what Scald said, just find ones with actual real balance sheets that people are just lumping in, right? Would be the play, and then just get some shares and wait out until people realize, like, no, this one is not on that list just because they're smaller.
In that regard, North Fork Bank Corp is the traditional bank of the taxi doubloon issuance in New York. That might be a solid one that might go down with regionals, but that is totally flush. I don't remember their ticker. But
Wait, are you saying this is a bank that is directly related to the issuance of the taxi medallions?
but to the system of deposits necessary for them, and is also used by the guy who owns all of the Pizza Huts in New York.
That's mega bullish. Yeah. For those of you that don't know, getting a taxi cab medallion in New York costs like $100,000 or something crazy.
The same
And
thing as
it's why they got so irate about Uber coming into New York, which just did it for free.
Guys.
Well, Michael Cohen had a symbol of them at one point.
Yep.
But yeah, he was
What's that symbol?
the Bank Corp. I don't recall the symbol. It's been this is something I bought 20 years ago and it just held on.
Did anybody from the Robin Hood infinite margin leverage bug get to keep their money that they won?
That gave them free money got to keep their free money once it was identified? Because the answer is going to be no.
I think I know what you're talking about. Are you referring to how the stable coin was depegged, but they still let you do it?
No. On Robin Hood, you used to be able to like multiply
Robin Hood Gold
your margin by
Control
itself.
the
You're talking
narrative,
about
Robinhood Gold.
like
No,
box spreads?
the trading platform. I can't remember exactly how it worked.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, Box Spreads was what's his name, Irony Man, but I think this gentleman's referring to what Control the Narrative did. He got I don't know how much cash he started off with, but he bought Apple with it. But he bought Apple with it, and then he went to Robinhood Gold, used the Apple as collateral to borrow from Robinhood Gold, bought more Apple, went back to Robinhood Gold and used that as collateral, and he just went he went in circles.
It kept going up and up and up
until he achieved his risk tolerance, and then he got wiped out in Apple earnings.
But then like a few more people like jumped onto this bug how you could do that.
Yeah.
And some people got wiped out. They're like, oh well, I'm in debt $2 million. Good luck to them to get it from me.
Yeah.
Whereas others actually got their account in the millions in the positive.
Except for you're actually committing a crime, a felony. In that case, 3 of them. By doing that, by exploiting it multiple times, that you actually change what's going on, and so it's much easier to pursue you and then pursue you civilly.
Oh, right. Okay.
So I went ahead and started selling on Wall.
That's average. I would have hold.
That's weak, man. I was expecting you to hold that shit to like 50.
That's
oh
paper
no,
hands.
I'm not selling all of it. I started selling to take profit.
Paper hands.
Listen, Copper Murphy, not everyone can get Tesla puts and pray that Elon gets hit by a meteor, okay? Different traders.
I'll take half on a double and hold the rest of this till 0, or it goes back to $75 a share and not even look at it again. That's what's up.
So I guess not complete different subject, but something I don't think we've talked about a ton today. What do you think the odds are now for sure that the Fed reverses this rate thing?
I think
the
we're
chance
getting
of it. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think we're 100%. I mean, this is probably too confident. I think we're getting 25. If they go to 0, it's going to signal to everybody that the system is fucked and they can't raise any more rates. But I think the system is a little screwed and they're not going to want to raise a lot. So they're going to do the bare minimum to try to make people feel like the system's not screwed. But that's just me.
Look at this market, though. I mean, they need to rein in what is going on, especially with the volatility of it. I mean, wouldn't you think 25 or 50? And 0, definitely not. I could not imagine that.
To be honest, I mean, in his deposition, he did say literally jobs were going to be lost, and I don't think he wants to rein it in because, I mean, if you look at like what the market has done over the last couple years, I mean, it's unheard of how much it's climbed. It's only expected that it drops by this much. I mean, I think people are reaping what they sow now for making a run on the market in 2020 when no one was buying shit.
But if the increasing rates are causing the banks to have problems, I don't see the Fed doing a very large increase because I do think they'll acknowledge that it's making problems, right? But I also don't see 0 because I don't think they want to say like, oh, we made too many problems, we have to stop.
He gently warned the entire market that there was going to be. I mean, he's made it clear that he was going to continue to do raises, and every time that they kind of balked, and instead of like in December, instead of them doing 75 basis points, they did 50 basis points, and then in January when they did 25 basis points instead of 50 basis points, everyone was like, oh look, yeah, we'll be fine, and they're going to drop interest rates halfway through the year. And this is currently the problem of or the result of that problem. He warned everyone.
You're absolutely correct. Based on what has gone on in the market these past 8 years or so with the bull market, we have gone into a purely speculative aspect of it, generally in retail. If you look at, there was a Korean paper published 3 years ago, actually about this with forums and how it was done. But everybody is specking. They're not investing anymore with markets when it comes down to it. A large percentage of retail, and that's
I think
really
one of the best examples, like I know everyone keeps looking back at the 1980s and the American market, but I think we need to start looking at the what happened in the 1980s in the Japanese economy, and with all of the all the companies that were like basically shell companies. And I think that is where we're at right now. I was talking to a friend the other day about it, about how there's so many companies that are in debt that it is going to screw with the economy. And people are like, oh no, the Fed's going to step in and save it. No, you need to clear this out. That's the whole point of it.
Restriction is the necessity now. That is where we have to go.
I have sold my remaining Western Alliance just now, and I am holding my remaining shares risk off. Free roll. It's a free roll, boys.
Nice. Sweet.
Take the hands.
So I don't think this is like the beginning of Japan in the 80s. We still have a lot more growth. You're right. There's piss poor management on a lot of companies that don't make money, that were in business because money was free. Well, money's not free. They'll suffer. We'll keep growing as America.
Historically, as you go into a recession, you also see financial scams on an organized level arise heavily. You know, because people that have maintained more money and more money during the easy times, they get greedier and greedier when the curtain is going to fall. I mean, we're seeing that certainly, I would say, with a lot of different ways, especially within crypto. But
Yeah.
got to be mindful of that, I would think, right?
No, I mean, I agree with that concept. But I mean, look at the narrative like around December, January, when we were talking about zombie companies, and all of a sudden the media went hush hush on zombie companies. Guess what's happening today, guys?
So WAL CEO released a statement, said blah blah blah. Since last week, we've increased our borrowing capacity. As of this morning, cash reserves exceed 25 billion and are growing. Deposit outflows have been moderate. Blah blah blah. The deposits exceed 50% of our total deposits.
Yeah, they're not, like I said, like they're in a pretty all right place. So we'll see what happens.
And back to the interest rate moves, I tend to agree with Rad. They can't go to zero, but they almost have to look, I hate to say it like this, but almost look past this next couple weeks' data and just keep it at a quarter. And I'm sure those discussions have already been had.
They're going to zero. Powell's going to blink. He tried to push this market until basically the employment market would fail, and instead the bank started failing. So whoopsies.
That represents
You know what?
10,000
My
newly
bad.
unemployed.
Can I do a take backsies?
So
Hold on,
in
I
the
think
face
Hardy was.
of the bank failures represent about 10,000 newly unemployed people, a lot of whom are very qualified in case you're looking to hire. And it's unclear to what extent the severance package will be worthwhile for them. So one, expect a lot of new applications, and two, unemployment week over week may go up. So pay attention to the unemployment claims data for the week of March 27, reporting on the week of March 20. So what is that? March 30, I think, is when the unemployment claims data will be reported, representing the data for the week of March 20, which is where, in theory, if the severance truly is shit coming from the failed banks, we'll see somewhere maybe half of that 10,000 increase that can be attributed to the newly unemployed banking employees from Silicon Valley Bank and Signature.
I'm honestly impressed that these banks are failing though, because like they had like you have one job. Like one job, and Jay Powell told you what was going to happen like months before it ever happened, and you still managed to F it up.
Yo.
But on a complete side note, coin is up 11%, kind of like coming from both sides of it, right? Bitcoin is going up, but at the same time they're a bank, so it's like I don't know, but they're up 11% right now.
Well, isn't the prevalent bank theory we don't need to protect ourselves because the government will just step in when it goes bad?
Yeah, that's part of the trouble. So they can take enormous risk using deposits, and the deposits are guaranteed. So if they can take those deposits, risk it in a 10% return asset, and then give back 2% to the depositor, while keeping the remaining 8% for themselves, huge upsies.
One of the positives of this situation that's occurred is I think now I've been hearing a lot of talk from the Fed. It seems like that they're going to revise a lot of those policies for just that reason, as you mentioned. It'll take some time, obviously.
I'm going to go on a limb and say I'm not expecting a rate hike the next FOMC meeting. So 0 rate hike, because I think Jay Powell was willing to continue hiking rates while unemployment goes up, but I doubt he's willing to continue hiking rates. Systemic risk to the financial line for him. So just my opinion.
He wants that, and he has one job, which is Max Payne, basically. This case.
Well, Max Payne to
What's the real risk?
Well, Max Payne to like GDP to unemployment, but not to the financial system itself, because that's just way too risky.
Yesterday we had a gentleman that invested in the short ETF, 3 times short bank ETF, and we told him it's not the smartest of ideas. Are you here, good sir?
Simple advice.
I think
Do
it's
you
just
guys
a few
have-
banks and the risk is actually low and the market's overreacting. I bet the Fed stays its course.
Simple advice. Do you guys have banks over there, and are they hit by this contagion?
We do have banks, but they're not hit by this contagion because in Europe, every bank is collateralized multiple times over because of the value of the assets, meaning real estate that they hold. So if I want to buy a place, which I am currently, if the place is worth 100K, they will adjust it to 80K when they are giving me the credit line. Everything is super collateralized, so the banks in Europe don't fail as much as in the US. Not even close.
Croatian or Serbian?
Croatian, but it's everywhere in the EU. You can check the number of banks that failed in the EU. The number is like 0.
Oh no, I just meant you. I was just curious. Sorry.
Hey, Palantir's up 10%.
What's 10% up? Palantir.
Palantir.
All that gold they bought is finally running and paying off.
Did any of you actually buy fractionals on Reddit?
Repeat. What did you just say?
Oh, do
Did
any
anybody buy?
trade in fractionals on for precious metals?
Fractional shares or what?
No. Of precious metals. No. Actual denominations. You know, kilo and below for the big four. There's a couple really good sources for it actually on Reddit as well. If anybody's looking to hedge that way. PMs for sale actually. There's a girl on the West Coast. I can't remember her name. She's actually got great below spot gold. Sometimes not right now. Something with the
Is that an actual gold ore? Like the actual physical asset?
Yes. Dealing in actual metals is what I'm saying. Yeah.
I don't think anybody bought any real metals here.
That's why I've been for the last 3 months. Gold has been the big pickup. You should check it out because it's fractionals. You can buy small.
But doesn't small precious metals have a difficult time moving because they usually want them in at least 10-ounce bars?
If you want to, if you're going to say like Apocalypse Hedge, obviously smaller is better with that. The problem with buying small is typically you pay a higher premium for it, but that's what's nice about selling small, is selling premium on it, you know, and it's very different from numismatia. which is more that case as you were saying, that the smaller is tougher to get rid of. But yeah, you can't walking in somewhere, you're going to get a shitty rate on a small fractional. However, trading person to person on a market, you're going to actually gain greatly. If you buy, let's say 10 kilo US mint bars, you'll probably be able to sell them individually for about 3% over spot very quickly. However, you can probably get about 7% over spot for, say, a bunch of Krugerrands or some combi bars, which are only like 100 grams.
Nobody's buying gold. Trust me.
So
I have
I was crossing out the
physical
alternate deal.
coins.
Yep, I don't do physical, but good luck with that.
People here barely buy real stocks.
I'll do
I'm
gold
prepared to
mining
trade.
companies though. That I'm down with that.
Huh? Sorry?
You mean I shouldn't buy Goldax?
Oh, the
Oh, when,
yeah,
what about call options on a gold ETF?
Up a lot right now.
Well, again, I said look at the gold pops on this type of stuff. So if you do gold, which is Barrick Gold, the like largest miner of gold, they're up like 7% today. They never move 7%. They just pop whenever there's like panic in the
yeah.
world.
Mining and spot prices are very different. It's almost like the way ONG works in a way with metals. So yeah, they can just pop without actually a difference in it. But the spot price for gold has been, I think, about 8% increase in the last week. Last I checked. So that's actually comparative. Interesting.
I've made a lot more money on crypto than on gold. And I bought gold back in the day when it was like $2.35 an ounce.
It's not something really to make money. Like I said, if you wanted to make money with a metal, copper is the way to go with it, because if you can actually melt and pour copper, the premium is about 350%.
Something tells me you are a prepper.
I'm sorry? Me? No.
Something tells me.
No, I typically actually only do private markets. I don't do stock market actually. Now I started doing it because I'm dying soon. It's a very long story. I don't want to get into it really. But no. I dealt in like I had said before, international taxation, law, and finance, and for a family office was my profession. So no, I'm not a prepper at all. I'm a forager though, for edibles.
Jesus Christ, you can't say you're dying soon and not expect us to ask.
Yeah, I know. It's like, what?
One of the reasons why I sound so odd, I apologize, gentlemen, and I'm so choppy with it, where you all thought I was on drugs, is I have a neurologically degenerative condition. Actually, two of them is why that I caught. But yeah, so I have a very different. I spec with options, and I don't, and I do a little hedging, but my WM and my brokers handle all of that for my investments typically, because I tend to lose track of it.
Sorry about your condition.
Oh, fuck it, man. Look, it's a lot of people are worse off. I was lucky enough. I've gotten through this for a lot longer than other people with it. And hey, for a while I couldn't walk. I can at least walk now, so I'm happy. It sucks for my wife and my family, but yeah, fuck it. That's why I didn't want to get into it. I'm sorry. That's why I'm so.
Well, to move past this conversation, I suppose, I managed to finally get into the Western Alliance play. Obviously, only in shares, not buying options.
Huh. IV is high across the whole market, yes?
Yeah, I wouldn't say.
Financials more than everything.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother with any. I mean, if you feel like you can handle the potential 30 decay if it doesn't go your way, I mean, if you're good at getting rid of losses, then I suppose it's not too bad.
It's not theta decay you have to worry about. It's IV crush. IV is elevated across the financial sector, right? So if you buy options now, your expectation is the price either moves in your favor and or the IV either stays where it is or goes higher.
Yeah, I misspoke. Sorry, I was talking more about the volatility than the actual time decay.
I'm watching my Credit Suisse puts slowly decline. This is why.
Yeah, I was trying to buy Western Alliance from literally like $10, $11, and I didn't manage to get in until it got to 3 halts or something. So I managed to only get in at like $17. $17.80 is my average price.
So QQQ is up 1.29% right now.
Oh.
Yeah, SQQQ is down 3, almost 4%.
Yeah, I also managed to get in on the WAL play, which is pretty good. Pretty happy about that.
What price did you get in at? I'm assuming you bought shares as opposed to options.
Yeah, $12. So
that's
not
good.
too bad.
Yeah, I kept on unhalting, and I was trying to quickly key in the new figure to put it in, but because of the mandatory price caps and stuff like that, it wouldn't let me put in an exceedingly like higher value than what it was currently trading at.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna hold it and just see what happens. To be honest, I don't have any intent of selling or anything at the moment.
APE is up 9% in prep for that vote tomorrow, or the results tomorrow of the vote. So yeah, that play.
Is AMC likely to bounce? I mean, I don't mess around with AMC. I got into AMC when it was $2 at the very, very start of everything, and then I kind of got out of it, and I haven't looked back at it since. But are you likely to see another boost in it when? Surely it's got to get voted down tomorrow.
No, it's gonna pass, I think, and when it
Is it
does, it's
for?
gonna crush AMC.
Is it really for a one-to-one conversion?
1-to-1 conversion.
That seems so stupid.
And they already have like a couple very large hedge funds with millions of shares that have said they voted yes.
Oh, it's so stupid.
It's an arbitrage. I'm playing it.
Yeah, it is.
What do you guys think the short sale structure is going to be after those shares move over? Is it going to like kind of dilute it?
So, if theoretically everything passes, the shares convert. There's a 10-to-1 split, I think, and then they're going to issue a bunch of shares to raise money, and that's pretty much what AMC has said is happening.
So tomorrow, will they be under the same ticker symbol, or when voting
It's
happens?
delayed until the middle of April. Tomorrow you will hear the results. It's delayed until the middle of April because some pension fund in Delaware put forth a court case saying that issuing APE shares does not meet the fiduciary obligations of the investors. So they just pushed back the actual conversion date while that gets settled.
Nice. I'll check it out. I live in Delaware.
Are you familiar with your ability to sell shelf companies there? Then this is a very lucrative business.
Yeah, well, I mean, what my understanding of Delaware's corporate law is just because of the Chancery Court. And really, that's the way I see it. It's advantageous, but any other lucrative stuff, I'm not too familiar with.
Well, Western Alliance unhalted, and then it's halted again. Now up to 24.
FRC's made a bit of a recovery.
So there's this stock called REET, It's it's like the global REIT ETF.
Portable?
It's like REIT without the I guess the I, but REET. I'm kind of keeping an eye on that one. It's like a REIT basically for global towers and stuff.
Yeah, CLTs is what the assets are considered, but yeah, if they're traded publicly, they're REITs. But yeah, the consolidated land trust. Which London actually has a lot of publicly traded ones under REITs that are very lucrative for leaseholds even.
These bank options aren't even liquid anyway. There's like, you know, of my limit order's above the mid price, and I'm still not getting a fill. There's no open interest for a lot of strike prices as well. So it looks like stocks might be the only way to play these bank stocks.
I'm just selling calls on tech.
I'm wanting to buy. This is WallStreetBets, not Theta Gang.
Oh, wheel, huh? Those guys.
Oh, the tech stocks are really rallying right now.
Yeah, no. I'm pulling out right now a lot.
Are the Euro poors actually buying the dip to save America?
But they dipped hard yesterday. It looked like the Euro stocks was the lowest thing in the futures. I know that. I mean, there's you're coming off real estate crises in a lot of Europe. And somebody I think mentioned in the chat earlier, Ireland with its might be hurt by this banking because of their tech exposure.
Actually, I have a real estate license, and I was telling some of the clients to go to Europe to scope out some real estate. I've been saying this for like almost a year now.
But you can't. I mean, as a U.S. citizen, you're saying for them to do that, just to go there and buy.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can only talk for the UK, but we've got incredibly high prices at the moment, so it would not be advisable at this current moment in time.
Depository for there. Yeah, no. I mean, you've got to pretty much bridge through the Cook Islands anyway.
We've also it's been predicted because basically mortgages have gone up about, I think it's 10% over last year, and they're expecting it to kind of come back at probably about 7%. I think the bank said that it was going to reduce by over this coming year.
Yeah, remember the U.S. dollar and the pound actually, were pretty much on par.
Well, yeah.
So we had a lot of like cash-rich clients that are looking to gobble up land and like look overseas.
Huh? I mean, global recession risk is higher accepted sentimentally than American sentiment of it.
Also, be careful that you understand about stamp duty and things like that, which is a fee that you have to pay when purchasing houses, and it's over houses over 250,000. So, if you've got wealthy clients, I imagine that's what they're going to be looking at. So, just be careful of that.
Yeah, they're looking at land just for like generational holding.
So I've been looking at Slovenia a lot recently, around Lake Bled. There's actually some really interesting commercial and undeveloped properties that are there, and it's seated very uniquely with in case things go very wrong militarily. But it might be worth looking in Slovenia for your sake, or if you want cheap raw land, Bulgaria, Pleven.
But yeah. So I sent them mostly to Ireland. Well, there's some doomsday prep reasons why I sent them that way. And then Yeah, well, actually, I'm a prepper, so I kind of understand some of these things. Like I write and review all the disaster plans for like the healthcare facilities for Delaware. So yeah, like a lot of the time, like people don't understand is that, like some of the most basic stuff is like water is like a huge thing for like doomsday prep, and bullets instead of guns. I mean, these are things that people don't like think ahead, and they think like, oh, you have firearms, great, but if you have like 2 bullets, that really makes no sense.
Those are both
And
very heavy things that take up lots of space linearly too.
Hey, does
right,
anybody see that Silvergate is up 40% right now? Does anybody have any news on this?
probably getting frozen.
I'd imagine
The
it's a
expectation that deposits will be made whole.
Oh yeah, they also crypto too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, crypto has been bouncing with this, but I imagine you'll see crypto probably drop over the rest of the day as the banks kind of.
Yeah, Bitto is 21% right now up the pro shares Bitcoin. Yeah.
Yeah, Silvergate already admitted to liquidating though, so I'm trying to figure out
Right.
why. Yeah, why if you're liquidating, why is this stock going up?
Like I said, WallStreetBets rubbed off on the entire market.
It's covering maybe.
Because the shorts are under and liquidation was just a ploy to get them to come out, and now they're stuck, and we're all gonna be multi-bajillionaires in the MOASs tomorrow, and this is the life-changing money, people. Come on.
What about when WallStreetBets bought Hertz after they declared bankruptcy? That was a beautiful one.
I could name several companies that ripped after they declared bankruptcy, so apparently that's incredibly bullish.
Right nowadays, it is apparently.
So before I even heard about WallStreetBets, I was trading like a gambling degenerate. So I once YOLO'd into Westmoreland Coal Company after Trump said he was going to reverse Obama's carbon emission policies. This company goes down and down. I'm dollar cost averaging. They declare bankruptcy. I'm still dollar cost averaging. I ended up owning like 250,000 shares, and then they all got wiped out. So I was trading like a gambling degen before I even knew there was such a thing as Reddit and WallStreetBets. So I just fell in love with this community when I found out about it after the GameStop short squeeze.
And these wall shares though, I'm glad I didn't follow Scald and sell mine.
I would just like to point out that the minute, literally the second that I mentioned that Silvergate was up 40%, it starts tanking again.
I'm starting to wonder if people think wall means Walmart.
That's what I thought it was at first when I saw it. I was like, what is...
It just keeps on gapping up every time it opens. Not really sure where the best place to exit out of the trade is. I mean, I'm already 50% up, and
It's going to go to 100 clearly, so just hang on to it. It's all good. Scald already sold a lot of his, so it's just going to keep going up.
I suppose it would be probably good to look at other banks and see how much they've recovered, and potentially do some sort of comparative to market cap or something maybe. Oh, it's unfrozen.
So no one's buying options because of the high IV, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Pretty
personally.
much. I'm also standing aside waiting till close of market to buy 20 Delta Strangle on SPY. If the IV is contracted enough, expiring on the 14th to try and take advantage of the CPI movement.
When's the CPI announcement again?
Tomorrow morning, 8:30 Eastern.
Oh yeah, nice.
I'm with Hardy on that. I actually have done very minimal trading today, oddly enough.
I've closed a bunch of my puts because of the high IV. It's kind of funny actually. The price went up, but the value of my puts also went up. I figure it was a good time to get out.
Yes, I've been closing all my options as well.
My gravity car CSPs still have not been assigned. I don't know why.
Because the counterparty to your contract doesn't have the capital to assign.
Jesus, I wish
Or
they would.
if you'd like, I can. I give you a good price.
Nice. No, it's 1.78 right now. I have $5 CSPs. I mean, I thought they would have been assigned, but no, they don't. They're just hanging out to it. I'll throw some puts on silver. It's unreasonably high right now.
Bitcoin just broke 24.
Anyone know how long this bank run will last if it's not a similar systemic risk to the GFC? So if it's just mostly Peter Thiel scaring everyone on Twitter, I'm guessing this bank run wouldn't be as bad and wouldn't last as long as the GFC.
In theory, yes. In practice, this could just be a tremor prior to the earthquake. And I think that's what's driving IV today.
Well, every month I buy Dow calls.
Wait, which calls?
Oh, Dow. It's like the Dow Jones Industrial Average.
Okay.
Basically, the bearish. It's like 3x bear or something like that.
You could probably sell the like 24 cash secured put on that.
Oh come on, this is WallStreetBets, bro.
Wait, so are you bearish after the sell-off? You're still bearish. So you think it's going to get worse?
No, I just open it up once a month. Every time it renews, I open up Dows just monthly. It's just a hedge against. That's about it. Nothing exciting.
Like I'm actually bullish now. I think like this is just an overreaction. Everyone just getting all herd mentality because of what Peter Thiel said. I reckon a lot of this is pretty much his fault. I'll be surprised if there's no legal liability against this person.
Well, the liability, there isn't any liability because he's exercising free speech. That's his defense. He's not using it to defraud, theoretically. Or rather, proving that he's using it to defraud is harder.
Each sharing opinion. Because like with SVP, SVP, it wasn't the 1.8 billion write-off that caused the bank run. It was, it was all the VC investors telling their clients to pull their money out. And I'm sitting thinking, why over a 1.8 billion write-off? It just didn't make any sense.
It's not the write-off. It's the fact that they tried to raise 1.8, right? Because they didn't have enough cash to continue operations.
Yeah, but like, why didn't they go to the all the tools that the Federal Reserve offers. Why didn't they go get like borrow from other banks, at LIBOR, whatever all that stuff is, or even a 90-day loan from the Fed? Why didn't they do that first?
You'll have to ask him personally. I don't know.
Yeah.
And Stipper, I agree with your limitations on free speech, but this is talking about the stock market. They're not exactly yelling fire on the trading floor.
It's funny, Wall Street Journal even used the word bank run on Friday. So, I mean, if anything, they can be held liable since they're a news outlet.
It was almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. These VC investors, and Peter Thiel was one of them. They say there's going to be a bank run, and then there's a bank run. It's almost as if they didn't say that, it wouldn't have happened. That's where I'm coming from. Because the 1.8 billion write-off alone, didn't cause this, in my opinion.
Oh, Wall's dropping again.
Yeah, it's already halted. It's dropped. It's gapped down twice and then dropped. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw people just taking profit, and it'll probably bounce right back up, I imagine.
I wonder how many stocks ended up on SSR today.
Technical trading question. If a strike price has 0 for open interest, so there's no contracts currently active, can you still get a full or no?
Yes,
Well,
but you need someone
yeah.
to sell it to you.
Yeah.
Right. And the chart that you see may or may not be the most up to date. Like TD, I think they updated like every 24 hours, like on that OI chart. So unless you have like Bloomberg Terminal or something similar that gives you like these bids and stuff.
Oprah gives the official open interest
Yeah,
number.
yeah.
It comes out at like 4:30 p.m. every day. Or maybe
I'm just
slightly
using the information from Tastyworks.
yeah, and they're probably using the Oprah numbers from last night. And then anyone who says they have real-time option open interest is probably lying. Or they're using a model to simulate how open interest changes during the day.
Okay. But basically, it is possible to get a full if there's 0 open interest for a strike price.
If you are opening a contract, yes. If you are, actually, you could short the contract too if there's a willing buyer for the right price.
Yeah, well, I'm doing both at debit spread.
Well, if you can find someone to give you a good price.
Yeah, I mean, my limit was, limit price 675, and then the mid price was 650. Still didn't get a full. So I guess maybe I have to move more towards the ask price.
That's usually how it works, yeah.
Well, I guess
how
the
many folks on Theta Gang got burned by.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that too. It's like, man, you fucked a lot of people today, man.
There was one guy on Theta Gang who chose to sell what was it? Naked calls on AMC before the big squeeze. And he said he lost like $250,000. I don't even know how his broker let him do naked calls. I didn't even know brokers would let you do that.
They probably have like a big amount of money as collateral.
Yeah, but he said he lost like $250,000, I believe.
Yeah, market still looks bullish. I mean, the next big resistance for QQQ is probably around like 294.
Wait till Wednesday morning.
For what?
Sentiment to wear down reality on Tuesday.
I was gonna say, wait till Wednesday morning to lose your virginity again.
Cheers to that.
Does the war in Ukraine have the capacity to affect markets again the way it did last year? Or like is that all the volatility we can expect from the war in Ukraine?
I think it's mostly with individual sectors rather going forwards than how markets are really.
Yeah, give Putin a tweet and see what he thinks.
There's also, so if I may, there's a huge amount, and actually somebody actually touched on it today. I think in Bloomberg this morning, for the Arctic, at least, of what's going on. But Russia has staked out the entirety of the northern territories with at least, I believe, two large defensive operations on each. They've built 5 bases in the Arctic now during this whole time, and basically have given themselves all sole rights to the shipping lanes that go through there. At the same time, they also established, utilizing the land grab in Morpol, a $3 billion infrastructure project that is in phase 2 right now, to be able to take the grain peninsula and brought over directly to Turkey and Egypt, and then to deal with Iran as well. So there's a lot of things that are going to go on with it, but they're about a year and a half, 2 years off still. You know that the grab was for some very, very strategic territories.
Yeah, well, I feel the war is escalating with the tanks, and then now Zelensky wants F-16s. I feel like the war is escalating, but is that feeding into the market? Maybe it is, but we're just not talking about it because I feel like we're just talking about jobs and inflation.
I don't know about the market so much. That's you guys would be the best. That sounds like
Well, yeah, but shouldn't the markets be rattled if we potentially have a standoff between NATO and Russia? Like, wouldn't that be the ultimate sell-off event, risk-off event?
Isn't that what's been going on?
right now should be the ultimate risk-off event. That's the problem.
I mean, that the standoff is what's been going on.
Yeah,
don't
forget Russia stop. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that when I watch CNBC, right, they'll talk about inflation, they'll talk about jobs, and then they'll talk about, earnings, recession, all that sort of stuff, and then they won't even mention the Ukraine war. And I'm sitting there thinking, wow, this war is escalating, and no one in CNBC is talking about it. So I just get confused.
Most Americans couldn't point to where Ukraine is on a map. They will never visit there in their lifetime. They will never. they couldn't give a shit about it if they wouldn't be talking. If it wouldn't have been mentioned. But most people don't care. It's like a non-issue because it's so far away.
Hey, Moldova's
and NATO doesn't want war with Russia. NATO's getting everything they want out of this war. They want to test their weapons to see if it works on Russian tech. They send it to the Ukrainians test the weapons. No NATO soldiers die. Why would any NATO country want to get involved when they can test all their weapons without losing their own people?
On all sides,
Like, it's perfect for them.
But you got to remember, BRICS also is a huge thing.
Yeah, huge, fucking, especially India and China.
Oh man, yeah, that's been since 1983 with the push for the resource laden as tiered capital with China and Russia because of the old General Anatoly Shukman. That was the whole idea of him being married into the Chinese former royal family. But like you're looking now at the Western Hemisphere joining. You've got Bolivia and Argentina pushing into it right now. I mean, who cares about Venezuela right now with that? But you have some odd places. I mean, India is all in right now. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, it's crazy. Even though India and China fucking hate each other.
So think about all that, right? Exactly. Think about all that, and then take a look at the gold purchasing from governments in the last year. That's been a very, very interesting kind of thing going on between those two. That you can read in between the lines.
That was accumulating heavily in 2019, 2020. Because there was this theory that they're trying to depeg the U.S. dollar or something, trying to wage more severe economic war against the U.S. dollar.
think of in the last 2 years how much the U.S. dollar's gains have hurt a lot of economies.
Destroyed economies. Hey, South Africa, Elon Musk's motherland. That is part of BRICS.
Right? Oh, man. I miss Eagle's Nest.
Oh yeah, Elon Musk, the richest African American.
I mean, realistically, where do we see these banks ending up? I mean, a 50% recovery from what?
I've I read a lot about like war and tactics books, but I'm no means like an expert. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if like more shit's gonna start spilling, because this is the stuff that the public is aware of or the regulators are aware of. Anything else, we probably have no fucking idea what is really going on behind those closed doors.
With who?
Banks.
Who's closed doors?
Like
Oh.
so, like when regulators are having these like closed door discussions. We don't even know what the fuck they talk about, what the fuck really is going on. Because when you're in a government position, you also have to like limit the release of information so the public does not misunderstand what they're trying to say. There's like a lot of like, if you take like this called a PIO course, it's like a public information officer class. It teaches you like how to not incite public panic or create misunderstanding, and it's like a very difficult thing to do, especially people who are already like on the edge or biased towards like one way or another. Like everybody's thinking the whole fucking market's going to crash in 2 days. So if you're releasing information, you want to kind of steer clear of that, but also you don't want to like mislead everyone. Say, trust me, bro, everything's fine. So, like, just take everything you see or read with a grain of salt. That's pretty much it. Don't like. I mean, you can YOLO, really, but don't be surprised if it doesn't go your way. Like, I think anybody going into like options today is gonna get destroyed.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Trying to get
shouldn't
it
be
full right
touching.
now.
You shouldn't be touching any bank options. The IV is so stupid. Like, what are you hoping for? A 200% move to make that up?
I guess maybe a straddle could work. Just sell like a bi-directional.
Who are you selling it to at the end, even if you're up?
Myself.
Yeah, in terms of buying options in high IV, like I'm of the belief that if you use call debit spreads, you can cushion a lot of the IV. If any of you know Kamikaze Cash, I learned that little trick from one of his YouTube videos. So, like, what are you guys' thoughts on using debit spreads to cushion exposure to IV when you're buying options? Because I'm a full believer in it. I'm trying to literally do that right now with FRC.
Yeah, I mean, calendar spreads actually work really well in these kind of situations.
So something to consider when IV is really, 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 really high, like it is right now. Sometimes it's better to play the selling side of the option and let IV be your friend, right? Takes a lot more collateral, but sometimes with really high IV, the best play is to be your mini market maker and take advantage of that IV.
That's right. My Bobby
there's-
CSPs, they're still green. Yeah, I opened up those CSPs back in January when IV was like 750%. So I'm up.
So looks like the banking is coming back down a little bit. Look at Wall go.
Yeah, I wouldn't deal with this. Holy shit, Apple just lost like $10 billion in like 2 minutes.
Apple's up $63 billion on the day, so
Right.
that's nothing.
Well, I know. I'm just
You're
saying.
like, it's down 10 billion. Like, that
Right,
means,
right.
like, bro.
Well, well, all right. I know what you meant, but like, it just like lost. Somebody just like sold like $10 billion worth of Apple stock in like less than 5 minutes.
I mean, realistically, that's happened 1, 2, 3, 4, like probably about 6 or 7 times today already. So
Yeah, but who's selling? That's the question.
Maybe market makers are selling because they should be fully hedged.
Or raising cash.
It's the Fed.
Didn't somebody say that like back in 2020 that the Feds were gonna buy stocks and shit?
Dude, they did. They did do that.
Oh, all right. I missed the boat on that one.
Totally can't do that.
Well, I was fully waiting for the real estate apocalypse of 2021, but it definitely did not realize the way I thought it would.
You know who said they were going to buy stocks from the Fed in 2020? It was probably the Fed who you heard say that they were going to buy stocks in 2020.
Makes sense.
They're gonna buy them back.
Real estate's one, by the way, which I know a lot of people are like, real estate's going to crash, real estate's going to crash. I remain skeptical. I think it's high, but I keep hearing people screaming how they can't wait for the real estate market to go down so they can buy a house. And that's always going to make a floor.
Yeah, whenever people yell that, I'm just like, so you're saying there's a floor. Like, literally, that's a lot of words to say that you're the floor.
I hear it all the time. People being like, I can't wait for it to crash. I'm gonna buy a house. It's like, then it's not gonna crash, dude.
Bro, and also try owning a house, man. It's not like a walk in the park, dude.
It's very expensive.
I have to do so much maintenance on this house. Like, it's crazy. And it's like, I have a newer home, too. It's not like that old, but like, you just gotta put work into it.
Newer construction, for the most part, is a little more iffy than older stuff.
It all seems nice until you learn what property taxes are, and then all of a sudden you're wondering where your rent is.
Oh, dude, that's nothing. I mean, my property tax here is nothing compared to rent in this area.
Or if you own a condo, there's this thing called special assessment. There was a condo in Delaware that had this. Each person had to pay like $150,000 for structural repairs.
Now, like, if I had to pay my taxes plus a mortgage, then that would be pretty close to rent for the area.
It's usually not cheaper. You're just getting your home equity out of the money you're throwing into it. But yeah, houses you pour a lot of money into, they just tend to go up.
When I sold my business at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, incidentally, right before COVID, which was a pretty good time to sell a business. I got lucky on that one. I then just spun around and bought this house outright, which also turned out to be incredibly lucky.
I feel like every time, Scald, you talk about selling something, you're always like, every time I sold something right before the crash. My man's got like the timing of perfection.
Yes, please let us know.
Oh no. Let me tell you about the times that I didn't. There was this stock called Riviera Tool and Die, and I bought in, and then it ended up pumping 12,000%, and it was all over the news. And I was like, this is great. This is how the stock market works. And then the Securities Exchange Commission froze it, and it never unfroze. And I was never able to sell it. And it sat there in my Thinkorswim account for like almost a decade before it was deleted. By God knows what market maker.
I mean, couldn't they have just come and taken the money from you anyway if it was something that they had to freeze and remove?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even real. It wasn't even real gains. It was just like what the problem was. There was this company called Riviera Tool and Die got confused with the Riviera Tool Company, which the Riviera Tool Company was one of Tesla's first acquisitions. It was one of the first companies Tesla ever bought. That one wasn't publicly listed, but the Riviera Tool and Die, which was a company that had gone bankrupt 3 years before, no one ever delisted it from the market. So then a bunch of idiot retail traders like myself ended up aping into it the second they heard Tesla was buying it, not realizing that was a different company.
I feel like that's happened with several acquisitions where people are like, no, that's not the company you're buying there, buddy.
I still like to pick up a couple shares of Lehman Brothers every now and then, just for the fuck of it.
Nice.
Anybody else do that?
I did not even know that they're still there.
Yeah, they are. They were like 3 months ago, at least.
They're like the fucking cockroaches now, man.
I like to watch that video of the lady telling us that we should buy more Enron every now and then. That really gets me pumped to get into the market.
There was this other company in 2014 that was like, it was this pharmacy company in China, and they were like, it's going to become the Walgreens of China. And I had lived in Hong Kong for a little while. So like I had been to China. I had seen that they actually had physical stores there. And then they were growing at a rate of like 100 stores a quarter. And then the next quarter they grew like 160 stores. And then the next quarter they opened 200 more stores. And I was like, oh my God, this thing's going to go to the moon. I'm not going to sleep on this. And I ended up putting $3,000 in it. Well, it turns out what they were doing is they were taking these little cardboard kiosks and they were dropping them in random stores in China. And then they were claiming on their balance sheet that they had opened another whole store by dropping a little cardboard stand into random retail locations. Anyway, I lost all that money. It went to
So
zero.
I'm gonna go open a pharmacy. Thank you for the idea, Scald. There's a lot of CVS around me. I got some cardboard at home. I can do this.
Hey, Rad, tell us a little bit more about nuclear mining. Because I'm looking at nukes right now.
What?
That's a very open-ended question.
Oh, just I just want to know like the available uranium and the mines that are slated to open to replenish the aging nuclear stockpile that we have.
Okay, I can't tell you how much exists above ground. No one. Well, actually, that's not true. The U.S. Department of Energy can probably tell you, but no one on Earth can really tell you how much is actually above ground because, surprise, surprise, uranium is not public information for like how much a utility has on hand. Who would have thought, right?
I think there's about 10.
Yeah. So, long story short, there is a deficit. There's supposed to be a continuing building deficit throughout the years. It's being made up by a current above ground supply. How much there is, who knows? But yeah, that's like the super abridged version I can give you without taking up the next like 3 hours of everyone's time.
So would you go with mining, holding, or I guess I don't know, like generating? Like what part of the process do you have your money in for nuclear energy?
So I go with mining companies because I understand mining companies, and that's just like where my focus is. So I get like what's going on there. But you could play other aspects. You can play like enrichment companies. You can play. There is a company that trades the physical. No, you can't ask for physical delivery for obvious reasons, but like they are leveraged to the physical product.
Nice, very nice, very well. I don't know. I think like the next 5 years, there's gonna be some push for atomic energy again. Because it's
Brad, how much would that affect? Do you think a lot of the steel business or the new building?
I honestly, most of the new builds are going out in China, and what I know about China when it comes to steel is China likes to buy a lot of steel, and then launch it into the market to screw the steel price down so they can buy more steel, right? Wasn't that what China did last time? They
Yes.
pretty much just flooded the market to screw it and buy it all.
Building supplies, they do that with, oddly enough. It's true.
I mean, there's a massive push in Europe to not have Chinese steel, but it's kind of such a false thing because a lot of the slab that comes over where they forge the sections and stuff from is just Chinese slab steel. Then it's made into sections in Europe, and they say, "Oh, it's European steel," and it's really just Chinese slab metal made into section in Europe. That's it.
Chinese Mexican drywall was the same thing in the 90s in America.
Funny enough, they do this with mushrooms in America too. If you go to Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, they mix mushrooms from China.
India, I think, has the largest mycology cropping now for private industry, if I remember correctly.
It's a good place to do it. It's hot and humid.
Yep. And I found some morels, God, 3 Februarys ago. So happy. Sorry. Nostalgia.
Hey, Rad. Have you ever heard of the Studebaker Packard Astral?
What?
Apparently, it was like the Ford Nucleon, but Studebaker came out with it, and it was a gyroscopically stabilized car that was meant to house a small nuclear reactor. Anyway, quite funny.
That's freaking awesome. And even more awesome is that I did not know Studebaker still is alive.
Oh, they are not.
So,
this was in like the 50s. They were like, wouldn't it be cool if cars were powered by nukes? And like Ford did the same shit. Thankfully, none of those ever hit the roads.
Back in the 1940s, you could buy like toy kits for your kids, like little science kits, and one of them came with like a Geiger counter and a little lead ball with uranium inside of it that you could run experiments on and stuff. It's actually not as dangerous as you think. Unenriched uranium is pretty harmless. I wouldn't like eat it, but like hold it and it's not gonna like kill you. It's when it gets enriched that it's an issue. People think like it comes out of the ground and melts your skin. But yeah, it had like a little shield around it and kids could like play with it and do experiments with their little uranium.
That still sounds horribly dangerous.
You made me think of Bakelite. The children's ovens in the 50s, 60s were made of it, and they thought it was radium or was something else that was irradiated. I forget what.
I'm not saying that you should buy it for your kid. I'm just saying that
these were little
could
kids' ovens.
buy it for your kid back in the day.
Yeah, and I mean, back in the day as well, like in the 1950s, children were also smoking, so
yeah.
Literally, the outskirts of vending machines and just buy a cigarette.
Yeah, lead-based paint, asbestos, and all these fun things.
It's a shame because lead-based paint tastes the best as well.
But yeah, I remember working with carbon isotopes when I was in college. I mean, like it's actually quite mind blowing sometimes, like how easy certain radioactive material can be transported using U.S. mail, and like FedEx and UPS. Even though there's like all these like attempts to push for better control and transport for these. But yeah, we had like professors that oversee a project literally bare hand handle like radioactive like carbon and nitrogen isotopes. I'm like, oh my god, because I was like the biosafety officer for the office too. I was like, Jesus Christ, are you guys fucking insane?
I don't really understand why they keep halting a lot of these banks now. They seem to be not as erratic. I mean, they're opening and closing at a similar price, and they stop and start at the halt. Sure why?
Maybe it's like a very illiquid stock.
I mean, just seems weird to me to hold a stock 3 times in the space of like 5 minutes when it's at the same price, and you keep holding it at the same price. I don't understand if it gapped up like 5 to 10% in the matter of moments.
Oh
What's up
man,
with that opinion? Are you taking away the buy button again?
can you give us a wink when you start that next ladder attack?
I always laughed at those. I always find it so funny.
All I know
Riding
is
that,
opinion hasn't been around, and the market's acting weird. Pretty sus.
yeah, riding that gamma ramp down. And INDI. This is a stock I should have bought more of and held on to.
Guys, I just woke up from a 2-hour nap. Is anybody looking at FRC for recovery, or am I the only idiot in the room?
You're not the only idiot in the room, that's for certain.
But most of us have already got our plays in. I'll just say that.
I'm still waiting for FRC. I'm trying to use options and I'm not getting a fill on the options. There's bugger all open interest.
Why
Oh,
are
you're
you
working
doing...
options on that. Scary.
Yeah,
so much
yeah. I want to
IV.
do it. I want to do a pull
Yeah.
debit spread to try and reduce IV exposure.
But who are you going to sell that to?
Market makers that are fully hedged.
Mm.
I don't know. It feels like even if you get it filled and it's a winning position, it's still going to be hard to move it on. But maybe that's just me.
Yeah. Is opinion here? I got a thing for him.
I think he just like goes and does stuff in another room and assumes that we're just stuck here the whole time.
It's like babysitting kids with an iPad, or babysitting monkey with like a banana or something.
To be fair to opinion, though, he's a great sport. He like sits around for hours for these things, never says anything, he just listens to us.
Hey, basic question for you guys: do you get a fill at mid price, or do you guys get a fill at the ask price on average?
When you do market orders, it's always ask price.
So do you guys ever do limit orders? And if you do you do the limit order at mid price or ask price?
It really depends on the play.
Yeah.
If it's an in and out play, I'll just a lot of the times I'll do it at market and then just get out as quickly as it reaches the percentage. But if it's one that you like doing like more of a couple of months or something, I'd definitely look to go in at a pre-prescribed figure that you want to go for.
Right, and also which direction the stock is moving, because if it's moving against you, you might want to set a limit a little higher. If it's like below, like not above like ask or bid, I'm talking like just above like median. And then if it's like other way, you want to kind of adjust it accordingly.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, you've been trying to fill stuff that you're saying has like no open interest, so you're gonna have to be at the ask or more, right? Because there's like nobody even offering it.
Yeah, no, I think I might go to the ask. And sorry for the basic question, but I guess, because I'm doing debit spreads on options with no open interest, I thought I'd ask you guys. But it looks like I'm going to have to put an ask price.
Yeah, just set the limit and let it sit. I mean, I hate spreads sometimes, because even like when it's like very liquid, it's hard to fill them on both ends. So, I mean, I just kind of set it there and kind of sit and forget. If it doesn't fill, it doesn't fill. I'm not gonna be heartbroken if it doesn't and trying to chase it, because I've gotten burned so many times trying to chase a limit order where it just no longer becomes a feasible exit strategy for me. So,
yeah,
I'm more
I was
worried.
gonna say, like, execution price is the difference often between a profitable trade and a loss. So, you gotta be careful on how you enter your trades, folks.
Yeah, good price
I'm more-
execution.
So I'd be more worried again that even if it becomes a winner, you're trying to do a spread on something that has like no open interest. So moving it on as a winner is going to be really, really, really hard, and you're probably going to have to go to the lower end of it to even try to sell it. I just don't know if it's worth with such low interest in it personally. I think you're going to get stuck with it.
Yeah, you have to babysit it too. So I mean, I don't know what kind of time horizon you have, but today's just one of those days I can dick around and talk. Usually I
mean,
can't.
yeah, if I'm perfectly honest, if you haven't made the play already, then I wouldn't make the play, in my opinion.
Yeah,
That
fair
is
enough. I guess my thesis, well, this is for FRC. My thesis is when investors realize that depositors are not rushing to the bank to withdraw, then I'm expecting a strong recovery, potentially even a V-shaped recovery.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's hoping for a big recovery because obviously it's dropped down loads, but
I mean, just keep your life simple and just get shares if you think it's going to have a
Yeah.
V-shaped recovery, right? Especially with no open interest and you're just constantly hitting the ask, no one's taking it. Just grab shares and just walk away.
And I mean, how much can you really cover yourself against the exposure of that high an IV? I know you're saying it'll work to help cover the exposure, but you're never going to get full cover, and the IV is going to be horrible.
Well, and just to be clear though, like market orders will not always fill at the ask. Sometimes there are orders in between the gap that it doesn't show. Like if you move it point whatever, it won't always update that on the bid and ask if it's small enough. So sometimes I'll throw one contract in as a market order just to see what it executes at. But yeah, most of the time it's going to be at the ask, but not every time.
Yeah,
But
fair enough.
but if you paper trade, you will always get the best possible fill. Just FYI.
Yeah. Damn it, I'm too greedy for stocks. Shit.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, I am still like 90% cash. I really don't feel comfortable going any direction.
Yeah, I agree. Like I'm one of the more degenerate people here. I've been around since the GameStop thing, but I've only just recently been on the chats and but even so, I don't know why. I think I kind of inversed everything today and just didn't trade much. So I don't know. Maybe that's a smart move. Maybe it wasn't.
For me, there's no way I'm going short after the big sell-off for today. I feel like this might be the worst of it. So why would I go short at a time that could potentially be the bottom or near the bottom?
That's the key word, though. Could.
Well, remember 3 years ago when the first initial pandemic was kind of declared, the market dropped a lot. Everybody thought we're out of the woods, and then the fucking Saudis. What did they do on Sunday night? Did anybody remember? They
No.
they basically flooded the market with cheap oil and somehow
yeah.
tanked the fuck out of the market. And like the markets were closed at like 3 p.m. New York time. So like yes, probably probability wise, probably, but could it also happen the other way? Yes. But like there's a lot of like smokes and mirrors going on. So like even though like technical indicators look like it's trying to retrace, we don't know what the fuck is going on with the market. Like maybe like pension funds are trying to deleverage risk because they realize that this is about as much risk and volatility they can tolerate. So they exit. So they're holding on to cash and waiting for more bag holders to let go of their bags for cheap.
By the way, if you've ever sat there and wondered, would you have been following Michael Burry in 2008 and made all that money with him shorting the banks? Just think about how you're believing in the banks right now, and you'd probably been right there with everyone else saying Bear Stearns can't go under; it's far too big. And don't worry, I would have been there too, guys.
Yeah, I think there's definitely more. It won't be a boring week. Just leave it at that. Like I think there's definitely more big news stuff to happen, and I think the amount of attention that the general public, WallStreetBets is a great example, have on the stock market is way higher now than it was 10 years ago. And so when theoretically smaller things happen, it gets blown up a lot more. And I think people love, it's the Roman mob. We are the mob. And the mob wants to be entertained.
Yeah, a circus. Oh, also this week is triple witching, so don't forget, there's going to be lots of movements in the market.
Also,
I
remember
guess
we're a very small sub portion of the population. Most people I talk to don't think the economy is fine and just go like, jobs market's good, people have jobs, everything's fine. So keep that in mind too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't really come into a lot. I mean, everyone says everything's falling apart over here in the UK because everything is a bit shit at the moment in terms of just general quality and things like that, and especially with a lot of people going below the breadline now.
The UK's like infrastructure, are you guys like keeping on pace for like repairs and maintenance and stuff?
It's more to do with we've got a massive problem over here with the energy crisis compared to all the other countries because the other countries have subsidised theirs where we haven't. So everyone is being hit with kind of a lot of businesses have closed because overnight their energy bill has gone from being like say $600 to $4,500 a month.
Oh my god! What?
Yeah, there's been a lot of. For example, my friend, he has gone from 100. I think it's about £100, so probably about $110 or something. And he, after the next cap is done, he's looking to go to around 450 for his monthly energy costs. But a lot of the other European countries have subsidised it, so it's not as bad. But the UK government hasn't. Obviously, I'm not going to get political or anything like that, just because I don't believe there's a place for politics in this sort of decision making.
Well, it does move the market, so we can't 100% avoid it.
Yeah, but as in, I mean, my political sway. I wouldn't. Yeah, because I disagree with the current regime government. I think it's poorly run, and a lot of other things. But obviously, that is just my opinion. But yeah, it's a bit shit over here at the moment, if I'm honest.
You guys went through a lot of PMs.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that again is down to the current regime. This is the Conservative Party it's been a bit of a joke. I mean, I'm not a Conservative voter personally, so.
Just out of sheer curiosity on my part, how much was the Queen's death? Like, how much did that impact everybody, just the general mood and morale?
I mean, not really. Like, the whole world is convinced that we're kind of absolutely besotted with our Queen. Like me personally, I'm a royalist. I believe in the royal family. I think it's part of our national history. I don't see it as anything more than that, though. It's just a figurehead. Yeah, it was sad, but at the end of the day, it's an old woman who died. She was fucking old.
Didn't they shut down all sporting events and like all pubs and everything? Like, weren't they essentially like, it doesn't matter if you're a royalist or not, you have to be miserable today, now get to work?
Yeah, but they do things like that every year with holidays. Like they do bank holiday. They'll do bank holidays. Like you get several set bank holidays a year, which is where pretty much everything is closed for the day, just for some specific archaic, like historical date. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just a day of everyone getting pissed up. To be honest, some people were sad. I wasn't too bothered.
I will say I went to Europe last year, and there's some things they do that I'm not in love with, but in general, I was very impressed with a lot of the things. I was in Italy for a week. I lost 15 pounds, eating absolutely everything. There's just difference in the difference of the ingredients that are in y'all's food versus food in America. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, food in America is kind of atrocious. I'm not going to lie. With a lot of your like the chlorinated chicken, things like this, like loads of like even the amount of like rat pellets and stuff that are allowed to be found in food per whatever it is completely different over in America than it is over here. And yeah, there's just loads of it that is wouldn't fly over here. Everyone would be up in arms for.
Were you taking public transit and walking around a lot as a tourist?
Well, I mean, when you're in a lot of the cities in Italy, yeah, you do a lot of walking for sure. But dude, I was killing pasta, pizza, gelato, just everything I could possibly eat, and I lost 15 pounds because like a McDonald's French fry in Europe has 4 ingredients in it. In America, it has 27 ingredients. That's the difference. Like they have laws where you literally can't do that. And the other thing, if you notice, in America, almost all the semi trucks are, what you would imagine a semi truck looking like. Over there, they're all cab overs, meaning like flat front face. And the truth is, the cab over with the flat face actually gets better aerodynamics than a standard semi truck. The reason why they have them in Europe is because in America, the drivers were injuring themselves stepping out of the cab over. And in Europe, it's illegal to have frivolous lawsuits because you hurt yourself.
I'm surprised you got all that food for only 15 pounds. It's a pretty good deal.
Yo, boys, I just got a fill. So,
He did it, gentlemen. He is the open interest. He owns the float.
I couldn't help myself. I actually went crazier than call debit spreads, so I ended up doing horizontal call debit spreads on FTC. So strike price $70, which is really high, but the expiry for my long leg is in 67 days, so May 19th, and the expiry for the short leg is April 21st. So both have strike price 70. So I'm hoping that FTC recovers but stays under 70 by April 21st and then goes past 70 after that. So it's a horizontal debit spread. It's the first one I've put on, and we'll see how it plays out. So 15 contracts. I'll tell you the cost basis. So the cost basis was 2,700 USD, but sorry, not FTC, FRC. Anyway, the cost basis is 2,700. But if you look at the strike 70, expiry in 67 days, the ask is $6.20. So $6.20 times 15 contracts. So yeah, it's pretty much, it would have otherwise, so if I had bought long calls, it would have cost 9,300, but I used horizontal call debit spreads, reducing the cost basis down to 2,700. So even if, even if FRC is nowhere close 70, when the short leg expires, I have the option to write another short leg, or maybe just close the long position.
Well, Godspeed as well.
Look, I hope you make bank off of it. I really, really do hope you make bank off of it. I have a feeling you're all 15 of the open interest for like the week.
Yeah.
Complete side note, on my TD Ameritrade app, last posted trade for Signature Bank was at $69.69.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
That's a sign. I think I'm going to post this as a YOLO on WallStreetBets. But yeah, damn, the bid ask is all over the place.
I mean, never mind. It's all good. You got this. It's gonna pay out huge. You're gonna come back tomorrow and be like, guys, I made 500 baggers. This is insane. We're all gonna clap for you. I can see it now. I believe.
I mean, look, as I say, even if FRC goes nowhere, when the short leg expires, I can either close the long leg, or I can write another short leg, essentially converting the horizontal spread into a vertical spread. Because my short leg expires in 39 days, my long leg expires in 67 days. So I can, if I want to, I can write another short leg and use the premium to roll up, to roll down the strike price of my long leg if I want to stay in the trade, or just sell the long leg and get out. So I should also say, one more thing I should say. So a horizontal debit spread absorbs more IV than a call debit spread, because the short leg on a horizontal debit spread is more than the short leg on a call debit spread, if that makes sense. So you're collecting more premium, means you're reducing more IV risk. And that's why I ended up choosing a horizontal debit spread over a call debit spread, because obviously IV's through the roof on these things.
I think it's funny that the banks are doing what Binance CEO did when he came out and he said Fundaru are safer. And banks are pretty much just doing a version of that at the moment.
But now, what I need, now that I'm in the trade, I need this bank term funding program that Jay Powell put together to really, show what it's made of. I'm relying on that. I'm relying on the 60 billion facility that JP Morgan provided. I just don't picture FRC going under. They're not a crypto bank. They're not a startup bank. So I just don't picture them going anywhere. Hopefully, I'm right.
Again,
Side note.
opinion over at Citadel is real quiet with all this bank fuckery going on today. Just saying.
What the hell's going on with SoFi?
It's a bank.
Anybody bullish on them?
Yeah, I'm super bullish on SoFi. They're fucking solid.
Aren't
What's
they
your,
banking on student loans not getting forgiven? Isn't that like a big deal for them? That the Supreme Court strikes it down?
I think they're trying to push that.
They keep getting caught up on the student loan thing just because that's one of the things they did, but that's not gonna really matter. I use their credit card, I use their investing, I use other stuff with them. I mean, they're just a great fucking company.
Yeah, I've been seeing some unusual options for calls. The 324 expiration, I think it was a $6 strike.
They're the only company I've heard of or seen that actually gives you your credit card points in form of their stock shares. So you're effectively like, they're attracting you with a higher credit card point percentage, and then they're incentivizing you to buy their shares with your credit card bonus points. Fucking smart.
Is it 1-to-1 though?
No, it's higher than that. It's basically like if you just want to cash out, like get cash back, they give you half of your points. If you want to buy stocks, namely their stock, it's 2-to-1.
100%. Damn. Because for American Express, you can actually use the Charles Schwab American Express Platinum, and for every point you get like 1.1.
Yeah,
Well,
it's combined with the fact that their app is pretty nice. Like they have a pretty well laid out app that incentivizes you to log in, use it, do stuff through it. Like I mean, I definitely own a lot of their shares, so disclaimer there, but I just like it.
so there's actually a company, an Israeli company called Pagaya. It's like doing their processing for point of sales. I don't know if you heard of it. PGY is the ticker.
Hey, does anybody familiar with the term of Fibonacci retracement, or it's completely rubbish?
I think it's pretty popular for technical analysis and technical traders, and that's basically what I was saying earlier. It's basically retracing based on some Fibonacci numbers. I don't know that much about it besides like just skimming like the percentage on the retrace, that's about it.
My wife took away all my crayons because I kept eating the yellow ones. They should be banana flavored if they're yellow, but yeah, so I'm not allowed to do crayons anymore.
Good to know.
But on a serious note, though, I'm sure that's a very common TA thing. So I'm sure there's a million YouTube videos you could find explaining it and like its reliability and stuff. It's got to be all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, it's good on super volatile days like today, because the market tends to correct itself back to like its baseline, or at least as close as it can. So yeah.
Yeah, I found countless videos on YouTube, but I was just figuring if all those people who were trading would believe it as I do, because it takes many believers to make it happen. Or yeah, I don't know.
That's also true.
Well, I got my full. It's 5:30 in the morning here in New Zealand. I should go get some sleep now. But yeah, I'll keep you guys updated. I'll post the YOLO and Wall Street bets and just keep the community updated.
All right, good luck, man.
Yeah, no, awesome chat. You guys take care. All right, see ya.
Yep.
Never mind.
Do most of the brokerages out there have the $25,000 limit as like a day trading limit?
I think that's a brokerage rule. I think that's an SEC rule, isn't it? For
Yeah.
trader protection.
Quote unquote protection.
I mean, I can only state the reasons that it's listed, but it's for trader protection, right? I don't think that's brokerage specific. I think that's if you're trading on the New York Stock Exchange, you have to follow that rule.
When that guy was when Huangin was talking about the big gap on the bid ask and all that, I remembered a few moments that I'm not too embarrassed to mention when I was gonna close like right underneath the 25K limit. So I threw like one contract bid at a higher dollar amount on one of my contracts just to push my paper value over the 25K so I could trade the next day.
It was well done. But if you like have cash only account and just strictly trade options, you can actually just do options. They settle the next day. So you can lose your money faster.
just for the sake of conversation, I think somebody posted on WallStreetBets the amount of banks that were shuttered in like 08, 09, 10, all those years and whatnot, and like, so 3 is actually still a really low number. I mean, how many more do you guys think are going to be out there? Or do you think this is going to be the end of it with the Fed stepping in and just saying, "No worries, we'll just give you guaranteed money"?
All right. Well, here's the thing. I mean, the number of banks, but how much money was like at risk? That's that's one question. And then the other question is this was before the Dodd-Frank Act, which are supposed to improve that. So if we're gonna have more, it's supposed to like significantly mitigate the whole risk of banks closing doors like that. So if it doesn't, yeah, we're fucked. We're gonna have like a mass market panic. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be nearly as bad because one, we don't have that many banks left. Two, the the amount of like safety measures they have in place is significantly higher than they had prior to the financial crisis. But then this is what the public is aware of. We're trusting blindly, I guess, on these subject matter experts who are like PhDs at MIT, Harvard, Oxford, I don't know, whatever these economic powerhouse schools are. So I don't know, but I would say I will trust them like 90% because I don't think anybody wants everybody to go bankrupt.
If they were really geniuses, then we wouldn't be in this mess to begin with. I'll tell you that.
Yes or no? I mean, because like you can set policies, people can still break the policies. I mean, unless there's like automatic death penalty for people who fuck around just to find out. There will always be like these things, like certain countries like when they lose money to this magnitude, they're fucking getting their heads lopped off.
I think it comes down. I think it comes down to a difference of civil penalties versus criminal penalties. But if the government starts stepping in and handing out criminal penalties for mishandling the shit out of money, that's going to put a bad taste in people's mouth. I don't know.
So it should be fine just by what all these like new measures are put in place. But who the fuck knows? Because there will always be somebody to exploit the system and basically make money until he stops making money. Huang, Billy.
I mean, you would think that in a capitalist society, you would have a class of laws under the category of crimes against the economy, and those would be criminal penalties instead of getting a slap on the wrist. But I guess that's not going to happen.
Well, remember capitalism, and then there's also like the whole laissez-faire economy. How much laissez-faire are you willing to give to the capitalists? Because if you restrict too much, there's going to be a stifling of like innovation. But if you don't restrict enough, we become like this massive like gap of wealth where somebody just succeeds and keep on succeeding with their existing revenue, and it just grows unchecked. Like I can give you an example of healthcare regulation. I mean, it doesn't matter how many thousands of different pages of regulatory language you can put on healthcare. Somebody's gonna fucking die, whether it's through like a failure of a healthcare system on process, or somebody just willingly making this mistake just to fuck with people. So these are like things that are very uncontrollable, and I can imagine this being any other sector, like financial sector as well. So I don't be surprised, and I guess be surprised at the same time.
I'm real curious to see if like the truth comes out down the road that a lot of very smart, very wealthy people saw the opportunity to short the crap out of the market, cause a big problem that wouldn't directly be penalized to them, and then basically be able to blame it on the interest rates.
Well, right now, like all the price increases are like heavily outpacing the inflation, and it's being blamed as basically inflation. It's being used, I guess, as like a scapegoat. Like I was talking about like my heating cost, like for natural gas. Last year for Delaware is like 44 cents per cubic feet. Now is like 95 cents per cubic feet. It's doubled, even though natural gas took a nosedive and never got to the point where it's justifiably high. But because the Public Utilities Commission, I guess, is projecting a higher cost, so they just doubled it anyway. I mean, there's just like a fine balance.
Anybody got any plays they're thinking about for tomorrow? I know Hardy was talking about maybe getting into some options towards close today, but any predictions for tomorrow or tonight, I should say, since the Fed likes to do their stuff on Sunday nights now?
I mean, I'm looking into like a possible strangle on like volatility index. Well, not index, but volatility tickers like VIX, UVIXY. Because I feel like either way, it's gonna be like a big ass IV crush, and if anything, I'm just gonna trade intraday, but I can't because I'm at an active shooter training tomorrow. But I will just open up like a 2 direction for UVIXY or something.
Who's peeling? I sold some cash secured puts on SoFi. They expiring on Friday. $5 cash secured puts. I'm okay with acquiring the shares, and I'll just sell covered calls once if I get the shares. But I don't think it's going to go down to $5. If it does, that's fine too.
I mean, even if it tanks to like $0, another bank is gonna scoop them up. They actually have like, as I said earlier, they do have a very good like ecosystem and very user friendly. So it's gonna appeal the fuck out of people who are tech savvy and don't want to like walk into a bank or write a physical check.
I don't think SoFi is going to go to 0 by Friday.
No. That's what I'm
I
saying.
doubt
Like,
that.
it's a pretty decent company, but it's
There's no chance. Yeah, I mean, to the general public, they look good, they feel good, they've got good perception. They've done a good job keeping their nose clean. They're all pretty much all the news that comes out about them is fairly positive, and they get to play the victim card on this whole student debt thing.
also got fucked by the recovery economy, so sucks to be them.
But if students do have to pay off their debt, whether it gets forgiven or whether students have to pay it off, they get the money either way, except for the ones that default
I mean,
on their loans.
yeah, but I think they still get taxed because they're considered income tax, unless Biden's going to forgive that too, which I don't think the government's going to.
They're going to be just fine, man. They're giving out massive personal loans, car loans, credit cards. The student loan thing is just a small piece of the pie. They're doing just fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry that much about. Well, I mean, I don't know. Student loan is a pretty fucked up piece for the U.S. economy, but I think the whole debt thing is gonna be maybe
They're getting into mortgages and stuff though. Like, not everybody has a student loan. In fact, I don't know a single person that does. I guess because all my friends are idiots. But I never had them either. I just played the system different through community colleges and then gaining trade skills and yada 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 and going on that route. But so I don't even understand it. But everybody has a car. Everybody has a damn house, and so I mean they're expanding into those markets pretty heavily. Well, most people have a house, I should say.
Yeah, what's gonna be funny is the people who are losing money from borrowing these like loans to trade stocks. Because I know quite a few motherfuckers that did that, and now they're in the debtor's prison. I shouldn't be laughing, but it's like you're playing with fire.
They brought back debtor's prison? That's news to me. Anyway.
Well, what do you think, individual gains? Should UK bring back the debtor's prison? 'Cause it was pretty popular back in the Victorian England days.
But yeah, I always see those posts on Wall Street Bets of people saying they're taking out loans to buy stocks. I always figured they were
Oh my
kidding.
god!
I always figured they were kidding, but
no, I saw
don't know.
them. Like they even had these loans and then they end up buying this shit. Like, fuck. I don't know, man. There are definitely people that did it. Because for a while Chase was doing I guess those credit card that you can use your like credit limit to get some money out of it. Some people play Tesla, and Tesla played them back.
Oh man, there's some people in the comments that said balance transfer I did on BOFA 43,000 on 2 credit cards. Someone said I took out $50,000 in student loans and defaulted. Fuck them. Interesting comments over there. It was very interesting.
Let's get some like elevator music. Come on, Opinion. I think you got enough ladders for today. Can you like give us some music?
Today isn't. No, this isn't Reddit Talks. What do you think of us? I did chat with Opinion about connecting a bot that played Reddit Talks cool jazz loops at like 10% volume. So we'll eventually get that stood up.
I 100% support that. Without it, I feel lost and naked. So if you could please
In the
make that
meantime,
happen.
if you feel lost and naked, you can download the cool jazz loops that I just posted in the chat and play them on your side. Oh, I suppose you
You,
can play them in the chat.
what if we played the Pepe Lore theme song?
No, thank you. I believe that's licensed. This one is royalty free.
Understandable. Or somebody just scream "re" in the background.
To be fair, I could probably also just listen to Hardy talk for about 5 hours. Like, I honestly, if I had to get like a horrible health diagnosis, like turns out I had cancer or something terrible, I'd like for my doctor to sound like you.
Well, Copper from Murphy, I'm sorry to say, but you seem to have a severe case of copium.
Well, just turn on like NPR at like 2 a.m. when they just talk you to death to sleep with cotton mouth.
I mean, dude, honestly, I don't even know what copium is, but I'm like excited that I have it now hearing that from you.
It's the reason the Bed Bath & Beyond subreddit still exists. They all have terminal cases of copium.
I'm just waiting for them to start liquidating their inventory so I can start buying some cheap shit from them. Like, they have decent Dysons vacuums. I'm in a market for a new vacuum.
That's about the only reason to be excited for them. I think my wife had some of their stuff on like her wedding registry, and I had to go into one of the stores to return something. What a disaster.
Holy shit. PDD is up 6%.
Someone in the comments said the same with Super Stonk. You know, I appreciate Super Stonk. It's like the QAnon of finance. And I know I had previously said that about Crypto Bros, but I've decided Crypto Bros are more like the Alex Jones of finance because they're really overhyped and yell about it all the time. It's just like, calm down. Please
What
stop.
about NFT bros? Do they even have
Oh.
NFT bros?
Yeah, I mean, they're also the Alex Jones of finance. Pretty bad. They're just like, NFTs are going to change the world. Next year, everyone's going to buy houses on the blockchain. And you're like, oh my God, please stop.
Whatever happened to the prices of those NFT houses?
Oh, yeah, I remember.
It's actually like, I mean, it's actually like not the worst way to handle title issues, but like, there's already title agencies. They're not the wealthiest companies in the world, you know? So the pot of money that you can get by doing this isn't that big, right? I mean, that's what you got to think about.
Now might be a good time to scoop up like cheap NFTs because these things come in waves. It's gonna people use it to like evade taxes, so they're definitely gonna make a comeback.
Yeah, I agree. They'll make a comeback. It's kind of like crypto when it first was in its rise. All the shit coins got destroyed. Some of them just disappeared into thin air. But like the top coins always prevailed, right? Your Bitcoin, your Ethereum. So stick to that when you're choosing your NFTs to buy on the low. At least when you think they start bottoming out, like your Bored Apes NFTs. Those will be my targets once they're more affordable or cheap, whatever you want to get in at.
Like the second people don't give a fuck about them is when I'm gonna start looking at it.
Yeah, I haven't heard about it in a while, so yeah, it ran during the crypto run, so or the Bitcoin run after the halving, right? So I anticipate the same kind of calendar for NFTs.
So the reality is that they pretty much all lose their value, and you are better off buying. Statistically, you're better off buying into like stage 1 clinical biotech stocks, which are wildly dangerous. Your odds are roughly 1 in 200 they get all the way past.
Yes.
So it's literally like 5 times more risky than just going to a casino and putting it all on black, like all on a specific number of the roulette wheel, like walking in and being like 13 black, like what the hell. So I mean, that's riskier than that. Interestingly enough, NFTs are even riskier than early stage biotech investments. So I'm just going to say that your chance of hitting it there is pretty much 0. And I say this because I was actually hired by a hedge fund to investigate the sustainability of opening an NFT fund. And at the end of doing a bunch of research on it, I was like, my recommendation is that you don't do this. And I just shared that for free to all of you. But there you
Wonderful.
go.
You know it's bad when the recommendation of going to the casino is the conservative path.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Anyway, let's get back to plays. People are like, hey, can we stop talking about crypto? They're just blowing up the...
Hey, anybody understand why Devon Energy dropped by 30%? They're like in really good value zone right now.
What are these people exactly? I've heard the name thrown about in the morning chat a few times. What is it?
What is what? Devon Energy?
Yeah, like what do they do? Sorry.
Oh well, it's one of these boomer ass oil companies. I think they're a energy supplier as well. Let me double check because I have Exelon as the stock that kick over Devon Energy.
I'm just gonna add to that student loan conversation before, but I'm forgetting what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, a lot of people like me have been taking out student loans to go back to school online after years to either get a financial degree or get a master's. So I think there's because before you were saying, or somebody was saying that people are mostly buying cars or mortgages and not necessarily taking out student loans. But I just want to mention there's also that segment. And the other thing I did too was they don't know exactly how much to give you usually, so there's an overpayment, and they will send you extra. They'll send you the difference in a check, and some people like myself have taken that extra money to invest, and it's kind of a way of investing on margin, but I haven't had to pay any of it for a couple of years now because the loans have been frozen.
Funny enough, my roommate used to do that with student loan checks, trading futures.
Did he have a profitable run with that?
He said he would never do it again, but he would. This is back when it costs $5-6 per trade for E-Trade and stuff. So he'll cook up some futures from the index fund and try to just make a few pennies per share. And because we're talking about $20,000-$30,000 for the semester. So yeah, it was quite extreme. But he said he's never gonna do it again, and he would never advise anybody to do that again. So I'll take his word for it.
For me, it was kind of like I had you could put it back towards the loans, but as soon as my loans were due, they got frozen. So I was like, I can either put this in savings or I could just mess around with it. And then ended up, I put some into TQQQ in 2020 when the COVID run up was happening, and then I used that money for a down payment on a house. So I kind of
Nice.
went in a circle of borrowing government money to like make my life better.
That's cool. I'm pretty sure there's a few IRS agents sitting around on the chat.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that was just my friend who I was referencing the story.
Weren't they going to hire like an obscene amount of IRS agents? That was in the news, and I guess now they're not going to.
Who the hell knows? I mean, most of this stuff is just like political bullshit. They just like to rile people up.
What do you mean they're not? Like,
They
did you
100.
confirm that?
Yeah, so they 100% were. They had hired 86,000 IRS agents, and people were like, "Don't worry, these are to go after wealthy people." And then the IRS came out and was like, "We're going to be watching your Venmo if you transfer over $600 at a time." And everyone went apeshit, collectively lost their minds, and then it was repealed, and all of those agents were fired. So basically, the funding for those agents was then repealed, and that was.
But did they actually hire those people?
I don't
No,
think they ever
they hired.
actually. They
It was
had
like a 5 to
budgeted.
10 year plan.
Yeah, they had budgeted for it, right? So they had budgeted to do it, and then that part of the budget got repealed.
I mean, that's what I was
As
saying.
matters.
Like when they came out with that news, that was in the middle of like everybody's on their COVID vacation, and you couldn't hire anybody to do anything. Like they're just I was in a position to hire a bunch of people. There was 0 applicants as compared to now. There's applicants flowing out of my ears because everybody's broken out of money and they're off their COVID vacation. But the back then when they said they're going to hire all these people, I'm like, from where?
Yeah, I mean, unemployment rates now are near historic lows.
Well,
So,
you guys can
again,
probably pick up
what
workers
are
from
you gonna
healthcare. I was gonna say you can probably pick up healthcare workers from the healthcare sector. The whole industry's hemorrhaging workforce from like top down.
Dude, that's fine, man. Do you know how hard it was to get my Adderall script filled? It was ridiculous. I had to call 18 different pharmacies before I found one that had it in stock. I had to drive over an hour to get Adderall.
Where do you live? I mean, what part of the country do you live? Like Seattle?
Nope, Columbus, Ohio. I actually ended up doing a little thing in the local paper, and about it because I was like, this is an insane shortage. And I talked to some other people in the area. Like one woman had to drive 2 hours to get her kid their ADHD medicine. I'm like, that is super messed up. It's like a regional shortage.
People still take Adderall.
You don't do mail-in prescriptions?
Oh yeah, I learned about that recently, and that's what I'm switching to. Is that like Optum RX or whatever, where they're just gonna mail it to my house? It's gonna be dope. Don't come to my house and steal my Adderall. I will shoot you.
Yeah, CVS does that. And then I don't know who the fuck Amazon bought that they're doing that now too. But
One Medical.
Don't forget cost plus drugs. Mark Cuban's whole thing.
Yeah, One Medical's Amazon.
Yeah, they don't do controlled substances though. The Cubans thing, he doesn't do. But there's like just so many like, there's just so much red tape around controlled substances, right? And that's why it makes them expensive.
Well, we're waiting for Wegovis to go through the moon, like past the moon into Uranus, out of the solar system. Because weight loss is going to be a big effing deal.
What's that new drug that's out? I was going to make a trade on that because I've heard a bunch about it. It causes you to lose like up to 20% of your body mass in the first year.
Oh yeah. This is like all the
What's
like
it
the
called?
drugs. So it's like it's made by Novo Nordisk, and then Eli Lilly, and Sanofi have like similar drugs that do it. I mean, the classification is called GLP-1, and yes, it does have that outcome, but it's not like literally you're shredding weight. It's a numbers game. So like if you like want to do some calculations, it's 3,500 calories per pound of human flesh. That's either protein or fat or other kind of like biological ingredients, not including water. So what the method really is just you just don't eat and you just don't feel hunger. So you lose muscle, which is actually higher water well, not higher water. It's like it's denser and requires it also takes up more weight per like I guess calorie. And then you lose fat, which is mostly water, and that's really what people want to achieve is the fat loss. But generally, people like the first month, you lose bone density and you lose muscle mass. But it's the miracle drug for people losing weight. You just take a pill and you lose weight. So it works. It really works really well. Celebrities love it. They look like fucking skeletons, but who gives a shit? It's gonna solve the global hunger food shortage.
Yeah. So basically, it's a lot like
It's better than
amphetamines.
hydroxycut.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds a lot like amphetamines because that suppresses your appetite. You just don't want to eat. You're like, why would I eat when I can do math instead?
Well, it's all right. So amphetamines is a stimulant. It makes you excited and shit. The GLP-1, it actually is it's a strictly more like the blood sugar pathway. So it's like the endocrinology of like diabetes and stuff like that. So like it does help regulate blood sugar levels and also makes you feel more full. So it targets only that aspect without like the amphetamine side effects. So people use it, well, mostly like people who are morbidly obese or really need these like serious aggressive weight loss interventions like bariatric surgery. But now people are abusing these weight loss drugs because it is easy because you literally don't feel like fucking eating anything. And you can just ride on the Peloton all day and fucking lose weight. So, I mean, it's not a bad medical intervention if you're using it for the right purposes, but everybody's using it now to look good for their beach getaway.
Still calls on Peloton?
No, fuck no. You can like everybody on my Facebook page is like selling their Peloton like on like the Facebook market.
Yeah, nobody's buying it.
A third of his cost. Like
So-
barely used. I'm like, yeah, that's so
In the chat, they were like Ozempic, and it's like
Yes,
you were
that's
right.
what it
It's made by Novo Nordisk, and then I like Googled that, and then it turns out there's a shortage in Europe, and they're like
Yes.
warning people that there's a shortage, and they're going to have all the weight come back again or whatever.
Right. Oh yeah, this has been going on. So the drug's been out for like over a decade. Like we're like me as a government regulator, we're only aware of it because everybody's trying to like flood money into the pediatric side. And I actually write a rebuttal saying that that's a fucked up idea because I want to see the pediatrician's financial disclosures by saying this kind of stuff. So basically, yes. But somewhere along the line, like mid 2015 ish, like these endocrinologists figured out that celebrities can use it to achieve weight loss at a relatively pain-free method. So they start giving it like off-brand or private pay, and nobody really gave a fuck because there was a lot of it at that time. And then just recently, the FDA and CMS, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, are given like negotiation powers to basically cut the cost that they are reimbursing for these type of medications. So all of a sudden, you see these shortages for some reason, even though it's really not that difficult to manufacture and pivot their manufacturing capacity towards that, because it no longer becomes like a profitable drug, so it's not economically like advantageous for these companies to make them. So what they end up doing is, if you kind of like actually, if you look at like some of these like lobbying dollars, like NVO and like Lilly has like jacked up on their lobbying dollars in U.S. Congress to influence the I guess the usage of it. So they're trying to like do like a label switch. Basically, basically what that means is that you can prescribe
It's
it for
like an
other
off.
conditions.
Yeah, it's like off-brand or off-label, right?
No. So basically, like they
But
can
then it
prescribe
makes it on label after you complete that process, right? So it's like, oh, this
correct.
was off label, and now it's yeah. There's an
Right, like
interesting post in the text that says Ford Lightning recalls over battery fires. It seems that news broke 2 hours ago, and Ford stock is up since then. So yes, battery fires aren't a deal breaker. I don't know what to say about that.
I think everybody's so numbed to like EV recalls because of Tesla that they just don't care.
well, also for consumers, it's actually good when they're recalling batteries, because you can literally swap out a brand new battery for free.
Well, that's
and
not really good, because now your vehicle is going to be stuck at the dealership for like 2 months and then have the whole damn thing disassembled. And I promise you, when the technician, the guy that graduated the local high school, puts it back together, it isn't going to be the same as when you first got it. But also, this would depend on me ever even seeing a Ford Lightning going down the road, which I haven't. So
few. So I've been an EV driver for like 10 years now. I started with a Nissan fucking Leaf. That car's ugly as fuck, but it was cheap as fuck to own. But so what a lot of like electric vehicle owners don't realize is that battery degradation is actually very significant, and it actually accelerates after like the third year of like EV car ownership. So if you can look back on certain like class action lawsuits, Nissan had to pay a fuckload of money back in like 2016, 2015 on the battery degradation, not because of the degradation itself, because they couldn't pin on it. It was for the extreme temperatures. But that battery degradation is still really bad regardless. So in about 5 to 8 years, you're gonna have some people trying to throw these class action lawsuits on battery degradations, because it is expensive to repair and replace. So they are not seeing the true extent of the I guess one of the downfalls of long-term EV ownership.
If my EV isn't driving me, self-parking itself, parallel parking itself, yada yada, I don't want it.
Actually, if those that are able to stomach the cost, leasing an EV is actually pretty good. Like I have a Bolt, and the monthly payment basically is cheaper than basically the gas cost per month.
well, I mean, but that's assuming you're getting your electricity from great sources, which not everybody.
Exactly. A lot of people are complaining now that the costs of the EVs are just almost the same as gas. Of course, the people that were grandfathered in originally to get a lot of the cheap charging or cheaper,
Well, like,
they're benefiting.
The other thing you have with pretty much every single EV is battery degradation as they get to be like 4 to 5 years old. I'm just talking about the current technology that we have. As they get to be 4 to 5 years old, nobody wants them, so their value just absolutely capitulates. Buying any EV is pretty much on par with the depreciation of a Mercedes S-Class.
Yeah, I agree on the
Or
depreciation.
no, more like a Range Rover.
Oh my god, Range Rovers are horrible cars. I would never.
I used to.
I would never sell that to my worst enemy.
We have so many Range Rovers in the fleet, and they actually have a problem leaking water from the top of the windshield right now. and I mean, like half of them are in the dealership because the whole dash is just rotted out with water.
Bro, if you guys listed it for 50% off, I still wouldn't buy it.
Well, I used to part-time at CarMax, and Range Rovers. So at CarMax, they sell this thing called Max Care. What Max Care basically does is kind of like health insurance for a car. Like anything from like Range Rover, Mercedes, or BMW, the Max Care is almost like a third of the cost to purchase the vehicle. So it's horrendous and hilarious.
It's a different world out there, automotive wise, right now. I know Luce has talked about his Stellantis plays. I'm in on Stellantis as well. A lot of people have this like predicated opinion that Chrysler Dodge is unreliable, but it's a different game out there right now. Fiat fixed that whole company, and their cars are some of the most reliable stuff driving around right now, which is crazy to say, but it's true.
And Stellantis is really popular in Europe, so looking at the American market may not necessarily be a good picture.
Hey, Scott, looking sexy out there.
Damn.
I did work in 3 work from home jobs.
This is my little outfit I wear around the house. I feel better putting on a tie, man. I feel like if I don't put on a tie during the day, I know I'm not going to get any work done.
The question is, are you wearing pants?
That's immediately what I went.
I just wanted to see if it would work because we have on Discord, it restricts you to where you can't do video, and we started with over it's like 300 person limit, and we had over 300 people. We had like 800 people in here when we started, but apparently as soon as you get down below that limit, you can start doing video feeds. So that's pretty interesting. You can have up to 10,000 people in the audience as long as it's audio only.
I mean, solely based off the boner that I have right now from that video feed, I'm just gonna have to copy all your trades, bro. I'm sorry.
But you know what's funny is like I'm raising money for this startup, and it's like a tech startup. And when I go to those meetings, I literally take this shirt off and I put on a hoodie because that's the look, man. That's the Silicon Valley look. You got to look like you're in goblin mode, half homeless. And they're like, that man is a programmer, and I'm like, I sure am, buddy. You know?
Yeah, you show up with the fucking tie.
SPF, bro.
So you pulled off the CZ Binance look.
CZ Binance, nice.
Yeah, I mean, he pioneered that, right? Wasn't he in a hoodie on the cover of Forbes years ago?
Yeah, he is.
I thought it was Bill Belichick's look. If anybody watches American football.
I completely agree with the change of attire, though. I actually find myself doing that. If I have to go to like some salt of the earth blue collar vendors to talk to them to convince to like do some work for us, I definitely do not roll in a really nice vehicle wearing a tie and all that shit. I have multiple vehicles depending on what kind of visit I'm on.
Yeah, the whole tie and dress shirt and shit. That's just, they need to end that shit, honestly.
I mean, a lot of companies have, but it's just one of those things where you got to know your audience. there's still some like old school blue collar, folks that want to see you put the effort in, but then there's a lot of other people that want to see you fight the power.
Yeah, I mean, I was working in like a defense contracting space, like a Lockheed Martin, for example, and their customers are the government. So every time you go in, you got to go suit, tie, the whole shabam, and it's just like so pointless if you think about it. Like, especially switching to like a tech company. So it's been a whole 360 whirlwind. But looking back,
yeah,
go ahead.
when I had my own business, we had this thing where the first Monday of every month, everyone would come in all dressed up. So like everyone would wear like ties and shit, and like the women would have like nice dresses on and stuff. And then other than that, because we were like a cybersecurity company and we mostly worked out of a data center, the rest of the month we would look like we just, rolled out of like a Zumba class or something, right? Like everyone's in like hoodies and sweatpants and stuff. But it was nice. Like I think people like wanted to get dressed up. That's why we made it that way. Like people were like, we'd like to have a little more formal like office culture, and I'm like, okay. And we'd all go out to lunch that day, and like I don't know, people really enjoyed it.
Yeah, when I started the tech company, I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to wear the suit or a tie or anything. Let me just do like a polo or whatever. And then I joined the call on Zoom or whatnot, and everybody's like, "What the fuck are you wearing?" I was like, "What?" They're all in like t-shirts, hoodies. Like, I had to buy like 20 t-shirts after that.
So hey, I have a play.
Please tell us.
Let's hear it.
All right, I am looking at some cash secured put CSPs basically for UVixy. Because even when it dips so I'm looking at like 1 week to 2 weeks out. So even at a $6 strike, you're looking at like cost basis of $5.50. And if the market really gonna look as shitty as it's going to, it's not a bad way to hedge it.
So why do you like for the people that may not know, including my dumbass, why do you like the short term versus the midterm?
Well, UVixy is very volatile. So like even if it doesn't move towards your direction, the decay of the option contract will dip significantly faster than like a traditional stock. I don't know the exact mathematics behind it, but I've been like just observing it. The way that the options premium's been behaving is that so if it goes up, it goes up marginally, unless it like really moves, like sometimes like today. But if it trades flat, it actually just dies. And then if it goes against the direction of the contract, then it dies a lot. So you can actually short term, it's very susceptible to that. It's kind of like a gambling on the seller side without trying to pick up pennies in front of a steamroller. Because I mean, unless the market like the SPY moves like 20 points tomorrow, you're not gonna see UVixy like dip below $5 or $4. So that's kind of like my redneck trading thesis. No offense to rednecks out there.
It's all right there, bud. I'm a diehard boy from the countryside up there in the mountains, and I do appreciate you giving your darn opinions.
All right. But yeah, like I've been looking at like weeklies and then 2 weeks out. Like a $6 put, it's like $50 give and take. So it could be a play. It's because I am looking to hold more shares. So that's why like I'm not, I guess I don't care either way. At least I get to keep a premium.
Have you done that trade before? Have you
Yes.
seen? Okay, so you've seen the decay on it. I mean, I'm not saying don't do it. I've just always
Yeah,
entered it literally like 24 hours max.
right.
So
Well, that's exactly why I do short term sell, basically sells, because it moves a lot, and even if it moves against me, I get to keep it. So right now, I use this to like accumulate about 1,400 shares of Uvixi, and it hasn't been doing that bad. It was like at $4 at one point, but now I'm up 42%. So it's not like it's not bad. It's just like a good hedge, at least for me, for my portfolio. And then I don't have time to like fuck around tomorrow, so I'm just gonna do something like this. So at least participate in losing money than not participate at all.
I do have time to fuck around and find out tomorrow, so I'm thinking, and this might be crazy, but what if some of these bank stocks that, regional banks, possibility they get seized and all that, what if you got some puts that are a few months out? In case it does get seized, you basically make infinite percent on those things, but then also just buy shares to ride the wave back up when they don't get seized, because a lot of these that are 50-60% down, like inevitably they're going to get back up towards the realm of normality at some point.
and to agree and a little more meat on that bone, the way that interest rates have reacted in the last 3 days, everyone's balance sheets just got a lot better. So this big percentage move down may not be as warranted, right?
Supposedly, hopefully.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking. So I had some SBNY puts over the weekend. I talked to my brokerage about it, and they basically confirmed that, yeah, we're just gonna, if this thing gets seized and delisted or whatever, we're just gonna pay you out the strike price of your options. So for a $5 contract, which would have been $500 or whatever, I'm getting like 7,000. So I'm thinking buy some puts on some of these banks. Maybe I lose 1,000, 1,200 on each set of the puts or whatever, and then at the same time buy the shares. Minimal downside, bigger upside, I think.
Sorry, no, I understand it better now. Sorry, I get what I'm actually on the other side of your thesis. Sorry.
Oh, for Uvixi?
No, not up for you, Dixie, for the banks, though. I think a lot of the pressure that made these other banks fall on their balance sheets and being upside down on their bonds with the lowering of the bond yields just naturally in the market in the last few days. I don't know if as many banks will fall now.
Well, and that's what I'm agreeing with you as well. I'm basically saying to play both sides of it. Get some puts on the books, but at the same time buy shares, because I think, to your point, the majority of these banks are not going to get seized. The shares are going to ride back up. IV's high as F right now, but just in case they do get seized, have a few puts to just basically wash out your shares that you lose.
It makes sense. Thank you. Yeah. I hope it works. Always, as always, I hope it works for you,
Well, Elon didn't get hit by an asteroid, but I still made some money.
All right. If anyone's already done this, I apologize. But Copper, can you do the Motel 6 thing? I know people have asked in chat. Can you do the whole combo debt thing? Because that's exactly who you sound like.
I'm Tom Bodett, and for Motel 6, I'd like to let you guys know we'll always be here to leave the light on for you. And if you really need a shoulder to cry on, just hit me up on my Sprint Mint Mobile Text T-Mobile device.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Give it up.
Should I call you on your BlackBerry?
Yeah.
Dude, do not start with me on BlackBerry. I still own a lot of BlackBerry stock, and I am a big BlackBerry supporter. So
as am I. It just went the complete opposite way, like Wish.
As they say down here in the South, them's fighting words.
These goddamn blackberries.
Yeah, when Trump pumped Kodak by like I don't know 500%, I'm like all in on BlackBerry, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I made 20 grand off BlackBerry back during that time. It was crazy. But if I held for an extra day, it would have been way, 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 way more. Pay for hand to that bitch.
Back to talking about insulin and stuff. Does anybody remember, like right after when Elon took over Twitter, the genius guy that set up a certified Twitter account for that company that makes insulin and said that all insulin's going to be free now?
Yeah, Eli Lilly. It dropped like 6%, and the options. It was on a Friday too, so it was hilarious.
I don't know who that guy is, but like if I could legitimately get a picture of him, he'd have a poster on my wall right now. That dude is my hero.
That's when they had like the fake blue check marks, right?
Yeah, it was quite possibly the most amazing thing I've seen on Twitter ever. Also, just a PSA health announcement right now. Wash your hands and try not to lick doorknobs aggressively. There's a virus going around. I don't know, maybe it's a version of COVID, maybe not, but like literally everybody at my job is sick right now, and I'm fucking dying.
Do they have kids?
No, I don't have any kids. Most of them don't. I don't know where the hell I got it from. I'm pretty well. Like I wash my hands. I don't lick a lot of doorknobs past 8 a.m. So yeah.
Speaking as a parent, there's a lot of stuff going on. There's like 3 different strains of RSV. Avian flu's been confirmed. Strep is going crazy. Flu still going crazy. So it might be a variation of all. Or it could be booger AIDS.
Oh, bro. I had this illness the other day, and by the other day, I mean I was sick for 8 freaking weeks, and it was like a penicillin-resistant sinus infection. And they gave me penicillin, it came back. They gave me penicillin plus steroids, it came back. Then they gave me this like nuclear penicillin that like it wasn't really nuclear, but it was like the strongest penicillin they had, and it took care of it. But man, it was rough. So First Horizon Corp, FHN. I just bought $10 calls, $24 calls for $10 a piece, dated for April 21st. The thesis here is that maybe it goes back close to its price at some point in the next month. And that's it. They were cheap, man. They were 10 cents a pop. Some people got in at 5 cents a pop. I wasn't that lucky. Maybe put in a bid at 5 cents. You might get lucky and get filled. I got filled at 10. There is open end. I am like the entirety of the open interest for today. What the hell? Anyway, I think it's an interesting play.
Hey, buddy. I'm glad you're okay, number one. That's really all I wanted to say. Because I know you said your next level of drugs. I remember you talked about it on the call, so glad you're all right.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, they were like, this is it. If this doesn't cure you, like the next option's chemo. And I laughed because I thought the doctor was joking, and they weren't kidding. I was just like, oh, shit. So I'm really glad that took care of it.
If the doctor would have told you that in Hardy's voice, it wouldn't have felt so bad.
What about in Simple's voice?
All I know is, so I actually went in on Thursday, and they were supposed to like do vitals, like test your blood for whatever prior to going into surgery. The lady looked at me and she goes, he looks healthy enough. It's fine. I'm like, this is going to be great.
Those back alley surgeons are a great way to keep your money.
Dude, let me tell you about insurance. Holy crap. The doctor basically told me, he's like, here's the codes. Call your insurance company. See if they will pay for these codes. And if they won't, I'll do it for you at a flat rate of $3,500. I'm like, okay. I call the insurance company, whatever. Come to find out, so they will pay it. He has a deal, like a backdoor deal with the hospital. They let him use the whatever. It's all legit. $3,500 if I pay him cash. They billed the insurance company $32,000 for the same service.
Welcome to America.
I don't think any of us. I mean, I know a couple of us here are actually doctors, but a lot of us were like, "Nah, that's too late for us."
I mean, healthcare is by far the most inelastic good. So people would literally pay whatever money they have just to stay alive. So it's unfortunate, but I guess that's good. It's guaranteed business. Just like the fucking funeral directors.
Back to the Adderall discussion. I've never taken it, but I hear that you have to be like focused on whatever task you want to get done when it starts to kick in. Otherwise, you will just zone in on something irrelevant. Is that the case or no?
It depends if you're someone who takes Adderall or not, right?
Yeah, I mean, my experience, man, is that it just makes things a little easier. It makes it easier to focus. Ultimately, it's still your choice on what you want to focus on, right? But like, I'm very like I got pretty bad ADHD. I mean, so like, for example, I've been at a party and seen everybody doing blow, and then like I did a little bit of that nose candy, and it was very clear that everybody else was getting something very different out of it than I was, because I was like, man, I kind of want to go home and like clean my house right now. And everybody else was like, woo, party. And I'm like, they are getting something very different from this stimulant than I am. And that's how you know your brain isn't normal.
Or that you got fake blow.
Oh no, everybody else was. I definitely felt it. I mean, it was like better than a Red Bull, but like it was nothing to write home about.
Oh, really? Yeah,
But
I
you
mean,
know,
Adderall is more closer towards like your meth property, right?
yeah. But I hear down in the Carolinas they have the best blow, and you know, I don't know anything about that, but that's just what I've heard.
That is partially true. I solely ask because I never really had problems focusing on stuff, but as the years go on, I guess like you get a little bit older, you've kind of seen it, done it, been there, done that. I find it hard to like really care about stuff. And I don't know if that just means I'm becoming an old curmudgeon, or should I like maybe look into being diagnosed for some of this shit.
Sounds like depression, man.
I'll just say this in general: better living through chemistry. Okay.
And Adderall might help with depression too. Sometimes it just makes you fast sad instead of actually fixes it, but other times it'll just clean it right up.
Yeah. When I was on it, I got a lot more done, but it was done more at a feverishly pace, kind of like what Scald was saying, where you gotta clean, or you gotta do this, and it affects people differently, and I like Skull's point of, are you supposed, or I think Bourbon maybe said it, are you supposed to be taking it? So if not that, an SSRI, like an antidepressant like Lexapro, that could help you too.
It's not that I'm like
take
depressed
Ativan.
about stuff, but it's just like spending enough time to focus on things, you know?
I take Ativan when I day trade.
Oh yeah, slow yourself down a little bit.
Well,
Move it down.
yeah, because what I've noticed, like when I started trading and stuff, like what I noticed, I'll get like really caught up, and then emotions start setting in, and I just don't like check myself before executing a trade. So like when I take Ativan, it actually slows me down, and like I get very secular when it comes to like emotion. So you know, it doesn't bother me as much on wins and losses, and I generally have a pretty good outcome on day trades.
See, it does carry over to trading, but that's the way I try to golf. I try not to ever get so excited about a shot or so pissed off about a shot, right? Even if it's a birdie or it's a triple, I just try to have that same straight-laced face the whole time. Easier said than done.
Yep, that's why I use performance enhancement substance.
I think it helps with consistency. Go ahead, professional. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it's actually a prescriptive. It's kind of like when you have like high stress work, get like panic attack and stuff every once in a while. So, I take it sometimes just for that.
Well, that's good. You have something that works for you. Obviously, we're all different and have our own backgrounds and everything. So I'm glad it works for you.
Yeah, especially that. I mean, apparently, not apparently, but it's actually data, backed by data. It's like Asians has like an obscenely high amount of, I guess, anxiety in this generation. So I'm like, well, I guess I'm part of the statistics. So let's get ourselves checked.
You got to have your mind right to trade, man. You got to be dialed in. You can't be emotional. So I support anybody. Like for me, it's like a mental health thing to do this during the day. It's like it's always been one of my hobbies, and it's just helpful to have in the background while I'm doing other shit. But if you're getting all wrapped up about the market and it's causing you anxiety and stuff, man, might not be good.
Yes, please seek professional help, not the bridge.
All right, and I'll say my boomer thing: own shares. Sorry.
No, I have shares of like stocks, mostly dividend bearing right now though.
We've talked about that. You and Ryler. Oh yeah, the staples. I get it. Dividends are good. I'm with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm basically using my dividend shares to fund my gambling addiction, aka zero DTEs. So it's like a zero-sum game, but at least I'm playing with somebody else's money, not mine.
I like it. I like it.
I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you're hustling for something, as long as you have a goal to move forward to like something to obtain, that is one of the best medicines you can have to keep you straight. I've seen so many people like retire and just become super depressed because they're not hustling to get anything.
It's actually why I'm not retired yet.
100%. 100%. When I sold my business, I didn't make enough money to like retire, but I made enough money that I didn't have to really work for a while, and like it was a couple months after that. I'm sitting around and I come to my wife and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get bees because once we have bees, I can get honey from the bees, and once we have honey, I can brew that into mead and we can make our own mead at the house. I'm going to start a mead making business. My wife just looks at me and is like, you need to go get a job. That's exactly what I did. Like, you know, just sitting around doing nothing, your brain just starts going, you know.
Well, you could have been onto something, man. Meat is actually getting pretty popular, especially if you can figure out a good way to infuse it with like THC.
A good analogy for me was Gran Turismo. Like I don't know how old everybody in here is, but like, who remembers or who did play like Gran Turismo 3 or 4 when it first came out?
I did. Yeah.
Like the most fun part about that game was when you started out with like $10,000 and nothing else, and you had to get yourself like a fucking Suzuki Cappuccino and race your way up to like once you had millions of dollars, it just wasn't interesting anymore. So like
Yeah,
like
exactly, man.
the past like housing thing, I sold my house, they made pretty well off with it, all my debt was paid off, blah blah blah. I'm not joking. I built a double wide. I literally went out into the country and I live in a fucking double wide. I went from
like a trailer.
Yeah, like an actual. Well, they're not really trailers anymore because the county makes you actually adhere them to the ground like a single story ranch. So the foundation is very similar to a stick built
But
ranch.
it's basically like a sitting trailer.
My house has a VIN number. So like my house started out with a car title and it has a VIN number underneath the sink. But
Yeah.
but from looking at it from the street, you would just think it's a ranch.
Well, hold on a second. Not to be weird or
I mean,
anything.
trailer.
That means, so Copper, sorry. That means you have 33 vehicles in your fleet then? Is that right?
Yeah. But we took the wheels and axles off of this one.
Sorry, I'm listening. Go ahead. No, I'm listening. If I knew how many, go ahead.
Nah, but I had to start back at zero. I deleted the save file, and I started back as a rookie with $10,000 and a Suzuki Cappuccino. It's just more fun that way.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Like if I felt the same after 2021's game stunk. It was like you're playing video game, right? And you just typing God mode, and there's nothing you need to work for. Like my needs and like my financial goals were just like set, and I was like, well, do I just wait to die now? So I know exactly how that feels. It's a weird feeling. Like for a while, it just like sucks like the meaning out of life, which is depressing to say, but it did.
It's like you wonder like how these billionaires and millionaires go crazy when they have everything you could possibly want, right? Like this is how. Like when celebrities and billionaires lose their mind, this is why. They reach the end of the road and it's like, well, what do I do now? You know, where a lot of us that came from nothing and started with nothing, as I would imagine a lot of people on this subreddit, did, and are just churning away and hustling. Like, dude, you gotta have something to grind for. Like, I don't give a shit if I go broke. I'm gonna be grinding.
Yeah, just joke it away, guys. Just joke it away.
I just want to be like a Buddhist, have zero grind, have zero need for anything, and still be content.
I don't know if this is the right sub for you. No, I know it is.
Oh, I mean, they're still working towards that goal. So they're still working towards something. You know,
Oh,
it's
they're
like
grinding towards enlightenment. That's genius.
yeah, you know, like just like fucking atheists, they are still technically a religion because their faith is that nothing exists after death.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I'm not in the the zone of grinding. It's more of, does that become pointless at a certain point? But
grinding towards anything, like you're saying, towards enlightenment. Even for the Buddhists, that's still grinding.
I just want to be able to levitate. That's it. That's all I want to do.
Dude, that'd be fucking dope.
I just want to make enough money that I can go to Israel and get the ADHD CRISPR'd out of my body. It's going to be dope. They have an experimental treatment for it, so I'm going to have to pay some people off because it's not fully out yet.
You don't think it's fun sometimes? Come on, you know it is.
Yeah, it's kind of fun, but no, this one time I had dental surgery, man, and I didn't take my Adderall that day because why would you want to focus on dental surgery? And then I told the dentist, I was like, I'm a little nervous because you guys are going to be operating on my mouth and stuff. So can you give me something for anxiety? I expected like a Valium or something. Dude gives me an OxyContin, like just full on Oxy 60. And so I take it. And the next thing I know, I'm so out of it. I'm like midway through like telling them my insurance or something. And I can't remember how I started my sentence. That is how much it messed me up. I was like, I'm sorry. I forgot what I was saying. And they were like, you were telling us about your insurance. I'm like, oh, yeah. It's ridiculous. I don't know why anyone would want to be on that narcotic. It's the stupidest drug ever.
And we can make this a play. Cardinal Health is a local company that they've had a little bit of issues with that because they sent like 6 million pills to like one county in West Virginia during the height of the opioid crisis, but they paid pennies on the dollar, even though they didn't stop it.
What's really crazy is I live right near Cardinal Health, and my family, a few generations back, is from Kermit, West Virginia, and it's a town of like 180 people where most of the people live in a trailer park and mine coal. And the fact that they were delivering literal pallets of OxyContin to that pharmacy should have raised a lot more than eyebrows. I mean, my
zero
gosh.
compliance, right?
Yeah.
No compliance. Please keep going, yeah. But it's absurd that they barely got. And who is the family? The Seckler family. They still have stuff named in DC after them.
Dude, I gotta say though, the double wide life is where it's at. There's like a hot tub attached to $1 million house is not the same as a hot tub attached to a double wide. Like it's just, man, you just gotta experience it.
Now you're waxing poetic about it. I think it's already in your voice in the call-ins.
Bro, Silicon Valley Bank was invested in Olive. Oh my god. No wonder they're getting wrecked. They were invested in Root, which is down like 99.9%. It had a $5 billion market cap, and now it's a $50 million penny stock. That's Root Insurance. And then they also invested in this Olive, which is basically going the same way, except Olive's not even publicly traded yet. They're still in their VC rounds. Holy crap. RIP Silicon Valley Bank. I'm surprised they didn't own shares in Wish.
The one thing I will say about this on Discord, I like how markets be crashing is wrong now. That's a good thing to have wrong now.
Someone said it's literally the best time to make money. Yeah, I mean, if you're actually a day trader, these high vol days, these high volatility days are kind of what you live for, to be honest with you. Because you can make in a day what an investor will make in a year, right?
Well, and I was curious. I had to go out and about today, but I was curious if anyone, when the VIX spiked up to 30, what would the play there be, Scald? Yeah, I know you can speak to the technicals of that. And did you take any actions? Did you buy or sell any options around that?
Sorry, on which? On what?
Today, when the VIX spiked to 30, so I know the implied volatility is up. How would you make money off that? Or did you, at the top, kind of pull the trigger on anything? Like sell any volatility, if you will, take that extra IV, take the extra premium.
So what I was looking at was, so UVXY was something I always used to trade, but it used to be 3x leverage. It's since decayed heavily. So those of you that don't know, these kind of leverage products decay over time. So if you just look at UVXY and go back on the 5-year, you'll see how it decays. Basically, like
that was because of that event in 2018.
Yeah, but also because of how it's structured, it's an asymptote that approaches zero, so it's always going to be going downward, right? And so eventually they do reverse splits to try to like pop it back up, right? And they'll probably have to reverse split the VIX soon. But I had an order in to try to get an order in on it. It didn't fill, which I'm thankful for, because the VIX and UVXY did not mirror the VIX very well at all today. And I'm just glad I didn't get in it. I think I want to start trading VIXY. Maybe in the future.
Have you looked at calls on SVXY?
No, that's another one that someone mentioned to me the other day. You know, I used to trade volatility years ago, like quite a bit, but I haven't been trading it over the last year or so, just because it's kind of broke. It's like it's not working anymore, and so I just sort of stopped trading it.
Yeah, the thesis I saw was that because UVXY decays so much over the long term, that if you were to buy puts on that, put leaps or SVXY call leaps like that, you would just make money off of it without doing anything at all. And but I think it was like something happened in 2018 where there was like a huge drop after hours, and it just plummeted like I think like 80% overnight. So they reduced the leverage based on that, and the charts never looked the same since then.
I also think the nature of our bear market, like we didn't have normally like it climbs slowly up and it rips fast down. I mean, that's typically what the stock market does. It's kind of uncommon for you to see a slow bleed throughout an entire year, which is what we had in 2022. And the way the VIX works is it's stochastic. It uses stochastic kernel smoothing, and its data is from discrete time samples across equities that are traded. So basically what it's doing is it's using a kernel smoothing method, and it's taking snapshots of the entire market, and then it's comparing those data points now to where those data points used to be, and then it's looking at the delta between those two things, and from that it is deriving the relative volatility of the entire market. So if you think about that math a little bit more, I suppose it's possible that if the market went down and to the right slowly for an entire year, that the supposition would start to be that a bear market is now the natural state of the market. And so stocks going down don't necessarily spike volatility as long as they go down in a slow and orderly fashion. Typically, that's not what you see, though. You normally see stocks rip downwards, which is why the VIX has been referred to as the fear index for decade, right? Because it was generally a fear of these violent downward movements like we saw today in the banking sector. So that's just like one of my thoughts about VIX. I don't know if it's true or not. And frankly, it's a whole lot of math. And I could probably
I
do
don't,
it, but I don't want to.
I don't trust the plays on it just for all the reasons you just stated, and because I've tried before and it does the opposite of what you want it to do.
It's simple back of the napkin math, right? It's called simple.
Oh yeah, it's real easy.
I'm gonna need more napkins.
I gotta say, smoothing out kernels sounds like a massage technique and or just some made up shit.
That's good.
Did anyone bring up any daylight savings plays yet?
So short auto insurance and you short insurers too. Is that why?
Is that what the play is for that?
I mean, you have the most heart attacks and the most automobile accidents the Monday after daylight savings time.
Oh,
So
I see what you're saying.
I know.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No, I was curious if that makes sense. But also, like, I was thinking, if there's like any energy differences after clocks change, people might be consuming less electricity.
That actually is a thing. If you look it up, it's more likely to rain on the weekend and in America than it is during the week, statistically.
Is that for real?
Yeah, because in America, some people, a decent amount, consider the weekend as being off, right? So you don't drive as much. The average temperature is lower on the weekend than it is during the week. So when you have a little bit lower temperature, water condensates, blah, blah, blah. I don't know all the other math behind it, but there is less activity on the weekend, less human activity than there is during the week. But also, that's where I'm waiting for them to come out with it. But there should be some pretty interesting documentaries about life during, like, when COVID first hit and like the whole country kind of shut down and people were doing like record cannonball runs across the country because there was nobody on the road. Like how fast nature started to reclaim everything and how fast nature started coming back as soon as humans quit like being out there as much. It was very interesting scientifically.
Yeah, that sounds really fascinating. But how do we make money off of that?
Well, Enron was actually about ready to roll out a market that would have allowed you to trade based on the weather, but then they got Enron. So kind of sad we didn't get that.
Let's bring them back.
I don't know how they didn't see that with the name and everything. It's just absurd.
Interesting. There's actually a 2017 academic paper that was written by the University of Texas and the University, or I should say, the Ohio State University. Wrote a paper about manipulation of the VIX using options, and there was also actually a anonymous whistleblower in 2018 saying that the VIX was being manipulated by market makers. So that's some interesting stuff.
All right, Scott, I'm going to ask you what you think's going to happen the rest of the week. You got gold still up 2%. Markets are up. VIX is down from its highs. Do you think this is a head fake? Do you think we should sell into some of this? I mean, not me personally or any of these other people, but would you sell any of your shares or buy any protection going into the rest of the week?
I'm actually pretty heavy in cash right now to start with, just from where I'm at. So, like I said, I have taken my half on a double, which it wasn't really a double. It was like close to a double, but I took half on my average share price was $9.49 on Wall. And when it broke above 16, largely because Rad the Reptile was making jokes about me selling at 16, I sold half of my position at 16. I'm keeping the other half to let it ride. This could be one of the largest bull traps in history. That's certainly a possibility. And that's the kind of possibility that makes me nervous. Also, the fact that like Hardy is standing aside for the entire day, and Hardy is definitely smarter than me and has been trading for longer than me, makes me nervous. So I'm trying to be defensive.
Did he say that he's just not going to do anything today? I didn't quite pick that up. I was off earlier.
Yeah, that was my take. He said he was just sort of standing aside on all the banking plays and watching, not necessarily standing aside for his. I mean, he's got like a larger portfolio, but like he wasn't making any plays on banking or anything like that. He was going to let this entire day resolve.
He was going to try to pick up some option spreads towards the end of the day, expecting to capitalize on the IV issues.
Yeah. Someone's asking me why I'm nervous. So what I'm saying is I'm nervous about spending more of my dry powder. So like I'm pretty heavy in cash right now, and I don't just want to start aping into things with the way the market currently is. Cause like I don't know. But yeah,
I don't want to recommend a particular strategy to anyone, but something that's worked for me for a while to stay invested but not load in all of your capital is to take advantage of leveraged ETFs because the ones that are 2x and 3x, if you think about it, it's basically like getting free margin. So if you hold 70% cash and 30% SPXL, you're basically creating a SPY position, but only a third of your portfolio is exposed to risk of the equity market. So it's just some creative ways you can look at staying invested, but also defensive at the same time.
Yeah, that's a very good option. I'm also just probably going to be looking at doing certain spread options to try to reduce risk. I might even look at calendars. Calendar spreads was sort of like a. So I've got to think about it.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot. I'm looking at it and
One of the strategies in 2009 I learned how to trade options in 2009 and I lost my ass because it was 2009. So I mean that sort of happened. But one of the strategies that I ended up settling on was basically slightly bearish strangles. And those actually treated me pretty well. So basically a short strangle, if you will, right? And with a slightly bearish bias against the current stock price. So like not buying it directly at the money, but kind of shifting it a little to have a little bit of a bearish bias. That's a strategy I ended up using in 2009 that actually made me money. And with all this uncertainty, I'm not sure if it's time to dust that one off and try it again. But I'm sort of thinking about it.
No, I appreciate your insight. I know you've been doing it for a long time. That's why I ask. Just trying to figure out if I'm going to do anything with my portfolio. I don't jump in and out that much, being mostly a shareholder, but I like to be advantageous where I can be.
Human Genome, are you here?
I haven't heard him since I got back from my errands, and that's been
Yes, I am. I am. Sorry, I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. No, I was just making sure you were here. I was going to pop out of the chat for a little while. I wanted to make sure that we had someone running the stage still in case something crazy happened, but I'll be back on later.
Okay.
Thanks again, Skull. Appreciate it, man.
I'll see y'all.
See you.
Bye, Skull.
You guys shy all of a sudden? Come on. I didn't see any hands up in the audience either, so I know it's a long day. It's been a long talk.
I think everybody's trying to adjust to the hour difference. I tried to prepare on Friday. I'm on the East Coast. I changed my iPhone time zone to Bermuda so that I was already an hour ahead for a couple of days, and it didn't help at all.
Did you forget to set it back and then you run a time warp?
Oh yeah, when I when I woke up yesterday morning, I was like, "Wait a minute, is it 9 or 7?" Like I had no idea.
Well, the nice thing is your phone gives you the right answer nowadays, so
Yeah.
I use that. That's sad, but it works.
Yo,
What's going on? What's your thoughts?
Yo.
so my thought is because I've seen some stuff about this going on that at first the Fed had something going on about they were going to do a cut of like a rate cut of like 50 BPS. And then the last thing I saw was 75 BPS. Now, that is the point I'm getting at is I guess it's either save the dollar or save the banks. It's looking like they're going to save the banks, but does that mean the dollar's screwed?
I mean, I could see. Go ahead, Genome.
I think they're doing a raise, a 0.25% or 0.50 or 0.5% raise, not a cut.
Well, I posted a picture of it not too long ago in the chat. Yeah, it was from that tweet from David Lauer. At 1:58 p.m. I posted, it's right there, the Fed funds futures. pricing in cuts, negative 75 basis points worth by year end.
Oh, by year end?
Yeah.
Okay, so I know what. Yeah, I'm looking at the post. If I can jump in here real quick. What you're talking about is how you look at basically the 5-year rate, or excuse me, the 2-year rate, which was at 5%, and now it's down to 4 3/4. So it's that lowering of it that shows it. You're going to see short-term dislocation in the interest rate markets. It's not going to tank the dollar forever, and it doesn't have anything to do about saving the banks. It has everything to do about saving the depositors, right? They're not going to make the CEOs whole. They're not making the shareholders whole, any of that stuff. So it is a little different. It is disconcerting, but I don't think they're going to burn the dollar, right?
Yeah, they can't afford to do that right now.
Central digital currency, anyone?
I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta take care of something real quick.
I mean, if you look, the stable coin, it did drop below $1, but now the $4 billion that they didn't think they could get out, they have it now. So crypto's actually up. So.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're talking about, I've seen conspiracy theories about the trying to implement a central bank authorized digital currency.
Yeah, I've seen that too. That's
so what they
that's
do is they make people lose confidence in the banks, tank the dollar, and then roll everything into a central bank digital currency and tie it to welfare.
Those are all huge, tremendous leaps, which I don't believe in.
Yeah, it seems just that crazy.
Yeah, that sounds like clickbait, is what I would call it. Oh, I mean, it's okay, but I don't think it's really viable. So I wouldn't spend too much energy on it if I were you, right? Or worry about it.
No.
Like in that regard, that's pretty far out there stuff. So, and I'm not saying
highly regarded.
Story doesn't. The story's not out there. I'm not saying that's that because I've heard it before, but it's not really feasible.
So then I also saw, I guess, let me go get those pictures for you because there's some documents that were published in another Discord server I'm on. See if I can find them. There we are, economics, yes. Let me save these here.
Yeah, and that picture that you had there, that's from a Bloomberg terminal. If you didn't know that, you can tell by the colors.
Oh yeah. Yeah, here we are. I got what I'm looking for. These were from the FDIC. This is a communication that was shared with them that was found little. They held a closed door meeting yesterday on the 6th floor of the FDIC building. I'm guessing had to do with this. It says up here Sunshine Act meetings, but they've decided that the public interest doesn't require the consideration of matters in a meeting open to public observation. So the same day that two banks collapse, in the same weekend that two banks collapse, the FDIC has a closed door meeting about it.
Yes. No, here, and I'll explain to you why. The FDIC is the body that regulates the banks, so they have every reason to have a closed door meeting to decide what to do. And in this case, with them and the Federal Reserve, they're going to pay the depositors from a Federal Reserve action, excuse me, not to mince words, but they're not going to have this out in open.
Commodity Futures Trading Commission is going to have a closed meeting. Examination and enforcement matters. And that's literally all it says about matters to be considered.
I haven't personally, but have you looked? Hold on. Have you looked at their past releases? Did they usually tell you?
No, this was published in the Federal Register.
No, that's not what I asked. I'm saying the one that you're talking about, are others similar, or does this look weird and out of place?
It does look somewhat out of place now that I think about it, because...
No, I mean, to me, it's not that.
Well,
I think
so it looks like they're saying up here Sunshine Act meetings, but the Sunshine Act has to do with the ACA. Why would they be... That makes no sense.
Okay, then what's the play?
I mean, if they got some detail, if we had more details on what exactly the Commodity Futures Trading Commission is doing with this meeting, what exactly are they going to be trying to enforce? You know, what exactly are they examining? Are they examining the fallout of this current? I don't even know if we can call it a crisis. And if so, if that's exactly what they're looking at,
I still don't understand. Sorry.
I'm trying to explain this best I can.
You're spinning a ball of yarn.
I lost the plot. I'm highly regarded.
No, it happens to me. I'm not hating. I was trying to follow.
I lost the plot myself. I'm just sharing things that I found on my other Discord channels. That's funny. So yeah, so I get that they're not bailing out the shareholders here, and but the thing is that SVB really only had venture capitalists and real estate hawks on the bankroll. All those businesses, I mean, that's 65,000 startups that aren't going to fail for now, but they will, and it's inevitable.
No, and I'm pretty sure it's what they're trying to stop from happening, and it wasn't just their bank. So it was the rising interest rates that definitely added to this, but these companies were offsides, if you will.
I mean, the free market should do what the free market does, and where you put the money in and you lose, you lose. So I know this isn't a bailout. I guess you could call it a quasi bailout.
I wouldn't call it that.
You would call it that?
Would not. So
it's a depositor bailout. It's a depositor bailout, not a bank bailout.
Yeah.
Like it's a customer bailout, not a bank bailout.
Yeah, but they didn't lend to private citizens, so could it really be? I mean, I guess corporations
they're giving
are people,
them money.
so
No, they're giving people that had more than $250,000 more money than would have been covered by FDIC. They're basically giving them the money because otherwise they would lose anything over $250,000. So it's a pretty generous gift, actually, when you think about it. If you had over $250,000 deposited with Silicon Valley Bank, you're getting one hell of a gift.
Yeah, no, I'm just laughing at how it's how there's few libertarians in a foxhole now. It seems like they don't want student loan forgiveness, but the minute they're in trouble, oh, bail me out, bail me out.
To be fair, you're not going to find very many libertarians in Silicon Valley. Those are mostly probably mostly liberals in California, coming from California.
Yeah, it's just that's where it's.
So it's not really the liberals.
They like to. The tech bros like to
really
talk like they're libertarians until they're in trouble.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, most of the people that were there are liberals, not libertarians.
I knew that. It's more like the tech billionaires that like to say that, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, free market this, government sucks, and then they need help. And suddenly it's, please, Daddy Biden, save me.
Well, no, I mean all those companies have a too cozy a relationship with the government, actually, in my opinion. I mean they do have that the ability to. I mean, honestly, what Google and the social media companies did to Russia was just astounding, right? I mean, they were able to pull out, leave all those people hanging. Like I have friends and stuff like that have that live in the United States who have older family members that still live in Russia, and basically these people have been cut off from their relatives, and all of their pictures and photos that they used to share has been taken away from them. It's like these people were not the American Russians were not involved in the war, and their old family members that are living there are not involved in the war. They just have to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But the power that Silicon Valley has wielded in this thing with Ukraine, it was just astonishing. I mean, they just pulled out of there and everyone was cut off and you're done. No more Google. I mean, imagine if for some reason there's like no more Google Maps. You can't use your payment system. I mean, they Silicon Valley is, I think they got the power now, not even the government.
Yeah, Butato, call puts on the Fed, I guess, if the Fed doesn't have the liquidity to handle the deposits of the entire regional bank sector. So I'm liking what Butato is saying here on, the banks are bonds previous was safest possible investment. Yeah, you're not wrong. They were safe. But
all right, I'm tired. I'm out for now. I'll be back later. See you guys.
Yeah. I'm kind of at work right now, so eventually someone's going to come in and I'm going to have to do some actual work.
Yeah, I do too. I just want to mention about bonds too, because I was asking Hardy about this the other day. Is like what I've seen, the reason that they have hedged portfolios well in the past is because during certain volatile market movement, there's a flight to safety where people pile into treasuries, dumping equities, and it spikes up. So it kind of smooths out the volatility in your portfolio. And a lot of studies that have been done over the long term show that that tends to be the case. But then I kept seeing like that, with the interest rates, until they start to stabilize, like that safety net from bonds might not come into play. And there's also been a kind of like a bull market of bonds for the past 40 years. So they're likely not going to produce the same returns they did over that same couple decade time span.
Uh, Stephen McPherson said, "Please, Daddy, save me again." Now, looks like I gotta get to it. Okay, I'm gonna get out of the voice chat here. Like, figure out how to do it.
Hello, everyone. I'm now the only person on the stage. Or there's two people here.
Why is there 150 people here?
I have no idea. I left for a minute and I came back here. I was talking to Luce. I come back over here and everybody's left the stage and it's quiet.
I just joined today, like during the pre-market talking just now,
Oh, yeah.
and I see like also nobody's talking. I see 150 people here.
Well, we're down below the 300 number, so now I can do this. Video.
Oh,
Yeah.
what do you mean, like down to 300? So what? It doesn't give the option to.
If you, yeah, the max you can do video calling on is 300. If you have over you can have up to 10,000 listeners if you're just doing audio.
I get it.
Yeah.
You know what I like about Discord? So because I'm a mod here, I need to raise my hand and then I need to approve myself before I can get up. Like I don't need to wait for somebody to approve me. Like I can approve myself.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a lot better than Reddit. I mean, I already like it more.
I think that the reach that we have on Reddit is not gonna be beaten anytime soon. And the verification process for Discord is, for some reason, hard for a lot of people. Like to this day, we get like 10 emails a day of people saying they can verify, blah blah blah.
Yeah, on the Confused Money one, we have the emoji verification. So like when you log into it, it literally just shows up a message that says click the check mark.
Yeah.
And I get messages about once a week where someone's like, I don't understand. I'm like, you have to click the check mark, the button.
On mobile, it doesn't.
Human.
Come up. Yes.
We can't hear you.
Sorry. What I was saying is on mobile it does not come up. That little thing to click the checkbox to verify that you're a person. Like I remember when I first joined WallStreetBets and I tried to do it on mobile. The little box that you clicked didn't come up, and I had to do it on a desktop computer with a web interface, and then it came up.
Shit. Did you say that to anybody? We can work on that.
Well, I did mention it a while. I did mention it a while ago when I first got on Discord. That's what happened. That we had to do it on a desktop instead of the mobile device, and I don't know if anyone ever did anything about it.
Yeah, I'm sure we can do something about it.
I think so too. I mean, it seemed like a pretty simple fix, but like I said, on the desktop it works piece of cake. You know, you see the verification thing, you click on it, and straightforward, straightforward. But on mobile, it's not that easy.
It could be.
Hey, do you guys think that CS is the next one to possibly go? Because Bloomberg was saying that the White House is keeping an eye on CS.
Did you ever invest in GME or BBBY or anything like that?
I made money on GME.
No, but did you invest in it?
I didn't invest. I made money on it.
Okay, Gabe. What I was getting to is, it's funny how people believe Bloomberg when they want to believe in the shit they say.
Nah, I don't believe anything. I take everything with a grain of salt.
Okay. During the end run on meme stocks, everybody was talking shit about Bloomberg, and when it suits them, then Bloomberg is, a reputable source. It's funny how that plays out.
No, what I do is I
Well,
keep an
credit.
eye on every, I keep an eye on every, all the news outlets. It's not just Bloomberg or, it's not, some of the most important news that comes up. It's not from the, media, per se, like the mainstream.
No,
That you can actually.
I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just like it's a thing that we hear a lot. Like it's not you. It's a general theme.
But Credit
Oh, I
Suisse
get
is
it.
not a U.S. bank, right? I
Yeah, I
mean,
know. That's
why
why I
would
was
that
getting.
be?
That's why I was asking you guys. What are your thoughts on there?
I
I
don't
mean,
think that
I've
would be
heard
our
the
problem.
same. I've heard the same news as you, right? That their credit default swaps have hit a record high. I don't know enough to say what that means, right? I don't know what they're like. Obviously, it doesn't look great, but I don't know how many they can bear. I don't know if this is historically high for Credit Suisse, but other banks have gotten higher and still survived. I don't know the nature of these. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of moving parts, and it's easy to be like, oh, it's Debit Suisse, they're going under, right? But
yeah,
the reality is Credit Suisse could bear this, and I just find it hard to bet against Swiss banks. I don't know if you know any
Well, the
Swiss
reason
people,
that I also
but
mentioned is because like they were holding back on distributing their bonus to their like their I'm sorry,
Executives.
their top earners. So they held that back. So that's why I was mentioning that part as well.
So the only statistics that we have of bank numbers in Europe is an interesting one, but it's only on the downsizing trend of European banks and the bank branches, shit like that. So from 2008, the number of bank branches fell by 27% in Europe. But I can't find the number of the actual banks that closed. I'm trying to find it, but it's a very, very, very small number. And Credit Suisse is, Credit Suisse, like.
Okay.
I mean, that's not
So
an
for the
opinion.
most part, you would say they're somewhat stable for now. In your opinion?
Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows?
so
Got
right
it.
now they're at this So Credit Suisse credit default swaps on the macro VAR risk model is at 467.5, but in 2022, in November they were above that. They were above that number again in October. So I mean, I know this news story is saying that they're at their highest, but looking at the actual data, that doesn't seem to be true. Now, if I go back farther and I look at all their data, yeah, they are like clearly at a higher number than they have been historically. But their number that they're currently at is still 1/3 to 1/3, anywhere from 1/3 to 20% less than banks had during the 08-09 crisis. So, and those are the banks that survived the 08-09 crisis. So, just looking at some of the basic data, it seems like this could potentially be survivable, but I don't know enough. Does anybody here a credit risk analyst? Because you would actually be the person we need to talk to.
I know a few. But SVB was a 40-year-old bank. Like, that's also something that people need to understand. In 40 years, like people can you can't even put out 2 generations of bankers. You can't even put out like 40 years is 40 years is not a lot of time for a bank. Let's just put it like that.
But weren't they like well capitalized as well? It wasn't really a capitalization issue, right? It was more of what, because of the interest rates. Is that why they
No,
went under?
SVB.
Yeah.
SVB.
It's a very
No, they
simple
went under
word.
because they went under because they the burn rate of the startups that they were giving loans to were burning through the cash too fast, so it went below their like reserve requirement that
So
they had to have
basically
to
over
stay
leveraged
solvent.
themselves.
Well, not them.
Let him
Not
finish.
them.
Go ahead.
So they gave loans to startups, and then the startups deposited that money into an account that they have. Like if you deposit $100, the bank's supposed to keep a certain amount in reserve requirements, based on the being able to withstand financial hardships. So the startups that had their deposits with the bank, they were going through their cash so fast because of inflation or because whatever they were doing, they were using up the money in their account so fast that it dropped it dropped below the bank's reserve requirements for what they had on hand, and then they got themselves in trouble. They didn't have the cash anymore that they were supposed to have, so that's what got them in trouble. They became insolvent because people were using the money up too fast.
Let me jump in. The problem is the banks usually take bonds. They invest in bonds, and majority of the banks, like the investments that SVB had, were pretty conservative. Like they're up there in the standard of conservative. That they have like one of the most conservative portfolios you can find. But what he said is the companies, and there is a story out there that Peter Thiel started all this shit. He started to pull his money, and he told all the companies
So
that
he
he.
was the one that was saying, "Hey guys, pull out your money."
Yeah. But here's the thing. So when the company invests into the bonds, they have a mature date. I need to check. I didn't check how many was like a 5, 10 years, whatever, 30 years maturity rate, but they needed the money and they sold everything with a loss, and that's it. They lost like 600-700 million dollars just selling the assets that they had to pay the people to stop the bank run. But the bank run didn't stop because the people saw that they are insolvent. This shit can happen to any fucking bank. The bonds are going to go down when the interest rates are going up. And that's what happened. The Jay Powell wanted to increase the unemployment and stop the inflation, but in doing that, he destroyed the banks. The concern right now is that, like I said, the portfolio was a pretty conservative one. And the concern is the other banks will follow. If the fucking bank run starts in any of them. So that's what
Do you
happened.
think it's national banks as well, or just regional banks more?
I mean, it depends. It depends on their credit assessment risk and where do they have like the assets. The part with the startups is it's all guess now. It's all just people guessing, like what actually happened, what started the whole shit. But just like during the COVID, people thought that there is a shortage of toilet paper, and everybody started to buy toilet paper. The shit happens before you know it, and for reasons that you don't know why it happens.
Irrational reasons.
Yeah.
Like fear,
Yeah.
basically.
So
there was an
and
interesting
one of the
chart there was an interesting chart that somebody had
So
that mapped out the
due to
liabilities and deposits,
I guess
liabilities and deposits of banks, and it kind of showed where they sat on the risk scale as far as potentially being insolvent or having a run on the bank.
Oh, really? Was it on WallStreetBets or?
I don't know if it was WallStreetBets or one of the other financial subreddits. I'll try to find it and I'll repost it on WallStreetBets.
Oh, yeah, you should.
So one of the biggest things that got they got Silicon Valley Bank in trouble was convexity on so a lack of mark-to-market accounting and convexity on basically their bond and mortgage-backed security products. And so a quick just thing on convexity here is, basically if you look at this chart, you'll see that there's this bottom line here. This shows the duration of a given bond or a given product, right? But the reality is the curves are actually convex based on the yield. And so if there's a delta here, obviously, right, between the mark to basically what you think the price of this would be versus what the actual price is. And because of this, basically this delta is where they ended up having this unrealized loss. And in a lot of other banks, this is probably one of the components of this unrealized loss that you hear, where it says banking has like a $600 billion unrealized loss across the entire sector. Well, if you look here, eventually they make it back up, but it takes time. And they just simply didn't have that time anymore when everybody started busting down the door and making withdrawals and there was a run on the bank.
Here's an interesting fact.
Okay.
Lehman Brothers finished their bankruptcy in Europe just last year because of the securities and everything that had like a expenditure date. So they just finished the bankruptcy last year and everybody was paid in full, almost in full. But yeah, this shit is going to take time.
HSBC just bought the European branch, right? For SVB. Or supposed to, anyways. That's what the news was saying.
So the story goes, yes.
Let me read some comments. What people were typing. Yeah, shit Piper. He said they had a 6-year maturity. Yeah, he's probably right. They lost 1.8 billion last quarter. Yes, that's the number. That's the number I heard. Also, they sold some, not all. Yes, the rest are being collateralized 100%. True. Hold to maturity, and you get 100% of the bond. Yeah. That's what I said. It was all fine until people wanted their money out, and it fucked with their maturity. So yeah, Nathan, I'm inviting you now, but like when other people are talking, don't overtalk them.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah.
The speaker, but so my whole thing is like with stocks, isn't the point to like make money, and that's why we have WallStreetBets. We want to make money. So what I'm focused on more of is how can we profit from this situation. And intuitively, my first idea was wait a few days, weeks, invest in banks, and then wait like maybe a few years, and it should go back to normal. What do you guys think?
Could go back to normal. Could be in World War III.
I mean, I was up 235% on my wall stock. I literally just bought stock in WAL, and I rode it all the way up. Sold half on the double, which de-risked my position. And technically, I sold a little bit before the double. I sold a 16. I just sold the rest, but I'm still greedy. So what I'm doing is I'm now taking my profits from Wall, and I'm now taking 20% of the profit, not of the total amount, but 20% of the profit. And I'm going to drop that into near-term calls to continue to capitalize on that momentum. So I made some money. I'm going to try to make even more money. If it doesn't work out, I lose 20% of my profit, which sucks, but it's nothing. It's not going to kill me. And it's money I didn't have this morning. So why not try it?
Talk about greed. I went in on SI maybe like last week, made a little bit of money, and got out, And then I was like, when it did, I was like, let me go back in. And of course, they got my ass handed to me.
Yeah. And I should call out the second part of that play, that idea of taking part of the profits and going back into calls to capitalize on the momentum. That was 100% Loose Ventures idea, and I'm liking it. It's turning out really well. So, not sure if Loose is in here in the audience, but shout out to him on that one.
He's working.
I did something similar, but a little more conservative.
Go ahead. I was just gonna add one more data that's very interesting about SVB is from the top of your head, Stahl, and people in the speaker. What do you think? How many users, customers that they had, deposit customers? I'm gonna give you a ballpark estimates of, let's say, Bank of America are serving approximately 67 million customers and small businesses and clients. How many do you think SVB had? From the top of your head, just ballpark.
In the thousands, or
just give me an
80,000. maybe 1,000.
Number of customers.
Yeah, like
so the question was number of customers that they added, right?
Yeah, they had 1,000 customers. Are you mental?
Yeah, so I think in a given quarter they would add, I don't know, 12, 13,000 customers per
No,
quarter.
I'm thinking about your.
So they would add like 40,000 a year, maybe.
Okay. At the end of 2002, they had 1,000 customers.
So I thought that would be like their yearly ad. Holy shit.
That's great for referrals. You know, when businesses is great, but such concentration can fuck you up when shit hits the fan. That's a lot of small communities. 37K people. That's nothing.
Well,
How much did you say Bank of America had?
67 million.
Well, you know who banked there, right? Simple. Like
who?
All the venture capital, all the venture money, like literally 50% of the venture money.
Oh no, you mean in SVB? Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, when you.
It's a very small.
When you said.
Yeah.
When you said, I thought you were talking about just a regular Joe. That's why, because I was under the impression that they were, more towards the venture capitalists.
No. Listen, I'm talking about the regular Joe. So I'm talking about the number of depositors that they had. So when it's the deposit customers, it doesn't matter if they're venture capitalists or are they you, or is it you? They had 37,000 people invested in them. And it's a very similar group of people. Like you can see on the pictures who is standing in line. Everybody has a polo shirt, khaki jeans. Everybody's white. It's a very similar group of people.
Gotcha.
And that was in 2022? That was their number in 2022?
Yeah, 2022, yeah. Everybody knows everybody.
A lot of kickbacks, huh?
It's a small world when you in finance. VC is a small world too. You'd be surprised you end up knowing when you get on LinkedIn. Agree connection. Stupid.
There was a bunch of people on WallStreetBets that said yeah, I worked in SVB or my company. Oh, that's why I didn't get the money this week.
Yeah.
Our bank accounts are frozen. Like the thread was fucking insane.
They say it's not what you know, it's who you know, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody posted a video of a bank running Wells Fargo right now, and the clientele is a little bit different. God fucking knows what's going to happen with this shit.
I wanted to jump in on the wall this morning, but I was like, not taking a chance. But then when I missed it, I was like, damn it. Around 7:58, I wanted to jump in, but then I wish I took a chance. So I would have made a nice little chunk of change today, but such is life.
I can't remember who was the guy yesterday. We had a brief backholder talk, and there was this dude who said he bought triple leverage short on bank ETFs, and I fucking told him that's a really bad idea. He fucking went with it. Like I need him to come up again to tell us how much money he lost.
I don't know if it was it on WallStreetBets. I heard like
It was on Discord
a week
yesterday.
before. No, not yesterday. About the guy that made it went in like 7 on puts. He went in like $7,000 and came up like 6 million or something like that. I'm not sure if it was WallStreetBets or another one that I heard. I was like, man, that's crazy.
Probably. But to put that much money in, you need to have at least a couple of million laying aside.
Yeah, there was a news story about a guy who put $7,500 on puts, and they ended up being worth 2.1 million, which is just stupid.
I think it was 6 million. I think that's the same guy. I think it was like 6 million. They said
Put some
it paid
fucking
out
what?
on
He had puts
SVB.
on Silicon. Yeah, he had puts on Silicon Valley Bank, dated a
Oh,
month out. And he had like
Yeah,
$7,500.
he put like around 7,000 and came up like 6 million. Six.
Oh,
Stupid.
that's some insider trading shit. Like, yeah, come on, give me a fucking break.
Yeah, insider trading is wrong, and if you think you have insider information, just DM it to me, and I'll tell you.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
I was gonna say that shit too. Yeah, if you think
Unless it's coming from the janitor, then it's okay.
I'll tell you if it's insider info or not. No, I'm kidding.
I'm not joking. I'm a moderator. I'm gonna moderate it. So yeah, HSBC just bought the UK arm of SVB for £1. A joke. No, I mean it's not a joke. They actually bought it for £1, but like, what the fuck?
Like really? £1
Yeah.
really, or are you just joking?
No, £1. They probably took the risks of the additional money. Yeah, they took all the assets on all the debts and all everything. So right now they're eligible for the bank run themselves, but HSBC is the world can come in and they won't get a bank run.
And they
for $1.
just they're leaving Hong Kong, aren't they? Or they left Hong Kong already?
So they got 3,500 customers in UK. The HSBC from SVB. The deposit will be protected. Blah blah blah. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I will do the same shit if I was them. I really would. You get a bunch of VC, a bunch of startup plans from Europe, already vetted, already have history with the company. Like, yeah, that's fine. I'm on, boys. Have fun.
Hey, Luke.
See
Oh,
you soon.
simple. He left already? Oh.
All by myself. Hey, this is probably a good time to mention that if you haven't already, make sure that you're getting notifications by right-clicking on this channel and also that you're hitting the interested button in the events tab in the top left. Want to make sure that you all keep getting notified of these talks that are going to happen every single trading day. Oh, and if you haven't already, make sure that you verify your account so you can see the rest of the Discord. I've just discovered that a bunch of people think that this Discord is literally like 3 channels. No. There's a lot more. So make sure you verify. It's pretty quick. That being said, let's see who else we can invite from the crowd and get you guys up here and talking.
Hey, Simple. Actually, I'll just DM you.
Simple here.
Oh, Simple left.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nathan, yes, the pit is not the only Discord. There is so much more. Just go ahead and verify, and you'll be like, what did I miss? That being said, yeah, we've got about like just over a week, literally 8 days left, 7 days if you don't count today, then to wrap up these Reddit talks and move them entirely off Reddit. Pretty short timeline, but we did good. I think we hit 750 people today, which is pretty awesome. So hopefully going to keep that up, and maybe even I would be surprised if we didn't surpass Reddit in the next couple weeks. So good stuff. Yeah, I miss RPAN too, Jelly. RPAN was pretty cool, but Reddit's supposedly trying to go for this more streamlined view, so we'll see what the heck that means.
Hey, crypto, and sorry, opinion. Are you done? I'm sorry.
No, yeah, go for it. Go for it.
So, what do you guys? What's your opinion on? I got a couple of them. Disney and let's see, what's the other one? Disney, oil, and Google. So I think for Google, I'm thinking probably from now till maybe from 6 months to a year, maybe 120. I'm hoping. As well as Disney, maybe 130 to 140. And Boyle, I'm hoping that it hits maybe like 40 at one point if this cold front comes, So what do you guys think? What's your opinions?
I don't know enough to comment on Boyle. As for Google, your thoughts were 120. You said is what you thought getting up to.
Yes.
I could see that being a possibility if they continue with rounds of layoffs, which has been pumping the stock. That would be a pretty heavy recovery, though, right? I mean, you were talking about basically a 30% gain in stock price over the course of a single year. Not that Google isn't capable of it, but I'm just saying we'd have to have a real resurgence in growth and better macroeconomic conditions for that to really happen.
Yeah, well, let's say everything levels off, let's say, we have another 10 to 20 pullback, and then everybody, take all the fear out of, stop jumping ship and, really start thinking with their heads instead of their, the emotions instead also, I would say. And, Google, one more too, Microsoft as well. I would say Microsoft maybe 270 to 300.
Let's see. So if you're looking at you're buying leaps on these, I'm guessing.
No, I have shares.
Oh, okay.
I've been dollar cost averaging. Every time it dips here and there, I buy a couple here, maybe 5, 10. You know, I did
Yeah,
that with
so 130 seems very unlikely on Google, just looking at the options price, but it seems to be that getting above 105, the market believes that's at least 3 times more likely. So on Google, so it seems like that's probably a little bit more achievable. On Walt Disney, just eyeballing it, my personal thought would be end of year of 105, maybe. It all depends on, we've got a shakeup in the C-suite. It all depends on what directions they take that. Their streaming services had slightly lackluster performance, but it's doing better than some other streaming services out there. So, I mean, I could see that it's probably not a hindrance, but it's probably not going to help them either. So, I mean, really with Disney, you're down to basically parks and park performance. How many people are getting in those parks, how much tourism people are engaging in. And again, that's highly dependent on macroeconomic conditions, but I could see 105 for Disney's future. As for Microsoft, whatever your price target is, absolutely. What did you say the price target? What did you think it was for Microsoft?
I said around 275, 300 maybe.
Sure. There's no ceiling. As far as I'm concerned, with the AI products they're rolling out, I have no idea. I'm sitting in on this disrupting innovation conference with Microsoft here pretty soon about the Chat GPT. I was invited to GPT-3, which you guys know is Chat GPT, in early 2022 because of the AI space I work in, and I work for a venture capital fund that does AI and cryptocurrency investment, and then I also work for a hedge fund, but I left my job at the hedge fund. It's a long story.
Okay.
Anyway, I still work for the VC, so I see AI companies and I see crypto companies on a daily basis trying to show me stuff, and I have to say that Microsoft and their AI products are they're ahead of the game. And what I would really watch for is just making sure they stay on top of that innovation, because a model that's 6 months old might as well be 10 years old in this space. It's changing that rapidly.
Yeah, I had them for like over 10 years. Then I sold most of it. Took some, took some of the money and bought some land, and then I started slowly going back in. And then probably like 3 months ago, when what I did also was that I regret. I went into Facebook when it was around I want to say between 98 and 101. And then I sold at 118, and I'm like, yeah. And then of course, like 2 or 3 weeks later, it went to like almost 200. I was so pissed.
Yeah, that seems to be the way it goes. You sell and then it rockets. It's true for everyone. Loose Ventures. Wait, that's not Loose Ventures.
No, I just have the same profile picture with him. I like Bill Huang.
It's Loose little brother.
Yeah, not exactly.
What are your thoughts on Tesla crypto?
I think we got to value them as a car company, and I'm tired of not valuing them as a car company. and I think their price to book is ridiculous. And I mean, I think it should go down. So if we just look at Tesla as a car company and not as a technology company, their current valuation would actually still be slightly overvalued if they sold 100% of the cars on Earth. That's how highly valued it is, right? I mean, now it's at least that's where it was. Now it's bled down a little bit. I was an early investor in Tesla. It treated me very well. I do think that they had a huge lead on other automotive companies. I think that they had a first mover advantage that was probably one of the largest first mover advantages in history. And I've seen over the course of the years that they have slowly squandered that first mover advantage. Granted, they have grown, and their revenue growth is incredibly impressive. But we'll see if they can keep that up. Now it's much closer to being fairly valued, and I could see it being pretty sticky around this price range, somewhere between 140 and 210. I could see it being really sticky around this price range, just because if you look and you compare it to the PE ratios of other automotive makers, they're now much closer to being in line with them. And so I think it's fairly valued. I guess I should say, being closer to being fairly valued.
My problem with it is it's Elon's, like sporadic BS and all the time. It's like, he's just drives me nuts, with all the stupidness that he says sometimes. Like, he could be doing so well, or it's stable for a little bit, and then he just comes out with some idiotic tweet, and then it either goes up or down. But it's like, it's so choppy, Like, I like the company, I like the stock, I don't like the car, the interior. I should say. Some of the exterior, it looks okay, but the interior is like so cheap. It's like, like you're paying all this money. It's like, it's ridiculous. That's my issue. And then, like, my other thing too is like, do you think it would be better off if they segmented the company? Like, hey, this is the technology, this is the car, like break it up or something? Or you think it would be more valuable? Or
they could definitely spin off the solar part of it, I think, but it's all part of their brighter future strategy.
Gotcha.
And then the other thing, I don't know if you saw the Investor Day presentation, and he also mentioned it at their last earnings call, that he views a car as a robot with four wheels. And then they also have their Optimus humanoid robot that's also a robot, and it uses some of the same software. So it seems like some of these components, like some of the elements in their platforms, are so closely related.
Interchangeable.
Difficult to. Well, yeah. I mean, they're sort of tied together, and it'd be tough to sort of separate them out, because the AI that they use, for example, for the self-driving car, is the same basis for what they're using in the humanoid robots to allow them to, move back and forth and, do the things that they do with the robots. And he said that, they see an even bigger market for the robots than they do for the cars, because there's about one car per person on the planet. And he said he estimates that the robot per person statistic is much higher than one robot per person on the planet. So he foresees a future where there's going to be robots all around us not too long from now, kind of like in the movie iRobot.
Gotcha.
I mean, my question to that is, there's some great comments going on. Butato said PE is a large concern. He mentioned Ford's PE ratio of 4.56 versus Tesla's PE ratio of 47.87. I mentioned GM's ratio, General Motors is 5.96, right? So like I said, it's come down from where it was. I mean, Tesla was like $1,000 a share or something stupid a while ago. But so it's come down, like it's moved the right direction. But like I said, it's still got room to go. I could see it being sticky around this price just because the cult of Musk is like actually serious, and a lot like GameStop, you can't assume that they're going to be rational actors. People that buy Tesla stock sometimes don't buy it for any investing reason. They buy it for like personal reasons. I don't understand. Nathan Pieria said Tesla is a subpar company because the technology aspect, while linked to Elon Musk, its value is 70% based on hype. I would agree with that. Also, an interesting fact is that Tesla never had like a market, like they had marketing, but they never had like a public relations division. But guess who did have a public relations division? Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Personally. So he really made it about him.
It's more like a liability.
Right. Well, he made it about him over the company, right? And so now when he goes to Twitter and does dumb shit, it affects Tesla's stock price, even though he's not there at Tesla, right? The move should have been he left Tesla to go there. There should have been a single move in the stock. That's not what we saw happen. Instead, we saw Tesla's stock price react to the random musings of Elon Musk on Twitter for like weeks, which it did, shows you that power, right?
Right.
And then a final thing was Butato says the energy credits are what make Tesla profitable on paper. It's not something that can be spun off. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're in a tough position. And as for this whole battery thing, that's just fugazi. Or the robot thing is just fugazi. That's bullshit. I understand that Tesla. Yeah, I mean, I understand that Tesla views itself as like this great technology company, but say Apple unveiled a humanoid robot, I'd be like, okay, maybe. But here's the thing. Like, there are robotics companies like Boston Dynamics, and all they do is make robots, right? So
and their robots are crazy.
Yeah, Honda had Izimo years ago. Honda, which is a car company, had Izimo like a decade ago, a little humanoid robot. They even had a video of it kicking a soccer ball and stuff. It was a novelty project. It was like a mascot. It was entertaining. You didn't have Honda going and saying there's going to be one of these in everybody's house, right? I mean, it's just ridiculous. And the fact that I think Elon Musk and Tesla thinks they can do that just shows the level of bullshit they're shilling.
Well, I'm more bullish now on GM because, with the offering to buy out all the, salaried employees, and to me, that's a bullish play. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how much of that's about also buying out pensioned employees because, they're an old school automotive maker, which means they had people with pensions. And man, pensions are expensive.
Right. Gotcha. But then they'll have more funds to play with, right? More R&D in the EV sector. If they move those funds towards that section.
Sorry, what was that?
I would say the money that they would save on not providing the pensions or having salaried employees anymore, they could, divert, bring all that money that they would have been spending in the future payments to EV. So that's why I'm saying maybe it's a little more bullish now.
Right. Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly how much it's going to affect that. I mean, I viewed it as they're probably offering to buy out people who have pensions. I didn't view it as they're trying to eliminate salaried positions. I mean, if that's what they're trying to do, that's a little nutty.
That's what the news said. It was salaried employees that they were trying to buy out. It didn't say anything about pension. It was like, oh, salary. They were offering to buy the salary employees out.
Well, I've got to go, folks. Somebody just messaged me a 46-page document that has the names of every single company that banked at Silicon Valley. So I'll let you guys know.
All right. Have a good one then.
Sounds fun. Oh, he's already gone. Very nice. No other hands up. So have you always been like a loose impersonator, or did you just find out today?
Me.
Oh yes, sir. You.
No, I just found his profile pic, and yeah, it's been only lately, not always.
I get it. Bill Huang is a
Yeah.
sex man. So we were all thinking, right? Then I'll take
About
this.
what?
That Bill Huang is a sexy man.
Yeah, dude, that's on my mind 24/7.
Then
What
I'll
was it
take
like?
this.
What was that for? Like 20? What was it? 20 billion? Sexy.
Yeah.
I'll take this moment then to like remind people to make sure that they set their notification settings for this channel to all live stages that they'll get a notification for, as well as click interested in some of the events to make sure that they always get notifications for them and don't miss any of them. And if you only see a few channels on your left, like the pit only spam verify support, then you definitely want to make sure that you're verified, because there's a ton of discussion actually inside the Discord for people who are verified. I mean, it's free, takes 2 minutes, plus you get a whole bunch of perks. So do that or be square. All right, I'm done chilling that. So what's the conclusion to all the bank stuff? Are we just banks are just going to collapse and that's it, or have they rebounded fairly strongly? I mean, FRC is up from like FRC is up like almost 100% from its low today. So if you had bought calls, then you're probably sitting quite pretty. Not sure how volatile those are, but probably kind of expensive. Not sure.
I don't think it's done yet, but there's still. I think
The
that
options were
there'll probably be another one come. Everything usually goes in three, so there'll probably be one more at least that fails.
all the options were pretty pricey today.
Gritty, to answer your question, yeah, there's a ton of stuff in the server to do with money. You just got to go to like the welcome channel, and click the verify button, and you'll get all set. Takes like 2 minutes. And sorry for again taking this to like the meta side, but we do need to rename the channel Meme Hub, as we're gonna remove all the images from the chat channel and put them all in the Meme Hub channel. So if you've got ideas for channel names for chat plus images, let us know. Probably gonna happen today. All right, look at me. I'm talking about all this meta stuff while people in the comments are talking about CPI results, WFC, Wells Fargo, RC, SI. So I guess we should talk about actual market related stuff. For those who are just listening in the audience, first of all, why? Would love to have you up here, but also curious to see why you are just listening in, what attracts you to these calls. But to point out some of the stuff, call out some of the people from chat. Korean Warbet sold Tesla at $10.50. That's not $10.50. That's $1,000.50.
I'm here because you guys make me a better degen than I ever was.
That's what we love to hear. Wait, better as in you make more degenerate plays, or
no?
I have to hop off.
It's
I'll
like
see you guys tomorrow.
oh, he gone.
You were talking to me, opinion, or you were talking to somebody else?
No, I was talking to you. I think someone had their mic open and then just left. So I think that was you,
Okay.
Gino.
No, it's I would say it's about 70-30. 30 degen plays, and then like percentage wise, and then 70%, more in actually investing in sound decision making type of plays.
Yeah, fair. Well, look, I think everyone tries to make Wall Street bets out like they just all about the degen plays. But look, we're just here to find alpha wherever we can get it.
Yeah, well, don't get me wrong. I do have my fair share of FOMO. It's like this morning, like wanted to jump into the wall so bad. Like I said, that would have been a nice payday.
All the people
then I would have had to sell. I would have had to sell. Like my other positions, and then I would have lost. I was like, I'm not taking that chance. I'll miss out. I'd rather miss out on this little play and hold on to the other stuff that's more stable. And if it does play out to where, I speculate that it will, I'll be all right. I learned my lesson a couple times. I'm on the phone.
Please.
Go away.
Oh, well, thanks for that. Oh.
Did you say the opinion?
Oh no, I was saying thank you, and thanks to your kid over there. Hey,
Say hi. Say hi, WallStreetBets.
Hey.
WallStreetBets. Say I'm a future degen in the making.
Oh no.
Say it. Say I'm a future degen in the making.
What is that?
WallStreetBets. That's the guy that I listen to for stocks. Like besides all the other guys.
Well.
Want to say it? Go ahead.
I WallStreetBets.
Hey.
I'm a
future degen.
Degen.
There you go.
In
the making.
Oh, that's awesome. Thanks for tuning in. Cool to see that we've got some younger fellows in the audience. And
oh yeah, I got 3. Well, not too young, but young enough.
Oh, that's awesome. And the chat loves them too. They're just saying don't bet the kids' college fund on wish calls.
Say that again?
Don't bet his college fund on wish calls.
Oh no. That's it. This is all chump. Well, hopefully chump change from that.
Yeah. Hey,
Just
John.
try to flip it.
Don John is asking if we can invite more people up here, and I'd love to if there was anyone with their hand raised. Anyone who wants to come up and talk here, happy to have you. Just raise your hand. Or not. That's cool too. We could just sit here with nobody here. No thought, head empty. Oh, what? Smart. Just because you have a bunch of bad ideas doesn't mean you have to abstain. Bad ideas are the best kinds of ideas. because when they work out, it's pretty awesome. And then when they don't work out, it's entertaining to laugh at. So it's a win-win either
Yeah,
way.
just throw anything against the wall and see what sticks.
Exactly. Talking about wall, WAL.
See? You see?
Yeah, there you go. People asking about Intel. Let's hear some empty head bad ideas. Someone please join. All right. Who's got an empty head and wants to come up here and talk? Very curious about your empty head bad ideas. Opinions on options trading. I'm 20, but have decently good investments so far. I think probably everyone in this audience doesn't have any or much edge in options trading at all. So you're probably losing you're probably playing a losing game if you're just trying to get into options trading in general. But if you're ever doing your due diligence for whatever company you're investing in, and then you suddenly believe very much in your thesis, that might be a time for you to open some options trades. That said, I think it's probably best if that's not your first time touching options. So it's always good to play with small amounts, learn how things work, learn the Greeks, and so that when you are ready to make a decent sized options trade, you're not coming in with nothing. Sorry, Chocolate, what's up?
Oh, and I was gonna say, and just take one contract. You first do it. Just go in one contract first if you haven't done it at all. One contract, and then do a far out, of course. At least 45. Well, 30 to 45 days out at least.
Yeah, people have different.
Give yourself some time. So that time decay doesn't bite you in the hiney.
Yeah, I mean, people have different strategies, and I think the main thing is as long as you're trading something that's highly liquid, you should get reasonably priced options contracts. To answer, the fact that you're 20 means that you have really good opportunities in front of you right now in terms of improving your education and potentially scoring better paying jobs. And I think that is going to yield more reward if you can put money into that and improve those outcomes. It'll pay off much more handsomely than any trades you could probably make today. So don't necessarily wait until 2026, but don't dedicate a bunch of money to this unless you're gonna burn it all anyways. The best investment you can make right now is yourself at that age. Son of Thunder, do you think regional banks could start to fail in the midst of SVB? Yeah, and we're not the only ones. That's why they're down 60 to 80% today. Froshkin, you're on the phone, so no worries. Whenever you're free, come up here. But he's saying that he started today with $3,000 and is ending today with 16 grand, and you're putting $3,000 in WFC and $3,000 in USB. Any thoughts on that? First of all, going from $3,000 to 16 grand in one day is absolutely insane. So don't bank on that happening again. But I, to some extent, largely agree with your play. But yeah, it all depends how much the Fed is willing to backstop stuff. It's all depends on how much consumers are willing to or fear another bank run, rationally or irrationally. And yeah, so I think it'll be interesting to see if regional banks just see their books absolutely decimated and have all their depositors withdraw everything, because if that happens, then it doesn't really matter whether they were in good standing, but their business will pretty much be destroyed overnight. And what could end up happening is we're left with a fairly uncompetitive landscape. I don't think that's something the government necessarily wants, which is why they're trying to do stuff, but it's really up to the consumer at this point. But yeah, I'll be right back, I suppose. All right. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other thoughts or other people that want to come up here. Also, what's up with the 2026 advice? Is that because you'll be 25 and have cheaper car insurance? Well, 20 plus 3 is less than 25, so I'm not so sure about that decimal. Is it better to start trading shares while starting out in 20? Yes and no. I don't know if that is where the distinction is. I would put it in things that are intangible as to necessarily oppose putting it into the market. But that's just my perception, my perspective. Everyone has kind of different opinions on that. All right. Well, if it's just me, I could ask that we maybe wrap up this
Oh, I'm
stage.
still here. I'm sorry. My kids were talking. What you said?
Oh no, I was just gonna say we could wrap up this stage, and then for those of you who are verified, we actually have a couple voice chats that people use to just talk in between themselves. I mean, not everyone has to talk, of course. So we could do that. If there's a bunch of people who want to
It's up
listen
to you.
and no one
You
wants
know,
to talk,
I'll converse with you if you want to continue conversing. You know, I like to pick brain, your mind, and see, pick mine. We'll keep it going.
yeah. Well, I mean, look,
I've been listening to you guys for a while, but like, some of the opinions or like that you guys put out, it's like I don't know, maybe people think it's just DJ, but like some of you guys bring out good value,
oh, well, thanks.
better than Kramer.
Well, that's not a particularly high bar to be better than Kramer, but I mean, look, we made it through almost the entire trading day. We just have 10 minutes to answer your question, Cole. Yeah, are we back tomorrow? Absolutely. We're here every single trading day. So make sure that you're getting the notifications by right-clicking on WallStreetBets TV and selecting all notifications, right? If you want to
Hey,
hit
I'm green today too. No, I said it. And I'm a little bit green.
Oh, very nice.
Too bad. Hey.
Not too shabby at all.
Not at all.
People who are having trouble getting verified, just hang tight or send a message in the pit or only spam. We'll get to you as soon as we can, but we've got like an influx of members right now, so that's why we're taking maybe a day to get back to people, but we'll get you verified eventually. But thanks for trying to get verified. I think that's big effort on your part, so appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else? I think a lot of our speakers are actually over in voice chat now. That's why we've got so few people, or no one really, putting up their hand. Just kind of me rambling on. But yes, sorry, we do host this talk every single trading day, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. For the next week, we'll be starting on Reddit and then transitioning over to Discord around 9:30. But that being said, like, we want to make sure that you're part of the Discord because in a week from now, we're no longer going to be on Reddit, which coincidentally, I'm not saying they're related, but Reddit is shutting down the Reddit talks right when GameStop's earnings are.
Put your tinfoil hat on. Opinion. Let's go.
Let's go. There can only be one reason, obviously. If you
Right.
about GameStop, like 100%. Everything Reddit does is about GameStop. No, but it's sad to see Reddit go, but Discord's been an amazing platform. So if you guys want to,
is it ever coming back, or it's just like?
They said they might bring it back, but I mean that could be in a year, could be in 2 years. So we don't know. We got to make sure that Discord as our life raft is solid. So that's what we've kind of done.
Okay.
Yeah. List ladder, what's up with VTNR? Great question. I actually don't know what VTNR is. That is Vertex Energy. It's 617.
Which one is it? You said VTNR?
VTNR. It's like a kind of small.
I'm sorry, say that again.
VTNR, Vetner, or sorry.
VTNR.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Maybe I'm not hearing you properly. You said B as in boy, T as in Tom.
No, V as in Victor. It's in the chat
Oh,
as well.
V. Okay. VTNR. Okay.
I mean, I'm looking at it. Looks like it's been on a
Vertex Energy.
Yeah, looks like it's been on a steady like decrease for the past 2 weeks or so, but it's only down like 4%. So I don't know. Doesn't sound particularly interesting.
Company
This ladder.
production and distribution of alternative fuels.
Yeah, Alex Rocco, I hear you. We got to get music. We should have music tomorrow. We were supposed to have it today, but the bot broke. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with VTNR. There's some nonsense class action. By the way, anytime you see a class action lawsuit against a company, it's like 95% of the time it's pointless. Some ambulance chasing firm trying to collect people's money, and it never really goes anywhere. It doesn't have any impact on the price. So I wouldn't worry too much on that. Nathan Pierre, if you want to, actually, what's really cool is we actually do post statistics on WallStreetBets members and their returns, believe it or not. So every month, there's some dude who compiles all the people who posted losses and gains, and then nets them out and sees like how much we've made overall, and then links to all of them in like this really beautiful post on the subreddit. So I think last month net we were up 1.8 million or so, and then I think in December we were. Oh no, January we were down slightly, but we still beat the market. So, yeah, right. It is sick. It's a cool way to kind of see how the subreddit is doing. And
CPI is tomorrow or Wednesday?
Let me take a quick look. Let me actually take a look at all the big factors. So today we had, sorry. Oh man, tomorrow is a banger of a day. We've got CPI, core inflation rate. That's tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Oh, 7:30 now because of daylight savings, not 8:30. Interesting.
So red day tomorrow, huh?
Well, we'll see. How much red can one market have, right? That's a lot. Things can always go lower. Actually, I'm kind of amazed that today we are closing pretty much flat. Earlier in the day, we were down like over 1%.
We're only halfway through the month, so
fair. Wednesday we've got PPI and retail sales, and then building permits on Thursday. Those are kind of the big ones. I mean, building permits as well are not like particularly interesting. Pretty tight range. But yeah, I think CPI.
FMOC is when after next week.
Yes, the 22nd. We're seeing FOMC economic projections. Yeah. That's gonna be 1
back
p.m.
to back red. Gonna be a bloody month.
Are you just saying like every economic event is gonna lead to red? I'm not saying you're wrong, but
I mean,
have a little optimism.
It'll start off a little bit red, and you'll have a little, maybe a little shade lighter, but then right back to especially with what just happened last week and this week, with the banks. So, I'm thinking it'll be red for the next maybe 2 weeks at least.
Well, maybe, but maybe
for the most part.
Maybe this is also going to be a watershed moment for the Fed to be like, have enough political pressure on them to say, whoa, okay, we need to step back from raising rates as fast as we necessarily want to. And then maybe that could be a bullish sign. At this point, it's funny because bad news is good news and vice versa, right? Everyone is trying to make the economy go into a recession so that we stop raising rates sooner. So, it's all topsy-turvy, really.
But I doubt that Powell will, break under political pressure. I was like, yeah,
I don't know.
I got this.
I kind of got the sense that he actually did buckle in the past, like in that he raised rates slower than he might have wanted to because of political pressure. But that's all kind of speculation. I think I'm not sure what kind of plays can really be made out of that. What I do know is that, markets are closing in 2-3 minutes. So for all the people listening in, if you're trying to make trades right now and markets are about to close, this is your 3-minute warning to go hit that buy or sell button or open and close position.
In the great words of Kramer, sell, 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 sell.
Well, then again, just make sure that you're getting notifications for these by either hitting the events, by checking notifications on this channel, or by verifying your account, and you should get all of that. We'll have music for tomorrow. I'm really sorry I didn't get it for today, and also for the people. By the way, this is all live streamed over to YouTube and Twitch, so if you missed something earlier in the call that you want to go back and listen to, it's all going to be there. And what's even better is that I'm gonna I transcribe all of these conversations. So sorry, by the way, you're all being recorded. And eventually I'll have them put up somewhere that everyone can access them. So that way you can go back and see what plays were made, what tickers were discussed, and the conversation around that. So, if you remember Tesla got talked about 3 days ago, go back, search Tesla. It's all going to be there. So, yeah. Yeah, just a reminder from Charlie that you can still trade options on SPY or some of the ETFs until 4:15 Eastern. So, yeah. Name the cool jazz beat bot. You are being recorded. That is a brilliant idea, Decibel. I'm gonna do that 100%.
Yeah, you got to do the disclosure opinion. This is your opinion. You are on a recorded line. Oh.
Actually, fun fact, like Discord recently changed their privacy policy to say that we will store audio of you. And so it's not just us. Discord's listening in too.
Got it. Man, I was in SPXU like about a month ago, and I had to get out, and I was like, my strike was 17. Hit that thing this morning, but of course I was out before that. It would have. It's always like that, huh?
Yep.
I rolled that thing till I couldn't roll it anymore. I was like, I gave up. Look at it. This morning I hit it. Would have been a nice little pocket change. All right, 4 o'clock. Markets is closed. Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding. For those of you who are not in options, congratulations on making it through the day. Hopefully, you're all a little bit green like Chocolate is. And you're Chocolate, you're still green, right?
Yes, I am. Not as much, but.
Well, very nice all the same.
But, hey, if it's 1 cent, green.
Green is the goal.
Green is green. Profit is profit.
Yeah. So, anyways, it is 4 o'clock. I'm gonna wrap it up here. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. We do host these every trading day, starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. So we've been going for like 8 hours now. So yeah, tune in tomorrow and make sure that you're hitting the events button or the this chat.
Same DGen channel, same DGen time.
Yes. Oh, or
you don't know that,
huh? or you can type /notifications and set some roles for yourself to get full access. And if you're not verified, make sure you're verified. All right, that's all the housekeeping I have for today. I'll end this talk now and see you all tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
All right. You have a good one.
You too. Cheers.
Goodbye, man.
Goodbye.